and tech, a very relevant topic for the present scenario. And my name is P.R. Ramesh. I am chair for local LMC ASQ Bangalore chapter. I will be the compare and coordinator for this program. Welcome all of you once again. Today we have 5 power pack sessions with 20 eminent speakers, and also we have a case study on from a Z-rated organization. And I'm sure that you are all looking forward to the acquisition of some exciting knowledge assimilation. You can also see from the program agenda that we have tried to cover a broad spectrum so that you would at least alert us to, it would allow us to change the tools required there too. So overall, it is a kind of completely power packed sessions, and I hope definitely you all enjoy these sessions. Now I request our chief guest for the inaugural session, Mr. K.C. Mehta, currently advisor of Eminence ASQ South India and former Deputy MD Tata Steel and past chairman. Please come on the stage, sir. Mr. C.K. Biswas, CEO of National Board for Quality Promotion QCI, and Mr. Anindya Sarangi, Director and Head of India to come on the dais. I request Mr. Anshuman to present a bouquet to Mr. K.C. Mehra. Mr. Anshuman and Mr. Manjunath, please present the bouquet to Mr. C.K. Biswas. And Mr. Naresh, please present the bouquet to Mr. Anindya. Thank you all. So it is our belief and tradition to start any new event by lighting the ceremonial lamp. Now I request our guests on the dais to signify the inauguration by lighting the lamp. Team.
Asato ma sattva tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityurma mrutangamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Asato ma sattva tamaso ma Shanti Shanti Shanti.
video message.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now in the inaugural session, first we have a video message from Dr. Ravi P. Singh, Secretary General of QCI. So we'll play the video.
On behalf of the Quality Council of India, I welcome all the delegates to this regional quality conclave, which is arranged through one of our boards, the National Board for Quality Promotion. I hear that out of the many mandates that Quality Council of India has been given, one of the very important mandate was to, in fact, promote quality in all products, services, and processes through a national quality campaign. QCI, over the past few years, has been doing this initiative through funding which was given by our ministry, the Department for Promotion of Industry. And now, over the past 2 or 3 years, we have been doing this initiative from our own funds. Primarily, we were doing a national quality conclave in Delhi, but over the past 2 years, we decided that it is important for QCI to venture out in the states, especially in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, where the awareness about quality is still very pedestrian. That was the reason why we have started doing all these activities in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, and we have invited industries as well as people who do any kind of manufacturing of products or are involved in providing services to understand the concept of quality. As you are aware that quality in the real sense, people think that it would require a lot of effort and it would require a lot of money to implement quality. However, what we have seen over the years is that any organization which invests in quality, organization over a larger period of time, and they can earn more profits than people who do not invest in quality. It is important that everybody recognizes the fact that in India, the quality of life of every citizen in the country is directly linked with quality of the products, quality of the services, as well as quality of the processes that they inculcate within the organization. And therefore, it is important that everyone, whether it's the student who is trying to take employment in these organizations, or the people who are running these establishments and organizations, are aware that from day one, quality needs to be permeated across the entire organization. It is important that we all recognize the fact that this is a mandate which is given by the Indian government, and once we start doing this, India will soon become a model which is inculcated within the ethos of the system within India, as well as India will become a very strong quality conscious society which will have a very good existence in the forum of developed countries. It is our effort to sensitize everyone across the world and across the country that we have started marching on a journey which will improve the Indian product's quality within the ecosystem of industrialized world. And therefore, your participation in this RQC is most welcome. And I believe that you will learn a lot how institutions can be transformed through simple changes within the ethos of the organization. Thank you very much for being a part of this exercise. Thank you very much for being a part of the journey that initially we started doing it alone, but over the years, a lot of people have joined in. I salute you for spending your time in this RQC, and I believe that you will become a very important partner in this exercise of sensitizing people to quality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ravi P. Singh, for this great message. And we all know that quality can be the key differentiator to put our country on the top of the world. So the spreading of this message is very important, which is a good sign. So thank you very much, sir. And now we have a welcome address by Mr. C.K. Vishwas, CEO, MDQPQCI. So before handing over the session to Mr. C.K. Vishwas, a brief introduction about him. Mr. C.K. Vishwas, a 1985 batch BTech Mechanical Engineering graduate who has worked for over 30 years in the field of supply chain management, quality assurance, quality management systems, product quality, including exports, total quality management, business excellence, environmental management systems, including resource energy conservation, as well as quality excellence and supply chain management, mainly in automotive sector, FMCG, and infrastructure sector. He has a holistic experience on developing systems, procedures, standards, and adopted a comprehensive approach towards building a quality culture in line with best practices of the Japanese industries through 2 decades of hardcore experience with Maruti Suzuki India Limited. So I request Mr. C.K. Vishwasji to deliver his welcome address. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh, for the introduction. And I wish you all a very good morning. And indeed, it's a great pleasure to be here in this Silicon Valley of India, a beautiful city. And I always keep looking out from my car whenever I travel to see the greenery and all the beautiful infrastructure that Bangalore has provided. I am C.K. Vishwas, and my introduction has already been given. And I represent the National Board for Quality Promotion, which is an integral part of the Quality Council of India. And this has organized the program along with ASQ as its national partner. On behalf of QCI MBQB, I extend you a very warm welcome and to the dignitaries on the dais, to the distinguished delegates and representatives from the government and the press media. The National Board for Quality Promotion is one of the 5 integral boards of the Quality Council of India, primarily focusing on promotion of quality concepts through awareness programs, through award schemes, through competitions, through projects for improvement of quality and environment and energy in the government and PSU sector, as well as it organizes the regional quality conclaves like this one. There are other boards of the Quality Council of India. There are other 4 boards, and the other 4 boards are primarily into the accreditation services, which they provide for the certification bodies to the hospitals and the public health centers. The accreditation of the education and training institutes and the accreditation of laboratories are the other 4 boards' activities. Until 2017, as our Secretary General said, we were doing the National Quality Conclave, but then it diverted into the Regional Quality Conclave. As we saw that we were actually covering a very small spectrum of the people who actually deserve to know more about the quality concepts and the advantages that you could have in the industrial sector as well as the service sector. So that's why we went regional. And this is the 8th regional conclave that we are having out of the 14 that we have planned till the March end. And Bangalore is one city which we have covered. And mainly we are going to cover the tier 2, tier 3 cities. And but of course, we are not going to leave out the tier 1 city also. The RQCs, as our Secretary General said, are done with the intent of sensitizing the masses from the industrial sector at the state level. And this is basically to discuss on the latest trends of quality, to basically provoke the people who are here and to take back the knowledge and, like carry it forward in their own organization or institutions. So that ultimately, it enhances the awareness of the people in these sectors to demand quality. So the customer should demand quality throughout the supply chain. So it could be the internal customer as well as the external customer. So today we have a very interesting topic, that is leading change with QIT, quality, innovation and technology, which is I think very apt for today's scenario when we are trying to reach 5 trillion economy by 2022. So quality, innovation and technology are very closely linked and they complement each other very well. They all depend on each other and for growth and sustainability of any business. The adoption of the latest technology is imperative to keep pace with the outside world and be competitive by upgrading the products, processes and services. Innovations are through bright ideas that help us to achieve quantum jumps of technology. That is, we are trying to be smart. Any technology now you see, now we try to say that, like smart TV, smart phones, smart cameras. So now this is the world where we are just talking of smart technologies. And what are these smart technologies? The main features are the ease of operation, the multi-operations, data processing capability, internet connectivity, errorless outputs, etc., etc. So by staying at your home, you can do your bank transactions and likewise. Recently, that is of the late, the new technologies are 5G network, blockchain operations, AI-enabled processing, machine learning, 3D printing, augmented reality, virtual realities. All data-based and cloud computing, IoT, intelligent apps, and including edge computing. So all these are done to improve the quality of human life, which is also the mission of the Quality Council of India. While being competitive in the market by earning more revenue, expanding, and then ultimately, if you are able to export to other countries, and if your order increases, order value increases, then it is an indication that your quality, innovation, and technology is up to the mark, and you are at pace with the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And it is pleasure to know that the activities of QCI and NPQP, as mentioned, 14 regional quality conclaves are planned, and most of them are planned in tier 2 cities also. So that really helps to spread the message of quality. So now let us move to the next important session speech. Today, it is great privilege to have with us Mr. K.C. Mehra. I request, before I requesting Mr. K.C. Mehra ji, a brief introduction Mr. K.C. Mehra joined Tata Steel in 1962. He has held several positions of importance in his long career of almost 48 years. I see many youngsters sitting here not even reach that age. That much of experience Mr. K.C. Maharaj is carrying. And in 1975, he left plant operations and was appointed Resident Director, Tata Industries in Delhi, which position he held with distinction up to 1981, when he was appointed Deputy Managing Director of Tata Steel. In Tata Steel, at various times, he was directly in charge of all plant operations, engineering divisions, R&D, raw materials, and coal, and helped to shape and execute the modernization and expansion plans of Tata Steel Group of companies. He was chairman of Tata Robbins Fraser, Tata Devi, Tata Construction Projects, the India Tool Company, Tata Stewards and Lloyds, Tata Projects, and several other companies. He represented India at the ILO meetings on steel and technology and was a member of Joint Consultative Committee on Steel on the Joint Bipartite Committee on Coal JBCCI. He was also a director of the UP State Minerals Development Corporation. So in 1997, he took charge of the Forbes Group companies and was the deputy chairman and managing director of Forbes Gokak Limited and also director of several companies. Mr. Mehra is keen sportsman and has held positions of eminence in several state and national bodies. Before he left Mumbai, he was the Honorable Council General of Sweden for many years. He is on the executive committee of Assocham, CII, and several other professional organizations. He has been appointed by Government of India on the Government Council of Vivigiri National Labour Institute. He was chairman Eastern Region of CI and chairman of several committees of Ashocham, interacting extensively for many policy matters with Government of India. Mr. Mehra was appointed as chairman of the National Board for Quality Promotion and on the board of QC for several years. He is currently advisor of eminence corporate initiatives for American Society for Quality and on the board of several companies. He has passionate interest in the quality movement and in sustainable business development. So it is great privilege to have you, sir, here. And I request Mr. K.C. Mehra to deliver the keynote address and inaugurate the talk here. Please, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. And I'm personally very delighted to see that this city where I've been for many, many years visiting is indeed in the forefront of science and technology, which even led the previous president of the United States, Mr. Barack Obama, to observe that I want more Bangalores in San Francisco and in all the American organizations. But I don't want to be taken over by this because the brilliance of the people in this city is, of course, well known. Our own TCS and Wipro and many of the companies that I have. Okay, we're going to make a slight change from a whole lot of PowerPoint and all that, because I'll only show you 2-3 slides. I have asked this question before in some of these sessions. It gives us good trend, even to ourselves. So I would like you all to please raise your hands for those who feel that India is a quality conscious country. Will you raise your hands if you think we are a quality conscious country? Smattering. We go further. I want you all to close your eyes. Close your eyes. No peeking at the person sitting next to you. And again, let me know how many of you think that India is a quality conscious country. Please raise your hands. So that means you have not been influenced by watching the others. And please raise your hands, those who think that, but keep your eyes closed, raise your hands. Those who think that we should be a quality conscious country, please raise your hands. Okay. Practically everybody. And the question is straightforward. What are we waiting for? We have done a lot of things and we have continued to do. I'll briefly touch on that. But I'm delighted, thanks to Ananda and Mr. Biswas and both the teams there and in Bangalore, a lot of people have worked to put this conference together. But the more delightful thing I'm looking at is the audience. And I think Ramesh was right when he mentioned that many of you would not even have been born when I joined industry in the years. This is my 54th year. So obviously you pick up a lot of things. The quality movement really hit us sometime in 83, 84. And I'll recount a quick story. I was then, having just joined Tata Steel, one of the things was I went to the chief metallurgist of the organization, actually being steel. We had good metallurgists because there was one very good company in Ludhiana making a product, and they had complained that the strip that we were supplying from Tata Steel, there was some problem because every time they drew the strip, depending on the pressure that you exert, the material they were using seemed to tear. So that means whoever the supplier of that material, there was something wrong, but we were all brilliant guys. So we said, no, there's something wrong with your machine. Nothing can be wrong with what we are supplying. And that's what my chief metallurgist convinced this rather good company who's done very well in this country, as mentioned. When we went back to Jamshedpur, I was a little unhappy because I thought we had not done enough work. And was it true that the strip was bad? Was the machinery that was imported by the company concerned was such that there was overpressure due to which it's like taking a piece of cloth and pulling it at both ends. Naturally, you will be having shredding in all between. Who's at fault? The person who's pulling it, or is it the quality of the material? The manufacturer, the quality of the material will always blame the machine, and the machine people will do exactly the same. Anyway, I went back to this gentleman. It's a personal thing because I was a little keen on metallurgy and I wanted to talk to him. So when I spoke to him, I said, sir, I'm not feeling very satisfied. He said, listen, you have to learn. We are a commercial organization and we have to make sure is there a balance. But then we finally agreed. We looked at the area. I think most of you have seen steel plants. In a steel plant, there are almost 36 different plants, starting from blast furnaces into plants and so on and so forth. So when we went to a huge big area, just by chance we asked one of the general foremen, yes, some maal jo yahan rakha, all this material is what? He said, sir, this is for retesting. So I said, has anything gone to customer? He said, oh yes, yes, because we never had the testing machines earlier. So I said, but you've been supplying material without making testing over. There were three categories. There was MC11, which is medium power 11, MC12 and MC14. And then we saw that there was a lot of mix-up in the strips. So that's the first impact it had on me that, and then everyone agreed. And then of course we rectified and then new right. So where were we in terms of quality? It's one of the foremost companies. The company to whom we were supplying the material in Ludhiana happened to be headed by Mr. Bijal Bunjal, who was an institution himself, came from Pakistan like all of us, and set up this unit, the Hero Honda Cycles unit in those days, and the rest is history. And he was very delighted. We came back to say that we will rectify this, we will be supplying everything. So we had a delighted customer who then for the next 30 years, 40 years at least I kept in touch. But this is something that keeps rankling. Why are we always happy with the second best? Or why don't we follow through things when we are talking about quality? And there are many areas where we are quite good. There are no two ways about it. From there, I mean, one, I personally feel in my experience of so many years that we need to have first is the knowledge of the product you have. And I think Lord Derrick did it down very clearly. Not only must you have knowledge, but you want to be anything, you must study towards profound knowledge of that subject. If it's a superficial knowledge, you got a job, you're getting your 30, 40,000 rupees, a couple of lakhs, a couple of crores, whatever it is, and then you're happy, then that's not what quality is about. You have to go into depth, deeper and deeper, even during your dreams, even your waking hours, and even sleeping hours. And if any one of you is satisfied with a substandard quality of goods and services which you have supplied in the market, forget it. Whether you are in charge or somebody else is in charge is not so important. If your organization is in charge, then sorry, we are all responsible. And this is a thing which then led to differences, and we tend to brush it aside. You know, in my mind, still the two greatest countries from technology point of view, apart from the United States, are Germany and Japan. We all know. And then I was in Germany for quite some time, and they have 5 stories below the shop floor level or below the level in the park, and all those are full of drawings. So we had a huge mandrel in the blooming building that time is what the half the size of this room, huge big gigantic, which developed a track. And that is terrible because it would mean loss of several maybe days of production, which would not tolerate, could not. While sitting there, I went down and one of the old timers in Shlomo Sivan, excellent company, he came and told me, you go down to the 3rd floor because the mill you're talking about was probably built in 1919. I said, you still have the record in 1919, we're talking about the year 1986. He said, oh, yes, we keep all our records and they should be some. So my general manager and I, we sat down. Leave you me, we couldn't leave that place because the wealth of technological, not only achievement, the achievement was whoever thought of it, but the way they had kept that was really phenomenal. And we found, sorry, that mandrel drawings we got from the 3rd floor, exactly where they kept it. Today, they don't have anybody to be able to tell them. But that has been replaced by what we mentioned shortly. Obviously, computerization and all the things you go for the 5 essays and blah, blah, and all that. The second country, of course, was Japan. That story is very well known. I was a youngster, still in school, when we used to say, oh, Japani Malaya, that we've all said many times. But there's a common factor in both these countries. They both are very, very strong on design and documentation. I don't know how much of you, because we've done some great things, like even the scale plants, and I'm a great supporter of the public sector. BHEL was fantastic. We got a lot of boilers from them. BEL, Manoj is sitting out here. That's a phenomenal company. Right in this town, you have 2 examples. One, obviously, is a leader in technology. The minor thing that do happen, and that is ISO. And the other, of course, is Hindustan Aeronautics, which has to pick up a lot more. But if you don't study the design of what you're going to make, or don't innovate on the design of what you're going to make, I'm sorry, you are headed for disaster. And the unfortunate part is that many of us don't really look at we get the design, and that is why even after 70 years of independence, in my view, you don't have to rediscover the wheel. But we have to make a lot more effort, starting with quality. If you want to change, why do you want to change? I'll tell you more. If you want to change in the overall situation, then yes, you have to utilize the 3 tools of quality, innovation, and technology. For those of us who don't do it, we're really skating on thin ice. But why do you need change? I think there have been several instances in my life, which I can tell you, you must all be finding it, right from the housewife to people mowing the lawn or whatever. And that is right here, Hosur is some distance away. And in the Forbes group, we put up a very high precision tooling situation, and we bought 40 machines. Each machine was about a crore rupees. But the demand for the quality was so high, they were making these very tiny plastic extrusions, starting with the phone. Then we went to bigger things. And the bigger customer we had was Kodak. Which Kodak the guys who made the plastic box cameras. And one day, two of them came and they were very apologetic. They said, we got caught with our pants down. We don't know how it happened. But this entire Kodak line where we were making the box camera, which is made of plastic, is now redundant. We're throwing it out. We have lost a lot of money. So I said, what are you going to do? What will your customers do? Say, everybody has gone on to digital. Everybody has this lovely stainless steel or aluminum or whatever. And how many of you have seen a box camera of the Kodak design during your lifetime? I had, and it was the most redundant thing when you thought of it that state. Come closer to home. Many of you, like me, are music lovers. What did we start with? I remember we had this old gramophone, and there was 78 RPM record. The 78 RPM record went on to the 45 RPM, and then you went straight, and all the machinery, everything that they did for innovation, etc., for people to listen to music, went out of the window. One day I was in Singapore, and I had a cassette, very good cassette or whatever. So I tapped the taxi driver and I said, can you please play this cassette? He gave one disdainful look at the player and said, no. So I was a little taken aback. Why is the guy saying no? I said, what do you mean no? He said, no, can't play. I said, what's your problem? I said, if you have a thing, it's a new cassette, I just want to try it out. So he stopped the car and said, sir, no one has cassette player any longer. Just go on the internet and you can go and get whatever music you want. And my grandson has taped 400 songs for me. So from where to where to where, I don't know what will be paid. But today you are getting all these things. Technology you can't do without having worked for so many years. I think every day of our lives we have to be looking at the technology we are using, especially in industry. Innovation, there was a very high part committee formed by then Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh on innovation. You probably remember the head of that committee. But I've never seen a copy of a report. I've never seen a report that came out on innovation. So that is the sad thing. However, in conclusion, what I would like to now just put on is we are all talking about the future. And that is why I'm delighted so many youngsters are here. Because I can tell you, it took us a hell of a time. There were some bright guys with us in Tata Steel and Tata Motors, and I'm also chairman of SKF for once. Technology and the ability to think for the future is what is going to be saving us. So I just want to put up 3-4 slides. What is this industry 1, industry 2? We're looking at various things. No. This is a remark made in the late 40s by Mr. J.R. Tata. He said, nothing worthwhile is ever achieved without deep thought and hard work. We thought, hey, he must have inherited something, but people like Jamshedji Tata and many others in this country, not only talking about Tata, whether it's the Broadridge people or the public sector itself, I think they've done a phenomenal job. But the fact is that you have to have deep thought and then follow it up with hard work. So we're missing out somewhere there, although we have achieved a lot. Now, industry 4, the problem is, I was in a meeting the other day and someone talked about AI. So a gentleman sitting next to me asked me, and I'm not telling you a joke, I'm being serious. He said, you mentioned this AI several times. Are you talking about Air India or is it something else? That is the level, and which I'm laughing at him because he really didn't know. And my other horrifying thing was in one of the big companies is I found that at the board level, we are discussing everything. Guys like us have become accountants, we have become auditors, we have obviously done a lot of technical things, and we have been able to achieve a lot, but I never saw a quality report at the board level, which is a sad thing. So we started the movement that at least the board should discuss what is the customer rejection. If you don't discuss that and rectify it, then you're probably not doing it. So what is happening is that we are on the cusp of the 4th industrial revolution. all of us know that the first industrial revolution in the late 18th century was driven by hydrogen. That had a totally different impact, steam power leading to mechanization. The second IR, again industrial revolution, was driven by electricity and resulted in mass production through assembly lines. The third IR led to large-scale automation through programmable logic controllers, and then the production with quality and other factors which is very essential for us came involved. And yeah. The fourth one now is about high-speed digital networks. And this town, I take it that most of you know about it, but I thought I'd put up these slides because we are getting into a high-speed digital networks, cloud computing, which started some years ago, of course, and even here, and of course, artificial intelligence. It is about creating new age cooperation with cyber physical systems and the Internet of Things. How many of us are really looking forward to it? And how many of us are doing something about it? I am 80 years old, I haven't yet retired. I have no intention of retiring. And you have to keep on doing these things. So I'm ending with a couplet which really should be a guiding light in our lives. Because most of us need to understand the architecture of the future ready global systems. There are in pockets, there are companies, there are some brilliant Indians already doing it. But we need a movement like happened in Japan and Germany, where the whole nation got up to do whatever this politics thing was. And I've been to both countries where I've seen little kids of 6 and 7 years old. And their trains are always on time, so they're scrolling. And suddenly they'll stop and pick up a coffee paper, coffee wrapper. Or the system is, it is here also in certain towns. It's not there. But we have to do that to become future-ready global corporations. And this is the last slide, which Vinny got. He says, seeing the complicated distance and the difficult road, even I felt incompetent. It happens to us every day of our lives. He said, however, I stepped on the road and started moving. By some superb innovation from where I do not know, the destination moved rapidly towards me. I'm moving to the destination, but whatever it is you're doing, you'll suddenly find if you make the effort to get on the road and start walking, you'll find the destination is moving towards you. I understood then that while some divine power was guiding my destiny, it was really my own courage which would ensure the achievement. So, ladies and gentlemen, all of you who are sitting here have the power within you to achieve whatever we are talking about. And therefore, the CII, the ASSET, definitely Quality Council of India, definitely American Society for Quality, and a whole host of organizations who got into it. But each one of us has to get involved if we want to use the three items, the three tools we have mentioned to achieve change so that we don't get destroyed. Thank you so much. It is lovely being here. And take care.
Thank you very much, sir. There is a saying that if you have an opportunity to discuss with a vice person for 10 minutes across the table, it is more than worth reading a book. So that's what we gain when people like Maharaji talks. And we all, I think, we all respect Tata Group and vision of J.R.D. Tata and Ratan Tata. And the reason behind those companies being, the company being a great company is because of people like Maharaji. So thank you very much, sir. And let us give a big round of applause. So our next speaker is Shalindya Saradi, Director and Head of AS2 South India. South Asia. So, Mr. Anindya Sarangi, an incisive leader with 22 years of experience in driving profit center operations, international business development, and global marketing. His core expertise is in business transformation and strategic management, focusing on business profitability, marketing acquisition, and maintaining cross-border and multi-cultural strategic alliances. He has been part of the society for over 10 years, driving strategic interests and building relationships with government, other societies and associations, educational institutions, and partnership with the industry. He is instrumental in launch of many of the ASQ local member communities, which Bangalore is one of them. Availabilities of ASQ training, certification, and other value-added services across India. Launch of South Asia Team Excellence Award, a 30-year-old event which happens in US, professional awards and conference, and many more. He is board member of RNHR and National Board for Quality Promotion MBQP. He is a member of Lean Technical Advisory Committee under DCMSME Lean Manufacturing Competitive Scheme and Zero Effect, Zero Defect Z sub-working group of DCMSME. Before joining ASQ South Asia, Mr. Anindya Sarangi headed the sales and marketing vertical as vice president for G4S PLC. In the past, he has worked at United Business Media PLC and Federation of India Chamber of Commerce and Industry FICCI. His Bachelor of Engineering degree and postgraduate diploma in international business from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, and also has exposure in international trade promotion and marketing from CBI Rotterdam, the Netherlands. He also holds AS2 Certified Manager Quality and Organizational Excellence certification. So I request Mr. Anindya Sarangi ji to come and give the concluding remarks for this event.
Thank you, Ramesh. Very important. We are using technology. I have my notes written here on the phone itself, so I'm going to follow that. I'd like to, first of all, acknowledge my mentor and guru, Mr. K.C. Mehra. Thank you so much. My dear friend from QCI, C.K. Biswas, speakers, distinguished guests, and I must also acknowledge we have a fellow of AS2, Anshuman, so I must recognize him separately as well. So, and ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude the inaugural session, let me share some thoughts with which the entire conclave was conceived. Some of you might be aware of ASQ. It's a community of people who are passionate about quality. We are present in about 140 countries and providing knowledge services like training, certification, research, conferences, and consulting. We have a booth there, so if somebody is interested in something, you want to know about ASQ, our folks out there would certainly help. When we are looking at the theme, relevant, best suited for the 8th conclave and that in Bangalore, we went about asking people. Okay, I came down here specifically, went about whether it is Whitefield, Hosur, or various other places I went. Ramesh was also party to that particular meetings. And we asked the fundamental question that what's driving Bangalore? Okay. And what does this region symbolize? Okay, what is driving Bangalore today? Don't ask me about the traffic. The legendary traffic is not there. You want to go there. But yes, what is driving? Okay. But so there are 3 things that really emerged. One, Nima Bangalore is known for big techies. Okay, that goes without saying. But before the techies, there was still the manufacturing folks. So that's the second part. So techies are really taken over the first part of the big tech companies in Bangalore. And the second, the big manufacturing companies are also here. There is defense folks from BAL is here. We have people from Bosch. We have people from various other companies, Trillion and TVS. So you have big manufacturing companies. That's the second. What is the third? And there's, mind you, there are several other points that are also there, but these are the big 3 things. This third part is the new kid on the block. I like to use the word kid on the block. That's the startup capital. You know, Bangalore is trying to become the startup capital. So there is a lot of news you get to hear from India today. I was flipping the magazine the other day. It says that okay, Delhi is the is the capital for let the fight be on. I think we need more startup in our industry. And I'll tell you a reason later on why do we need these ecosystems at all. Okay. Now, that's the 3 points. Now, the thoughts here was understanding the leaders. What are the top 3 things they are focusing on? So now we have met the organization. Then we looked at what are the 3 important things they were focusing on. When we talked about quality, since we are representing quality itself, and you can see from my profile that I'm accidental to the quality movement altogether. For the last 10 years, I have been championing the quality movement. And they said, the leader says, quality got to get intrinsic in everything they do, which means whatever, it need not be that a quality professional is required, but it got to get more intrinsic in each and everything, whether it's interacting with their customers or their suppliers. That is the way they want to look at it. The second part, we're all part of that idea or an initiative. However, the play in innovation is not only just product, but in services and business modeling and behavioral changes. Okay. However, all must merge to the currently disconnected users of the S word in business. What are that? Sustainability and sustainable competitive advantage. These are the 2 things. Okay. The third point they talked about is the evolving trend in technologies. That's given, right? We are talking about that technology itself, where we are getting connected gadgets, smart tools, etc. Now, here are the startup ecosystem that can play a unique role. They are like the rookie. You understand rookie? Rookie is somebody like who is just starting out, right? Absolutely fresh. So the best part is they have nothing to lose. They have got everything to gain, right? Because they're starting from scratch, right? Correct? So they have nothing to lose. With that, every day is a win for them. Okay. No legacy, the organization bureaucracy, and the beauty is they're constantly evolving their processes, evolving their existence, evolving their business model. Look at the agility that an organization like a startup can get. If we're working for a large organization, the organizational bureaucracy will also come along with it. To start it up, it will still take about 6 months. Even okay, you want to start up a department, you want to start this, you want to do that. It will take about 6 or 8 months. What does it take for a startup? Just you and me, or just me having an idea. How do we converge? Right? So that's the beauty of the third part. We are only going to take about the top 3 what the leaders have been talking about. Okay, and the important part is that can we help leverage the corporate houses to invest or take the services of such kind of startup and build a sustainable business model around it. Okay, which does not have any past legacy. We talked about quality. Okay, I started with the intrinsic part. We talked about innovation, both business model and various other things, and of course the technologies and startup folks. Let's talk about another point. The point I want to stress upon here is change, right? The change, you see, I'm connecting how it is, right? When we looked at all these things require a certain set of change. And people would always reflect change with respect to, say, mindset or various things. So what was the change that we're looking at? So I'm sure we all are using the word more often in life, change, and we hear it whether at home or at a workplace itself. Okay, and in the workplace, as we say, organizational structure change is happening, operational methods, technologies, and even look at reinventing the toughest change. What is that? Culture, organizational culture. That is the toughest. Right? We do get a lot of requests. We want to change our organizational culture. Can you help? Okay. That's something that every organization is still doing. Okay. And some companies who are already taken the initiative forward, they love to use the word transformation. And by the way, ASK is also going through a phase of transformation. Tata Chemicals, I met who comes in and he says that we're in a phase of transformation for the last 9 years. Everything is evolving. Right? They are in a phase of last 9 years. I said, we were into it for last 1.5 years is in a phase of transformation. And I was wondering till when this will go on. This is This will go on. We have been doing for the last 9 years. We are in a phase of transformation, right? So the important part here is that what we learn here is that organization is continuously trying to figure out what does it mean to them in current and future context. What I would like to term it as finding the relevancy factor. What would be the relevance of their being in this business? We have more questions than answers, and that's a good thing. Okay. More we have questions, more we'll be curious to find out answers. And we've got folks like from the innovation field, folks in the technology, they're doing a lot of good stuff, and we'll be hearing more from them. I'm not too sure how many of you have seen the latest Apple keynote speaker, keynote session. Anybody, September keynote address of Apple, anybody seen it? Online it was available. Okay, I have 2 hands, 3, 4. Okay. So this was when they launched the iPhone 11. Okay, you would be amazed. It gathered 4.9 million views. Imagine a company getting direct marketing access. Our lady here is constantly on Twitter, YouTube, and we're all on that particular social media. Imagine just one. I'm just talking about YouTube getting 4.9 million views. So it's a direct marketing opportunity. That's how a company is leveraging. Okay, and here is an interesting piece and statistics, and that's the reason I brought this particular company up for discussion. Is that you see, 2017 keynote of Apple spent 10% talking about the camera system. Okay, of the next that point of time the new iPhone X. Okay, please keep the percentage in mind. Okay, 10%. 2018 they launched the iPhone XR, and they spent about 27% talking about their camera system. Come September 2019, last month by the way, okay, and they spent talking about 49% on the camera system. The entire keynote speaker session spent 49% just speaking about the camera system. They had employed, a couple of years back they had mentioned, they had employed about 800 people just focusing on camera system, that we want to be looking at that. Of course, they have the bench strength of both software as well as hardware, right? And they're going to use it to their best advantage. And I'm sure that 800 must have gone doubled or tripled by now, I'm sure. But what is the point here I'm trying to raise here? This all makes sense, okay? It is the most important, so if you look at the camera system, this is the most important feature on a smartphone according to customers. According to customers, this is the most important feature they're looking for. Apple makes it a point that they are serving this set of customers. So essentially, the point here I want to bring in the importance of customer in everything that we do. On the quality front, or it is innovation, or it is a technology that we want to adopt. Mind you, there is a plethora. If you go to a shop, you will find plethora of option of TVs, right? You get confused. What do I really want? At least with me, I don't know about you. For me, I get totally confused that what do I really want? Everything is HD, quality, this, that. I'm totally confused myself. But here, an organization also needs to think about, from the customer perspective, what do I need to do in order to serve that particular customer? What do I need? And invest in those rather than investing in a huge setup and trying to figure out, okay, we want to do this, we want to do that. And that's where the focus on the customer comes in. Essentially, we need to drive all our new age business ideas, innovation, disruption, models, process technologies, focusing on customer, and should not thin out, and that's the important message here. And I'll give you one more important insight, is that ASP India is engaged with an automotive company, a luxury brand, in understanding what do Indian customer really wants from their product. They're a luxury automotive manufacturing company, okay, an OEM. And understanding, so when we went about doing this particular project, understanding the customer really wants from their product, understanding design needs, product features, service experience, and many other areas. I cannot disclose all the other parameters that we're all looking at. That a luxury brand is well known, is well accepted, and that's the the status that we want to pass around, right? When you get out of the car, it should be as swanky, or some reflection of your status should be there. But they are constantly saying that is there. Maybe we are serving European market or American market, but what they're trying to book is that what do Indian customer want? Our product will anyway sell, but we want to become more relevant to the market space. Quality in modern age should be the ability to define a set of processes by which we can meet customer explicit and implicit needs and consistently deliver to them over and over again. This year, we had our 73rd World Conference at Quality for Quality and Improvement. Of course, this happens in the US, so we had that 73rd conference this year. And the theme of that particular conference was leading change. You see, globally also the thought is on leading change. And hence, I'd like to dive down to the entire, our whole initiative, how we look at the system here and why the theme is this. That hence, if you go of the conclave starting from our theme leading change with quality, innovation, and technology, we are emphasize on customer centricity, innovation in changing business scenario, adopting to modern technology. And we also have added last session where we will be talking about smart startup ecosystem and on their challenges and the ideas they're working on. Tomorrow we might have our new startup ideas coming from themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope this conclave to the bottom excites the change in you, and together we take some learning from here, and our power pack eminent speakers we have lined up meets your expectation itself. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank QCI, especially in the QP team, working tirelessly enabling such knowledge conclave to happen at Bengaluru. This is the 8th, as mentioned by CK. There is still 6 more to go. I'd like to also thank the team from 7-Step Business Transformation System led by Ramesh here, our MC, and his members. They're all out there to facilitate everyone who are our local supporting partner. Excellent support and coordination, Ramesh. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Last but not the least, I'd like to also thank my team member, Amrita. She's in Delhi. And there's a hell lot of coordination that went not only with speakers, but connecting with QCI, connecting with, Ramesh team here. And, she's not here, but I'd like to also personally recognize her effort as well. But I leave with one more last thought with every one of you. Look, a conclave like this also opens up an opportunity to bullet board of networking. The best mantra, I would say, one word that is to do a networking is just reach out to your next person sitting next to you and say, hello, my name is this. So please take that opportunity, do say hello to each other. And I wish this conclave will be successful. Thank you so much. Please enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anindya Saleki, for sharing your insightful thoughts. I remember a few months back how much time we spent in finding the theme for this event and to make it more relevant. And with all these things, we are here. And with this, we are come to the end of our inaugural session. I once again thank all our eminent speakers for their insights on the topic. And before we ending, as a memorable, make it more memorable, and also as a our token of our gratitude, I like to hand over the momentous to our chief guest. I request Mr. Prakash Vishwanathan to come forward and hand over the moment to Mr. C.K. Vishwas. C.K. Vishwas. Prakash Vishwanathan. I request Mr. Manjunath to hand over the moment to K.C. Balaji. I request Mr. Anish Chiri to come and hand over the moment to Mr. Anindya Saleki.
This is awesome.
Okay, now we'll take a break for 15 minutes, a tea break. And before we break, I'd like to make an interesting announcement. Of course, we are running late the schedule by 10-15 minutes, but we'll definitely make it up. So please come back as quickly as possible. I know this is a networking key session, but I request you to come back so that definitely we have a lot of interesting sessions. Our speakers are already present. And the first session is quality. Just a minute, because we are having a quiz after each session. So we introduced, we are using some technology here, which I will explain once we come back. Okay, so there will be interesting 5 questions quiz after each session, which the rules I will explain once we come back. So let us come back after 12 minutes. Okay, thank you very much.
It was like the first night.
Practitioner theory of chemistry.
I stay right next to the IIT. Been there 9, 10, 12 years.
Stop believing in life now. I enjoy it. Whatever it is, let it be.
So are you based here in Bangalore or there?
Based in Bangalore.
I met somebody from Rolls Royce in Delhi. It's a great brand, a great company.
I think India I designed very
Where do you stay?
I stay in Bangalore.
I will meet up also.
No, thank you. My earlier was a great public but our India was somebody practices QC. I said that I was and our way of looking at it as my line is okay, it is on He'll be Ravi. He's coming to use him. He'll be around 12.
Hold on, Pooja. Wait.
Very high assignments. Groundwork. But it requires, yes. But it has to help me. It's not really. That's what. In fact, my career has been the other way around. You should work on a vertical, go horizontal. For me, it's been horizontal. Now I'm going into vertical. So it's. I always say, I need to wake up a little.
Where is your no?
Send me like students and when you are
Yes.
Many other things.
Yes. I can try one
இல்ல வச்சுட்டாங்க நம்மளுக்கு ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண முடியாது
அவன் நாளைக்கு ஒன்னா பாடி கொடுத்து ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ
ಇವಾಗ this one no I'm to this is the printing that's it oh next time
why if they are 90% Hello. Hello. So here okay.
Yeah.
Sir, your presentation. Okay, that is. So you will be oh, got it. So you will be here by 9. Okay. I'm Naresh. Oh, fine. Oh, fine. How are you? Oh. So I will share.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So we'll see that how it goes. Private and public.
Hello. We are ready for the next session. I request all of you to come and occupy your seats.
Yeah.
Can you just put this? Welcome back, all. Now we are ready for our first session. Role of quality in bringing focus on customer centricity. That's our first session. As I already announced before we move on to the first session, there is an interesting quiz we have designed, and these are the instructions. Okay, so your smartphone should be available with an active internet connection, and registered email ID should be accessible in your smartphone. It is for fun only, okay? And you will receive immediately after the quiz. You will receive a link, okay? All you need to do is just press the link. 5 questions will appear, okay? And all are multiple choice questions like kaun banega crorepati model, okay? So you have to take only one right answer and submit, okay? All this thing will be over in 5 minutes, okay? Wi-Fi. Okay. Okay. Right. Volume please reduce. Huh? Otherwise, I'll keep some distance. Okay. So, yeah, our technical team will help you if there is any internet connection available. Hey, just for fun, I know some of you don't have no problem. You can also answer offline without smartphone also. You can answer and see whether your answers are correct or not. Now, without much delay, we have to start our first session. I hand over the session to the session moderator, Mr. Manikandan Murugeshan. I introduce him before handing over. Mr. M. Manikandan heads the India Supplier Quality and Zero Defects Program at Rolls-Royce India Private Limited as Supplier Quality Manager for Supply Chain Civil Aerospace Operations. So Rolls-Royce India's Z program, designed, deployed, and managed by him, it became a role model for Z program in all the Rolls-Royce companies. He studied B in electrical engineering at the Maldiya National Institute of Technology, Jaipur. He obtained his Master of Business Administration in Operations Management from the National Institute of Technology, Tiruchirappalli. In a career of spanning 18 years, he has worked at Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, SL Propack Limited, Nokia India Private Limited, Pika Limited, and currently Rolls-Royce India Private Limited. His experience includes leading initiatives such as cultural transformation, operational excellence, business excellence, Lean Six Sigma, TOC, project management, and Zero Defects program. He is a public speaker who has addressed Indian Space Research Organization (ISRO), Confederation of Indian Industries, IIT Madras, PMI Chennai chapter, NIT Tiruchirappalli, JIT University, Anna University, Indy campus, and Satyabama University. He is an American Society for Quality certified Six Sigma Black Belt, ASQ certified Manager for Quality and Operational Excellence, and also Project Management Institute certified Project Management Professional. So, is certified Values and Safety Champion. So, I welcome Mr. Manikandan. I request Mr. Anshuman to present the bouquet to Manikandan. Mr. Manikandan, I request you to introduce the eminent speakers to the session and take over the session.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the panel discussion on role of quality, bringing in focus on customer centricity. Now I request our panel members to come to the dais. Ms. Asu Bhatia from DRDO, Director QRS, Dr. Aravind Raghavan, Head Operations Engineering, and Vinod Venkatesh, VP Quality Management from BOSS, and Prakash Venkatesan, Founder, Managing Director, and CEO of SR Digitronics Private Limited. So what is the difference between a human being and organization? When you born, it is guaranteed one day we are in. But organization may not. as long as they have focus on quality and customer centricity. Customer centricity refers to the orientation of the company to the needs and behaviors of its customers, putting ourselves in customers' position to understand their business to meet and exceed their expectations, both in terms of all qualities. So, total quality is a prerequisite or a key enabler to achieve and sustain customer centricity. What is total quality? We need design quality, we need manufacturing quality, process quality, product quality, service quality, delivery quality. And when you look at delivery quality, 60% of the delivery problems are caused by quality issues somewhere in the supply chain. And information quality plays a vital role. And we talk about environmental quality and societal quality. So quality is a key enabler to achieve customer centricity. I think anyone with an interest in customer centricity will find this panel discussion of great use. We have with us 4 quality experts who believe and used quality as a means to achieve customer centricity. I request each one of you to share your experience and thoughts on customer centricity through quality for 15 minutes. After we listening to the 4 expert speakers, I will open the floor for question and answer, followed by the summary of the proceedings. Thank you. Let me first start with Ms. Asubhatia. Asubhatia is a program management and digital transformation professional with 28 plus years of experience in DRDO. She is well known for carrying out organizational transformation within DRDO. She serves DRDO as scientist G and Director QRS in the office of Director General Aero. She did BSc from Jyoti Nivas College and MSc Computer Science from Mysore University and MBA from IGNOU. I request Mr. Asubhatia to share her thoughts and experience on role of quality, bringing in focus on customer centricity.
A very good morning to one and all. At the very outset, I would like to thank the American Society for Quality and Quality Council of India for inviting me to talk on the occasion of the 8th Regional Quality Conclave. This opportunity came as Rear Admiral Ranjit Singh, the Director of Quality, Reliability and Safety at our DRDO headquarters, could not make it due to last-minute commitments and requested me to fill the void created. As I was on duty in Delhi and reached Bangalore only late afternoon yesterday, I was quite apprehensive on whether I would be able to put a last-minute presentation together befitting for the target audience, which I knew very little of. Mr. Anindya, however, convinced me to come forward and share my views on the subject. So here I am with a request to please overlook any disconnect in the flow, as they were prepared in very much of a hurry. However, I will hopefully connect the dots as I go along. First of all, let us have an overview of quality in the perspective of Conclave, at least as I understand it. In business engineering and manufacturing, quality has a pragmatic interpretation as the non-inferiority or superiority of something. It's also defined as being suitable for its intended purpose, fitness for purpose, while satisfying customer expectations. Quality is a perceptual, conditional, and somewhat subjective attribute and may be understood differently by different people. Consumer may focus on specification quality of a product or service, or how it compares to competitors in the marketplace. Producers might measure the conformance quality or degree to which the product service was produced correctly. Support personnel may measure quality in the degree that a product is reliable, maintainable, or sustainable. Next, as brought up in the introduction, I worked essentially in the area of program project management, and they would like to bring out that in the project management body of knowledge, the PMBOK, the process groups are the chronological phases that the project goes through, and the knowledge area occurs throughout any time during the process group. The process groups are horizontal and the knowledge areas vertical. They are the core technical subject matter of the project management profession, and they bring the project to life. Essentially, PMBOK, these are the knowledge area it covers, and project quality management is one of them. However, one definitely has an effect on the other, and these linkages are extremely important and necessary to marry the horizontals and the verticals. As I was telling Sir just now, I have an inverted pyramid in my career. Usually it is you start with the vertical, then you move on to the horizontal. But for a long time, I have worked in the horizontal and now I'm going to the vertical. So please excuse my ignorance in the area of depth knowledge of quality if this thing. Before I go ahead to doing, in the course of my presentation, I will bring out how some of the above are relevant to this particular session in particular, that is role of quality in bringing focus on customer centricity. Before I go ahead to doing that, I would like to briefly describe my organization so that you can better appreciate the perspective from which I will be talking today and be clear of who our customers in DRDO are. As you're aware by now, I work with the DRDO. The DRDO was founded in 1958 and spearheads the design and development of indigenous defense systems. The customers of the DRDO are essentially the Indian Armed Forces, namely the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, and the Indian Air Force. We are also open to exports now. DRDO also works closely with ordnance factories, PSUs, private industry, and academia. In today's environment, with focus on Make in India, we are continually bringing our focus to bring about synergy with all the above industries that I mentioned. And our vision is stated here: to make India prosperous by establishing world-class science and technology base and provide our defense services decisive edge by equipping them with international competitive systems and solutions. Our mission is also stated here, which you can read up. And we have our corporate headquarters in Delhi. And in 2013, based on the Rama Rao Committee report, DRDO was restructured into 7 technology clusters, as shown in the slide. We are a diverse organization spread across the breadth and length of the country, with indigenous defense systems ranging from aeronautics, missiles, electronic warfare, etc. And we have a major impact, as you all know, on country's security and defense preparedness. In fact, I returned from the 41st DRDO Directors Conference, and as you know, they may have also read or seen in the news, the Army Chief, General Bipin Rawat, in his address stated, "We are confident that we will fight and win the next war with indigenous weapon system." The Army is one of our customers, and this confidence of the customer puts great onus on us in the DRDO to ensure that the indigenous weapon systems are of the highest quality and completely reliable and fit for purpose of war. What is important and absolutely essential also is that the iron triangle of program, project management, namely the constraints of time, cost, and scope, go hand in hand with quality of the product delivered to our customers, who put their lives at stake for the security of the nation. As I pointed out earlier in my first slide of quality overview, quality is a perceptual, conditional, and somewhat subjective attribute, and may be understood differently by different people. Also, as I brought out earlier, and in my experience in the position of Director PM and now as Director SQR, it can run both horizontal and vertical, and it must. In an R&D organization as ours, anything that reduces time, cost, and meets the customer requirements to the best quality possible should be seen as vital, essential by the leaders within the organization. Many a times, a new domain and area comes into focus and are highly appreciated in bringing about a change and perspective that can have a direct impact on the constraints mentioned earlier, as is, say, with system engineering domain, which has come to quite in the limelight for bringing in customer centricity. Many times there are processes, tools, and methods that indirectly reduce the constraints and bring about reduction in time, cost, and in better meeting the customer requirements. But not all are given as much importance, though they gain popularity at times for a short span. They are not appreciated to the extent they should be within an organization. As for one, calculating ROI for these tools, processes, and methods can be tricky, depending on how you measure impact and cost. Large organizations will need to have complex ROI formulas and algorithms, which need to factor dozens of different variables. Secondly, measuring ROI manually for each tool, process, and method takes time and access to company financials. Thirdly, this approach requires patience. It could be months or even years before knowing if the process, tool, or method had any effect on the constraints, as they rarely come into the focus. The irony is that R&D organizations do not have the wherewithal to carry out the above exercise, let alone dedicate manpower for it. As ironically, the program, the project is the focus and takes all the attention of the directors, program directors. I'd like to now share one such example of a tool, a word which personally I do not like to use, as if implemented in spirit, it is beyond a mere tool and can be a great enabler to any program or project to meet the timelines within the cost laid out and in meeting requirements of the customer, therein bringing customer centricity into focus. Before I describe the tool and how we went about using the product lifecycle management, the PLM system, to indirectly reduce the time and cost and meet the requirements to the specified quality, let me briefly provide details of the DRDO lab and the product for which it was taken up. It was a pioneering effort, by the way, and connecting all the work centers working in the area for the first time in India within DRDO. The lab is CABS, and its vision is to meet technological challenges of airborne surveillance systems, and the mission to develop the key technologies needed for indigenous, cost-effective airborne surveillance system. And by the way, very recently we inducted the second AEW&C into the Air Force. And this is the system. It was done on the executive jet. And I will not go into the components of the AEW systems. There are many, and there are many work centers that were working together across the length and breadth of the country to realize the system. But the nodal lab was the Center for Airborne Systems. And I will concentrate, since this session is on customer centricity, I would like to point out the hierarchy of this thing. DRDO, of course, was the main the stakeholder, and Center for Airborne Systems, it had a program office, and that was the nodal office. And there were many, this is 3 work centers I mentioned, but there were many work centers working private, public together. And one of the new things that we introduced in our system was the Air Force, which was our customer, was embedded into everything. So we had a unit of Air Force officers for the first time. A bunch of them, they themselves, it was like an organization within sitting in our program office. So we were doing spiral development, and anything we wanted to know, we would put it out to it, and it was this thing. So one of the reason for success is this model where they were with us all the time. And features of the AWC product development, it required powerful inter-lab networking. It required cooperation between work centers, each of which is responsible for some part of the product planning, component preparation, or assembly. Role of program office was to manage the whole network and coordinate the corporate efforts, and there were inherent product complexities, and not only in the product, but within the organization structure, bringing in the new way of thinking. And we had lots of challenges in terms of management of this extensive and scattered network of work centers, subcontractors, and partners was not easy and required effective data management. Product complexity management to controlled and traceable product development environment was very much required. And therefore, we implemented the PLM system, which was in itself an extensive project involving detailed and laborious definition of various features of the business processes of PO towards reducing complexity of product data and management of the work centers. And I would like to point out over here, usually what happens, it's important that the product structure and the way you're going to do it, everything must be ahead of the project sanction in an ideal situation, should be already in the PLM system. But since it was the first time we had done, and also the program was evolving, so the PLM also in a way evolved along with the program. And so for us initially itself, what is very important when you take on a system like this, you must define what it's all about, so that the clarity is there, what you're looking for. If it is, for example, customer centricity, is it that? Are you looking for something else? So each organization, each program director who's looking after it must define what it's all about. So for us in AWC, we defined it right at the immediate. That is to see the AWC development as a system and giving a system approach with respect to information generated, support faster and more informed decision during the complete life cycle of AWC program. So our Air Force officers also had access to this system. So the information was available to them right away. So the time could be reduced. Right away, as I said, the spiral model was there. So they could give us the inputs immediately on our design, I will go into what are the solution areas we did implement to help us in achieving, reducing the time, the cost, and going for the requirements and achieving the best quality. Capturing data in a holistic management with respect to technology, process, and people across the organization, and AWC related work centers also. It was not just in program office. So one of the solution areas, as I said, was to connect the work centers across India. Within, mind you, it has to be extremely secure because DRDO has to share its information only on a need-to-know basis. So pulling together interrelated, interdependent information and disparate applications into a coherent processes. Because usually, where does quality lack? The right hand does not know what the left hand is doing. And you repeat processes, infrastructure, everything. So it was important for us to capture the holistic data and also as a system. Pulling together consolidation of AWC program information and processes into a common system, and also early detection and resolution of anomalies. Enabling project teams to use tools, processes, and methods that are unified, provide a collaborative environment through deployment of state-of-art technologies, both in hardware and software, for managing the complex AWC program environment. Okay, I'll just have 2 minutes. The PLM goals: be the key enabler by improving quality of data, control over product information, internal and external communication, and adopt and deploy a suite of applications that focus on leveraging the AWC program information to deliver the system to time, to cost, and quality. I will just jump through all these and I will just go to what were the solution areas. We have the requirement and high-level design management, engineering data management, change management, document management, finance management, which is not really supposed to be part of PLM, but since our bosses wanted it, we included it, program management, and as I said, multi-site. I have many slides, but since time is over, we can meet over lunch if you're interested, and I can cover it. And in conclusion, I would like to say something which is beyond my presentation, but related directly to the subject also. I spoke about product and its quality and how we try to achieve it and using our IT tool. How a product centricity, since the session is on that, I would like to share my own personal example on product and service. I recently had a beautiful experience with SAN organization. I had a storage device which did not work, and I went to SAN. And I would say they went beyond the wow. They went to a point, they just had one dedicated. Otherwise, what happens usually, you call that press 1, press 2, press 3, and you reach each time a new person, you explain your story each time, and you're fed up. Whereas Sam had a dedicated person allotted to my number. And he knew the in and out. 2-3 steps, after that he said, please ma'am, send the storage device to our office. And they sent me a new storage device, and after that they checked up on me, and I was shocked that such quality can happen in India. It was amazing experience. And just the opposite also can happen. I recently bought a Samsung A9. I'm one of those people who couldn't care about using the phone for phone, but it's only for the camera. So, and my cousin who was with Tech Guru at the time, she highly recommended Samsung with 4 cameras. And that was the most pathetic experience I've had in my life. And I regret this thing, and now it's in consumer court. But that was the, that is on the offline this thing. But because the session said focus on the customer centricity, I wanted to share 2 examples in India itself of this thing. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mr. Vinod Venkatesh. Vinod is a quality management professional with 30 years of rich experience in quality, manufacturing, and organizational production system. He did BTech Mechanical Engineering from IIT Chennai, MBA from Bengaluru University, and an executive management program from IIM Bengaluru. He is presently associated with Bosch as Vice President Quality. Thank you, sir. I invite you.
Thank you, Manikandan, and thank you, ASQ, MBQP, and QCI for having me over. When I got called for this, I thought first I should start with an anecdote. And as the blackness in the hair goes away, a little bit of the memory also goes. So I couldn't really think of any anecdote on customer centricity. So what I did is obviously I delegated the task. And who better to delegate than my wife? She's got a little more black hair, so I thought she remembered some things. So I delegated and told her that give me some anecdote on customer centricity where you really felt something about it. She said, obviously I can't tell you offhand, give me some time. So I said, okay. And I gave her time, and today morning I told her in the walk that it's better you tell me something because today I will speak over it. She said, no, I don't remember anything on customer where I felt really good about customer centricity. I said, you order so many things on Amazon, you must have a good customer centric experience. She said, no, but that delivery boy always calls me up for asking for directions to the house. Okay, then yesterday I've been to Coorg and I said, come on, at least at hotel they were doing namaste all the time. They were looking at all your requests, or something from that. So she said, no, we actually had gone on a jungle walk and a tiger popped up somewhere, so we had to cut short and come back. And that she said, because of the tiger, we couldn't even complete the jungle walk. So then I thought customers, first thing we should teach them is how to look at the glass full and not as a glass empty, right? Half glass, see full. So how do we actually make customers look at it that way? That's probably something that we should learn, the technique. And we hear of a lot of stories, customers waking up in the morning and standing in queues to buy iPhone. We hear Rajinikanth fans, going for movies early in the morning, 4 o'clock, and they get up. So are they really customers, or if you want someone like that who will excuse the small follies, like my wife had a great experience in the hotel, but that one folly. So if you need to have that, you cannot have a customer. You have to have a fan, because fans will forgive. Customers will judge, right? So if you really want to reach the status, even one more example is the American visa, where we have to stand at 4 o'clock in the morning. So people are willing to, we're all fans of America, right? So I think we have to look at fans. I was also in the ASQ conference somewhere in Ahmedabad 2 years back, and I remember one of the gentlemen saying, why is it that quality professionals don't become CEOs, right? So I was a little taken aback, a little angry also. But then I thought, I hope the converse is not true, that the CEOs don't care about quality, right? And if the CEO doesn't care about quality, that means the business and the customers really are not caring about quality. They're in India more bothered on costs, and that's what makes them orders and all that. But actually, it's not true, because the whole landscape is changing. And if you look at it, if you look at the B2C, we are also as Bosch in the B2C segment. And the Amazon, Flipkart, we read in the papers, they did $3 billion of sale in the last 1.5 weeks, right? Or 2 weeks. So incredible business, right? And what do we do as business? I'm not trying to sell a Bosch washing machine here, don't worry about it. But what do we do when we make a customer choice? We know our price point, right? And we go into the website, log into Amazon, we know our price point. But one of the things we definitely look at is the reviews, yeah, when you make a decision. So if you look at this, we look at how many stars that particular product has got and how many people have reviewed it, because we know as quality professionals, more the sample size, more accurate. And what do the reviews actually show? What do they actually contain? They contain a lot of qualitative statements, right? Because I just read out some of the statements. It felt good to read it as a Bosch guy. Machine is excellent, from saves water. A lot of technical and qualitative statements. And of course, there's one no installation call or message, something to improve on. But what I meant to say is, in this internet, online purchases and all, quality is going to become much, much more important to take a decision. When you went to a brick and mortar shop, you always used to meet a salesman, right? And a salesman used to give a sales pitch, and that's what you have to depend on. But now when you log in, you can see the voice of the customer, right? And this voice of the customer carries a very strong quality message. And therefore, it's extremely important in the B2C segment. How is it in the B2B segment? That's with the OEMs. So we deal with a lot of OEMs. And of course, okay, I have not mentioned the OEMs, but these are the top OEMs in India. Probably with the first letter, you can make it out. But if you look at the vendor scorecard that these OEMs, score us on, you see a big percentage of it is on quality. And obviously, when they're going to have a meeting, this is going to be one of the factors. What is your ranking? What is your quality score? It's going to be one of the factors. And nowadays, quality, the departments have started pressing that for future business, we need to have good quality score. So it's quite possible that, if you have a low score in quality, you could be ruled out of future business. So be it in the B2C segment or be it in the B2B segment, the customers are going to look for quality exception some way or the other, right? So what did we do as Bosch, to make ourselves much more customer centric? And this is one of the things, of course, we get a lot of data from portal, but hearing it from the customer mouth is extremely important. So every year we conduct something called a quality coordination meeting across all the Bosch businesses in India, and we get some of the top customer CEOs or even the heads of quality to give our leadership a feedback on where we stand with respect to quality. So the voice of the customer extremely important and we also did a survey. And what is it that the customers expect, in terms of what is their expectation? And we look at it, it's always remains the same. How is your order execution? How is your service orientation? And how is your product quality? So it remains the same. And if you look at it, what the customers really value are, the responsiveness, and timely service, and of course, also product quality. I wouldn't like to go into delivery aspects because that is not a core subject here. So what did we do when we looked at this aspect of response? Because customers really look for quick response. That's why there are two parameters that we look for, which is going to help us improve our response. And there's one thing on the product quality. So the first thing we did was, see, we have a lot of businesses in India, and sometimes multiple businesses deal with the same customer, and so the customer has to deal with different people on quality aspects. So we decided we're going to have the customer first. We're going to have one representative in every customer location who will be responsible across the business entities, and we call them the SQW. And this we started about 4 years back or 5 years back. It's really helped our organization when we look at our surveys. And one of the important things is we get feedback from customers really fast, and all our businesses are supported. We have a single window for the customer. And the important thing is customer metrics. Normally a big organization like ours, we have a lot of internal metrics, right? And a lot of our performance gets, measured through our internal metrics. But this enabled us also to focus on the customer metrics. What are the customer metrics there? And the SQW organization kept giving feedback on the customer metrics. One thing we also did for the product is we started a zero defect campaign. I'm sure it's being done in many companies, but this time we said we should give a target date, because zero defect is like, tending towards zero. Everyone feels it's tending towards zero and goes endlessly. So we said, let's have zero defect 2021. And we put fix all our metrics and targets focused towards achieving this, but within that time frame. So what we saw that, many of our quality targets we are also meeting, because as far as the central targets are concerned, because we took much more aggressive local targets. The last thing we did on response was problem solving and systematic problem solving. This, we solve a lot of problems with experience, and experience is not really bad. But for complex problem solving, we need a system, we need a technique, and so that this can pervade across the organization. Yeah. So it's not known only to a few people. So we adopted something called the Shine-in Redex methodology, which is extremely useful for manufacturing companies. So in our campaign, we have to involve everyone, because as Devin says, quality is everyone's responsibility, not only that of the quality department. So it's important for the quality department to really promote quality as a responsibility for everyone. Of course, we know everyone is doing it, but how do they actually realize it and it comes on board? And therefore, involve everyone in the value chain, from starting from sales, development, suppliers, and manufacturing logistics. And we have something in Bosch as Q basics for all these functional areas. So we have Q basics in sales, we have Q basics in Bosch engineering systems, so engineering and development, and we have the value stream Q basics in supplier, manufacturing, and logistics. So what this helped is, it's a very concrete structure, and we can also assess how are we performing with respect to these Q basics. And final goal, of course, is to have outstanding quality and make the customer happy. Competence is a very important area, and so we chose that we will have a quality academy across all our plants and entities. And this we established, and of course, technology improvements. And we got this insight from the Gurukul, from Mahindras, and the Jojo setup that Maruti really insists on all their suppliers to have. And we also brought in some virtual reality practice, because if you want to practice Dojo, you need machines to set up, and can we simulate machines and train the people on this? So, and also where are products used at the customer end? Because many times the operators on the shop floor don't know exactly where it's getting used, what are the key. So if they can be shown that, they'll be able to relate this. So this, and I already spoke about China, and here we also involved many of our major customers so that we can speak a similar language, and competent people basically for faster problem resolution. So very important is, what about some of it is reactive quality, but how do we do proactive customer, a robust process to ensure zero defect? So a lot of focus on new product development, we call it flow to market. And of course, the new IATF requirements, if you really follow it, you can improve it, because your quality management system becomes extremely strong. And Industry 4.0. So many of our plants have adopted early warning systems and data analytics and automatic visuals to as part of Industry 4.0 to progress towards zero defect, ultimately for customer centricity. So how do you measure it all? See, you can only measure it. You can't measure it even with a customer metric or an internal metric. If your customer is really going to be happy, they'll give you an award, right? No customer will give an award to an organization they're not really happy with, as far as quality is concerned. I'm not talking about, Bosch gets a lot of technology awards and other awards, but we said you should start measuring how many quality awards are we getting from. And therefore, we took this as a final statement for customer centricity, and we have started measuring it. Of course, we have a long way to go, but we could see some improvement in the number of awards, customer awards we could get. So this is how our journey has been on customer centricity, and I just wanted to end it here with this statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord. Our next speaker is Prakash Venkatesan. Prakash is a business leader and operational excellence professional with 25 years of experience. He did the industrial and production engineering from Bengaluru Institute of Technology and MS Quality Engineering from University of Wisconsin, Madison, USA. He is the co-founder, managing director, and chief executive officer for SA Digitronics Private Limited. Now I hand over the session to him.
Very good morning. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present my viewpoint on this office gathering. I come from a very mixed background. I, of course, run my own company. We are into automotive components and game systems. But I also have the privilege of running an institution which helps many mid-sized companies pursue their aspirations. So I've going to share my experiences from how to drive customer centricity in mid-sized companies and what are their key challenges and how do they need to address some of these key challenges. Some of these challenges I present are my own and how we've addressed it. And there are some which, of course, I've experienced it from my clients and how we help them overcome these challenges. So the first and foremost, I feel when it comes to customer centricity and driving that through quality in mid-sized companies comes. The major challenge we've seen is the ability to connect the dots. We already had somebody talk about this, that when we talk about if the end objective is to be able to see business results, growth in business results, the end objective is to be able to scale your business, make it more profitable, sustainable in the long term. What needs to be done today is to be able to improve your processes, your products, enhance people capability today, so that you start to see the benefits of that in terms of improvement of customer metrics. And as a consequence of that, you get to see a better customer experience. Customers come back to you and say, my experience with this organization has been better, and that translates into better business. This ability to connect the dots, which is sometimes long-term in its perspective, I need to make the changes today for me to be able to realize the benefits 3 years or 4 years hence. This connectivity, I feel, is a big challenge. And organizations which have done that, put their money today, saying that, we'll make these improvements now, we'll make changes now, are the ones who actually see benefit of it in the longer run. And the business planning process in these organizations we've seen actually is in the exact reverse order. If my aspiration in terms of business results is this, what about my customer experience should I change? What internal metrics should improve, and what processes and what people, activities needs to change now. So, we've also seen companies do this back and forth, and I think the biggest challenge that comes in the mid-size space is this ability to connect the dots between doing something today, which will have a long-term impact to the organization in terms of, their own sustenance.
The second major, and it's a subject that's very close to me, and a lot of you will align to this, that we've seen many organizations talk about obsession to quality. The CEOs speak this language. They say on my organization to be quality focused. They have all posters all over the place. They sometimes will, initiate all activities within the organization to execute. So they demonstrate, at least the leadership behavior sometimes demonstrates their obsession to quality, and then there is some desire to excel within the organization. But is that sufficient is always the question. Is that sufficient just to have this desire? Is that sufficient to drive change within the organization? Yes, it is. It is the first step. It is, but not sufficient. What we've seen is that most mid-sized companies, while they have this desire to excel, they don't have systems for governance. Just now we had a very nice presentation from Bosch. We actually talked about very nice systems to drive this desire to excel into systems. And we've seen many times organizations struggle to put together systems to drive this desire to excel. And what these systems brings us is repeatability, like what we've seen, brings us standardization, it brings us a culture of no surprises to the customer. It also brings us a culture of no adaptism. People exactly know what is to be done and what is to be expected. And I think many large organizations have this. We've seen the example of Bosch. I'm sure many large organizations have very good systems in place. But the challenge, I'm sure, in those organizations is how do I drive the people? How do I get my people to be passionate about delivering service? Sometimes they have very good systems, but the systems can get very bureaucratic. They'll tend to cripple you, and then you're not able to deliver last mile experience to the customer that will actually delight you. So I think in the mid-size space, what we need to do is to choose the middle path, and I'll give you an example of what we did in our organization. That the middle path of empowering people to, in terms of delivering that last mile customer delight, and at the same time be driven by quality systems. So, we have a very large customer base. We have 8,000 customers in our main systems, and I have a large service team that delivers the quality to them. And the challenge was many times customers would push back and say, this is something that you should do it to us free of cost, or you should deliver this service without charging us. And we have very good laid down policies, systems, which does not allow them to do that. And that sometimes becomes a challenge because the service engineers end up holding that to the customer, saying that my policies or my systems don't allow me to do it, which in fact will drive the customer crazy, saying that you quote systems and policies when you're asking for service. So we brought in a system 3 years back, and we said, we gave all my service engineers a budget for every year. And we said, as long as you spend this budget and you tell us where you spent this after post activity, you just tell us what you did with that amount. We won't question as to why you spent it and who you gave it to. So, of course, there were leakages in this, but nevertheless, we had a system wherein customers were not thrown a policy or a company document on their face when it came to delivery of service to them. Similarly, we went ahead and did one more campaign. We told our customers in the weighing system, saying, who has got many of our systems, we said, we will keep spares at our cost at your place. You don't have to pay us anything for that now. When you use it, we'll come and discuss with you, and then if it is our fault, if it is under warranty, we will keep it free. If it is out of warranty, then we will bill you after the job is done. So we said, let the service not be affected. And we started stocking spares at our customers' place free at our cost. The only thing we had to do was to sign a piece of paper that says that the stock belongs to us and not to them. So, the systems will help us deliver better service quality, but also I think the balance between the passion that you bring in and empowering the people in the last mile is equally important. And if an organization, mid-sized companies can do this very well, they can drive communication very well within the organization to drive passion. At the same time, bringing systems to ensure that there is repeatability and standardization. The third challenge, which we've seen many times in organizations, is that they manage their performance sometimes well. They have good management team, they drive management performance through those initiatives, but the perception of the customer is not exactly changed. They are only managing the performance, so they do a lot of things, they improve a lot of things inside. Their processes are changed, they make improvements in their metrics, but the customer doesn't feel anything. He says, it looks like, you'll be the same. So the message that, this has happened to our organization also many times, that we seem to have improved performance, but the customer doesn't register it at all. Classic example was when we had started measuring installation activities of our customers, and we got very good feedback from the metrics. But my sales team would always complain that we need to do a lot better job of installing our machines. And this disconnect was because of the way the timing of the survey. We would time the survey 3 months after the installation was done, by which time the customer would have forgotten, what was his experience with us. So we advanced the timing and we said all surveys with customers on installation process must be completed in 7 days. And then the numbers changed after that, and we had to make the difference we had to make a change in our processes. So what is important here is that check whether measurement reflects reality. We are dependent so much on metrics, and we drive change based on metrics, but is that metric reflecting reality, or is it far away from the truth? It's something that we need to constantly do this. And in case there are no gaps between measurement and reality, then the next step is to be actually go and proactively communicate to customers what is that they're doing differently to be able to serve them better, and tell them that these are the changes that we've done. And I think mid-sized companies are shy in talking about the good things that they do to their customers. They are shy about talking to their customers about this. They generally keep it to themselves, and they expect the customer to somehow know it, that we've made these changes in the organization. So I think frequently communicating performance to our customers actually will bridge this gap between managing performance and perception. And I always believe, when Ramesh invited me to talk to this August gathering, I thought, what should I talk about? And I said, there can't be anything new, absolutely new in this domain. Of course, there are new methodologies, new approaches, new initiatives. And I was reinforced when the speaker in the morning, when he also spoke, when he inaugurated, he talked about his experiences. None of those experiences are irrelevant today. So I thought what is necessary is all of these are basics. It comes packaged differently, it gets named differently, but some of them are universal truths. The first one is, I think, we always talk about leadership commitment to all of these activities, but I think I want to change that a little bit and say it is not just commitment, but it's also the behavior of the leader when it comes to customer centricity that makes a lot of difference. If the behavior of the leader is, people are looking at it, they're not looking at what you say, but they're looking at how you behave, and therefore that is the key differentiator here. And therefore the leader's role becomes not just demonstrating passion, but also helping the organization build systems and processes in place and putting their weight behind it to be able to make the change happen. Second one is that we receive a lot of feedback from customer, and are we leveraging those feedback? That's a key here. And therefore, can we feed this back into the organization? And we've seen this many times. We've seen in organizations that we work with that they don't feed back any of the customer information into the business planning process. And that's something that we've started to do 6-7 years back, saying that what are the major headlines that the customers are talking about, what processes needs to change, and then put that as part of the business plan and see what budget needs to be allocated to be able to make those changes happen. This is a very interesting insight that we got 4 years back when we worked with a company who helped us on customer centricity, and they said, send your design team, ask them to spend 1 full day with the customers, and then let them just live the customer's day. And then they call this as a customer journey map. We map the customer's journey throughout the day, and we said our design engineers do it 3 years back. And as a consequence of that, we have a very good product called the Crusher Production Management System, where we entirely manage the crusher activities through our main systems today, and we developed a product. And that came because my design team went and spent 1 full day in the customer space. So I think this is something that was very insightful there. So being there, I think, is the most important message. You have to be there where the customer is. Go to their Gebba, they say in quality language, but being there, I think, makes a lot of difference. And the last point is that there's a lot of talk about training, but I think there's not enough on role modeling. So training again is, expecting somebody to do it after the training program. But more important, I think, is role modeling. You show the people how to do it rather than tell them what to do. I think that's a big difference. And also expose your back office staff to some of these customer experiences and interactions. And they will gain a lot because back office people generally are insulated from customer feedback. Sometimes it works negatively for organization. We've had very interesting experience wherein A person who's processing bank guarantees for the customer was sent on field and asked the customer, collect customer feedback, and she gave back saying that I didn't realize my job was so important for collection of payment and how the customer receives it. I mean, her outlook to that activity changed. So I think we have to go back to basics. There is a lot of we can add a lot of inputs into our lot of methodologies into our practices, but I think nothing will change in the long run. We have to stick to our basics and then deliver those basics well. I want to conclude by quoting Leo Tolstoy. I love this statement. I've read it in many audiences, and I think it's very relevant today. Leo Tolstoy said, "All happy families are alike. Each unhappy family is unhappy in their own way." And this is exactly true for companies which are successful in being customer centric. All companies which are customer centric, which are successful, they have a pattern to it, they have a DNA to it, and that's very similar to all of them. And companies which are not focused, they have different reasons for being not focused. But those companies which are doing well, there's a very clear pattern. I think a forum like this is a wonderful opportunity for us to learn on how to be, what is the recurring pattern that we see across organizations and what can we learn from them. I think this conference will do a lot of good to capture those patterns. So thank you very much for your patient listening, and I look forward to questions.
Thanks, Prakash. Final speaker for this panel discussion is Dr. Arvind. Arvind is a business excellence professional and international public speaker with 25 years of experience in petrochemical and pharma industry. He won a lot of national awards for best Six Sigma projects. He did BE from Anna University. I hand over the session to Dr. Arvind.
Okay, good morning. We thank Ramesh, Mani, and the organizers, QCI, NBQP, ASQ, and special thanks for KC Naraji. Just meet you and then see your presentation. So I think this presentation is going to be entirely different from the previous one for the reason that I actually went through some of the expectations of that presentation. And I did do some deep thoughts on this because this topic is quite unique to me. And then I'm trying to bring out some useful information which I think it's marrying the concept of quality innovation and technology in terms of really bringing a big change in an organization. So I'll just start with the important slide on what customer actually needs. So if you see, as a Six Sigma professional or a quality, you always look into Y is good F of X, right? In the customer needs itself, a lot of X is there. X1, X2, X3, X8 is there, okay? Basically, he wants to understand whether suppliers understood the needs, whether easy to work, whether they are really available to serve or they are many suppliers, so I'm one of them. And they are actually having competence or technical expertise, or are they reliable? Are they really transparent? Can we trust them? Are they my partners or they are one-time suppliers? Or are they willing to listen and learn? So very interesting, because I always think that we overthink to serve customers. So customers actually allow the mistakes also and come back to us as a colleague or as a partner and try to be part of the problem. So sometimes we always try to be defending ourselves to be very, very accurate or quality oriented, but actually customer will come to know everything when we deliver the product. So what comes as a challenge is consistency in meeting all these needs is the key for the customer experience. So when we define the customer centricity, actually it's not a short term, it's a long term. And it's going to marry the three important components together. It's going to be very important. And in the present cases of most of the organization, they are either doing one or two out of this. But the importance is going to be how we integrate all these three into a centralized focus at any point of time when you're going to work in an organization. That's a customer experience. So how do you measure a customer experience in a quality tool so that you make it as a part of your day-to-day work by integrating or even dreaming how the customer will experience whatever services or product or performance you're doing. And there should be a customer value. I think most of the companies are working on it. That's how they do business. But they also forgot about customer lifecycle. And it means that are they actually doing the journey along with the customer for a long term? So basically getting into client to client sort of discussions and then trying to see their strategy and then integrating with that. So when I was just thinking around this and then try to understand this, so as Six Sigma talks about the first statement in any of the Six Sigma training, capture the voice of the customer. Right? So quality means customer, voice of the customer. So then I thought that I think in India or maybe in general, most of the companies are having a lot of data on customer voices, but I think there is a gap in integrating it and then trying to take it to the next level. So I thought of creating a model which came out automatically when I was doing the slides, the CAD. So it fits into the customer CAD. It's only simple 4 things. You should capture the voices. It's not only customer. That's what I also, when I was doing this exercise, came to know that customer centricity cannot be achieved by focusing only on customer. So that's going to be coming next slide. It's going to be capturing many voices. It's going to be interesting for the organization to capture that seriously, as serious as customer. And it's also important to capture and analyze those voices. Some company analyzes, but some company doesn't implement. Some company can't analyze. So that's going to be a very important step that you cannot achieve customer centricity if you don't analyze. So React is very important. We should react to the findings of that analysis so that it's getting into a very, very useful implementation plan, actions which customer is experiencing and trusting us. And we should also encourage those voices again and again. So when it comes to the, sorry for this rearrangement, I don't know. Okay, so coming to the voices, actually there are 4 different voices: voice of business, voice of customers, voice of employee, and voice of process. Okay. So the voice of business is always strong in the companies. They want to have a key account management. They want to actually understand the customer analysis. And voice of customers also people start doing. So one of the very interesting analytics or maybe the survey which we're talking is a calculation talking about net promoter score. So we'll talk about that in the next slides. And we also have a customer satisfaction survey, external, and then customer effects scores. So basically instantaneous surveys of how customer is feeling his effort towards online shopping or other services, and the interviews. And for the voice of process, actually that is the strength of Six Sigma is all about, correct? The value stream mapping, the cost of poor quality, and the sales process enhancement. And voice of employee is all about capturing the internal customer satisfaction score. So I always believe that internal customer is very, very important than the external customer, or I would say more than important the external customer, because internal customer desires the satisfaction of external customer as well. The competency workshops, the self-assessment for the employees to understand the customer centricity, and actually there is a reward and reflection as well. So when we talk about the analyzing the voices, actually we should do a NPS, which is Net Promoter Score, which actually talks about not only customer is getting satisfied, he's getting delighted. His voice of mouth is going to be positive on our business. He's going to talk about it to the other people, and he's actually going to be loyal to you. So think of a customer becoming an indirect employee for you as a business development department. He's going to really develop your business. So that's the NPS. NPS is very powerful now, and we should start using that. The CSAT is normally a survey, talks about the performance metrics, and then how you improve on it year on year, and then try to really satisfy the customer. The CES is more of instantaneous indication of the survey, talks about how much effort you are as a client or as a customer you are putting, so that how you can simplify the things.
So this basically diagram is talking about how systematically you can set up a process flow diagram to address this kind of voices to a meaningful actions and come out and address the customers who are delighted, the customers who are satisfied, and the customers who are dissatisfied. So you know whom you have to address first, but also focusing on the people who are delighted and satisfied as a part of getting the retentions and the repeat business going. The very interesting point in the analysis of voices is the internal customer satisfaction. I love this particular slide which McKinsey has done. But one of the interesting quote came from Ishikawa is that if external customer is a king, the internal customer is a prince. But it's a sad story within the organization. I always feel that there is always the internal customers are mainly dissatisfied compared to what efforts we are putting to external customers. So there are very expectations of the internal customers are the 5 points. Basically, courteous, helpful, clear and available information. They want minimal effort to complete the task. That's basically people should allow them to do. And they want minimum delays within the processes. And they want a seamless experience while executing the task. And this is exactly the organization has to understand and then work on the internal customers' expectations, which actually can take the organization next level than just focusing on delivering the product to customers. So coming to voice of process, I don't want to talk about this. All are your great green belts and black belts. Focus on the order to delivery value stream mappings. Focus on cost of poor quality at every steps of the process. Focus on reducing times so that customer is very, very happy, delighted with the delivery. Use the DMAP principles at core at every steps and from starting from sales to supply chain to R&D to manufacturing to actually delivery. The important other voice of business is going to be nowadays we have to use the technology. Actually, the technology is now with very, very improved steps of analytics. So we should go and do a lot of analytics of data of customers and try to see the churn rate or the pattern of customers' expectations, and also see the complete data analytics of the predictive modeling and business metrics, and also the profit matrix for the client's accounts in order to understand which one you need to improve and which one you need to really work on. So just you can note down these points, it's all there in internet, but I just want to touch upon this as a part of sharing the knowledge, which tools which is useful as a quality, which we can use for the basically customer centricity. I don't want to read this, but what I saw in the reaction of the voices is we have to just change that. Really understand the perception is very important, the reality, and work on it. And then we have to create smart goals for the customers. And for customer centric, I think everybody talked about it. Leadership behavior is going to be very important from top to every person in the organization. And we have to actually create champions. And strategic alignment is a part of our life. So operational excellence today focuses on cost optimization or some of the transformation project. I think customer centricity should be one of the key deliverables of operational excellence. Cost of poor quality, I think it's there in the system. And the important point people miss out is the competency of the people. So we need to ensure the good amount of people knowing the behavior part of the system with the customers. To encourage the voices, I think these are the 4 elements that should be there in the organization always: insights, inspiration, improvement, and institutionalization. 4 I's. Now coming to the measuring of customer experiences, you see that we started with customer needs, but ultimately there is a qualitative or quantitative quality tool attached to it. So I don't want to read this, but you always see that a lot of work to be done in order to really set up a customer centricity. Any one X can behave differently. Every customer will have different expectation in out of these 8 needs. But how you consistently behave in delivering this as an organization is going to be interesting. And it's going to be a real big task for us to achieve. And one of the things I would like to mention is the customer lifecycle value. I don't think so many people in the room also understand how to do it. Even I don't know how to do it. But important thing is there are best companies who does that. And there is a program towards that. And competency and skills. These are all very interesting qualitative tools which we need to use and then try to come out as successful. Coming to as a habit, actually this is from Gartner. So there is a 10-point program to create a habit of customer centricity. I think that's going to be very, very important as a vision of the company. Like we have a habit for quality, we need to have habit for customer centricity. And customer centricity focus can drive all the improvements in the company, like we are doing for safety and quality. Very interesting slide I picked up because I worked in two different companies or many companies where one of the companies were monopoly and they were less bothered about customer centricity and they were pushing all the products. What happens is you are in that state where you don't hear the voices, you will end up in the loss in business in the long term. Slowly the customers will leave away. But if you're over enthusiastic to serve the customers and you do over onboard and then try to happily serve them by doing reprocessing or by doing a lot of services, you will end up in losing profits. So it's better to care the customer at the perfect point where you also make profit and he's also happy, and then we will stay up with him a long-term sustenance. So when I was doing this, then there was one statement from the expectation of this workshop is redefining the quality. So it came like that to me that quality means achieving product quality, service excellence, performance, and also demonstrating customer centricity culture by CAM model, capturing, analyzing, reacting, encouraging the voices of customers, employees, businesses, and process. And when I saw overall doing this is the examples they're publishing. Amazon, Southwest Airlines, McDonald's, TD Bank. So I could see one name matching with my name. So Arvind I has to do that. So luckily it comes. And it's always that I heard about it very much. So I want to thank you very much again. And I will tell to myself always to be customer centric. And also I request all of you to also just focus on customer centricity as a big theme for your career as well as a part of program and organization. And there are some quotes from the great leaders who actually implemented this and felt this and grown this with this. Thank you very much.
My sincere thanks to all the speakers. Now the floor is open for question and answers. Smile. I request all the panel members to come and join me to take up the group discussion.
Thank you for the enlightening speeches. My question is I'm Ashok Kumar. I worked in different industries. Now I'm a retired guy. My question is to Mr. Prakash of S.H. Chandran Institute. The question is focused on the MSME sector. You know that since the mid-80s, you are a second generation quality champion. S.H. Chandran Institute has done quite a lot from the mid-80s, training people in the MSME sector, getting Matsushita. So the point here is we all have come a long way in understanding the soft aspects of quality, like you said, leadership, governance, passion, systems, accreditations, all sorts of things. Thanks to service industry, thanks to Google, they have come with a lot of tools, Six Sigma, Lean, NPS score and all that. Now, as far as the MSME sector in India is concerned, we may say that they are not still globally competitive, apart from a few shining examples. Now, has the really focus on soft aspects of quality really given results compared to the efforts what we have put in training the industry? Or is there some gap in technology, process capability of the people they hire? Is there something which we are failing to achieve there, in spite of doing a lot of soft achievements?
So yeah, I'll try and give a very brief answer. See, are really MSMEs really scaling up using all these inputs? I can tell you that there are many MSMEs that have now started to show that change. You're absolutely right that there is still a lot of work that is yet to be done in terms of percolation of them. See, the biggest challenge that happens in MSME is that translation of these concepts into reality, there is a very big gap. Okay, they understand all these things. They work. They send their, they get their people trained, but translation into the reality on the shop floor becomes a very big challenge. And some of the things that we have done in the institute now is to actually change our model of execution. We've stopped training people, we started helping people implement it. So the last 6 years, whatever successes that we've had only when we stopped just training people and we said, no, only training is not going to help. So we got into them, we rubbed shoulders with them, dirtied our hands, and the people who were the clients, we started to help them implement as well. So there we've seen change happen, but we're bang on target saying that there is still we have a long way to go in terms of really making them up there. All of us, including our organization, that's true for us also. So we have a long way to go. You're right in saying that the translation is the biggest challenge there. It is not lack of awareness, it is ability to translate this knowledge into the shop floor or the wrong practices. That is the difference.
My question was more on the technology. Are they not investing in technology? Are they not investing in capability of the people?
So from today's topic, I just answered because we are talking about quality. But yes, there are multiple factors. Maybe we will talk about it for a couple of things. Right? Thanks.
I would like to say something on. I feel also there is an aspect of consistency because the MSME segment faces a lot of changes, right? And they have changes in manpower, they have changes in their requirements from their customers. And therefore, keep a very consistent approach is something that they will find it difficult because of the fluctuation. So if they are able to do that, I think they will be able to ultimately get some amount of success. I've seen multiple companies, they use different approaches. And any of those approaches can get you to the journey, okay? But you have to be consistent in that one approach. For example, I've seen some companies achieving a lot of things, quality and productivity, everything through TPM. Okay, some companies have through a quality drive they could be doing it. So there could be different approaches, but how do we keep it consistent? And that will be a real challenge for the MSMEs because of the fluctuations that we face.
Thank you, gentlemen. Really inspiring project has created Symphony, which is quite fantastic, even for old timers like me. One question to Prakash. You mentioned something which we've all been practicing, not successfully sometimes, but mainly okay, various startup companies. And then when you put down the various requisites, you mentioned about a role model. There should be a role model also. We have seen that in some cases it could become disastrous because the role model himself becomes bigger than the organization. I think we've all been through that and we've had to do things which are not good. How do you not say in your case, Mike, we've been managing directors for so many years. So we roughly know what to do. How do we ensure that role model to be continuing for the future? And one last question to ask you also. Fantastic organization, great brand name, DRDO, capable of much more. How do you view the future of DRDO being totally involved in what we're talking, which is the quality, the innovation, and the technology? Because I think that's a key factor in this country. The only thing, there are certain classified things which obviously we don't want to do.
Yes, so the future is bright as we see it because, as I mentioned, the Army's perception also, and which they shared recently. Nowadays, they are embedded most of the programs, and we are moving forward along with them. And also, as I said, we are looking at before we were. I remember joining 30 years ago, and I used to answer questions like, I remember myself in one conference where someone said, no, but we are an R&D organization, so we don't look at this. I said, R&D is not for the sake of R&D. It is for delivering a product and making the user very happy. And today we are using words like stakeholders, business models. We are talking about exports. So, even quality, it is inherent as it is embedded in all the this thing. In fact, the first question I asked when I became director SQR, I said, what is my role? It's already there in the products. It's already this thing. So we are moving at a very fast pace now. Initially, yes, it was we have very long gestation products and the infrastructure was not there. This thing now everything is being put together and it's becoming a force multiplier today. So I see a very
encouraging change.
yes.
It's a very tough question you asked me, but what I was trying to drive was that the bigger challenge today in leadership today is on authenticity. Is the leader really authentic when he says what he says? So therefore, just training won't help. Can the leader walk his talk? And therefore, can he be a role model to the organization? When I say I want my team to be very responsive to my customers, am I being responsive as well to my customers? And can I role model them? Can I just show them rather than explaining them? So how do we drive this as a culture? It's tough because it starts from me living those those words and then demonstrating it and then demanding it from my team as well. Otherwise, they'll see through you and they'll say, "No, he's just giving this as a lip service. There is authenticity in what he's doing." So that's where I come from.
Thank you.
This is Suresh Shetty. Thanks for the insightful presentation. I have a question to Mr. Vinod. We are all born and brought up knowing that customer is a key. Now there is a transition in the thought process that employee first and customer comes second. How for this thought process will be managed as far as Bosch is concerned without losing some of centricity?
See, the point is right that there's a lot of emphasis to be given on the employees because it's finally the employees who will deliver value to the customer. Right? So I don't think that there are two separate aspects. When you look at it holistically, you have to have the people deliver the value, and therefore it's very important in terms of, I already spoke about it in terms of competence, but also the motivation level of the employees. And therefore, we have in Bosch recently introduced something called the Great Place to Work initiative, which many of the companies in India have adopted. And one of the companies that in Bangalore, like Inaugural Consulting, they came first in the rank of the Great Places to Work. So of course, we are in the beginning stages of it, but this is also one of the key objectives. How are we going to be also people-centric and have really good employees who can deliver value to the customer?
Due to shortage of time, we can take one more question.
But we talk about innovation and technology, going further in different sectors. Because today most of MNCs have got innovation technology, IPs and licenses are more with them. So in this context, how Indian companies can get into this innovation and technology? We see a big challenge in that area. Could you please help us in this?
Hello. Yeah. As I said previously, I just came from the 41st Directors Conference in which we released 3 documents. One, in fact, it's such a huge document in which what are the industries, what are the private sectors that are participating in DRDO's product. We even spoke about another document has come out on TOT. And like this, DRDO, even towards the Make in India, we are looking at synergizing with lots of private organizations, lots of industries, and all these documents, our headquarters is working very much focused on this. And as I said, just last week, we released 3 documents towards this, and we are really looking at it that where we can help each other and work together and take out the strengths of this thing. DRDO is very much aware, and we are very strongly moving forward towards this. Our headquarters you can get in touch with, or you can meet me outside and we can discuss on this one.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you for the questions. Our panel members are available throughout the day. You can reach out to them in private and you can get a clarification. To summarize the proceedings, it is very important to achieve customer centricity through quality, the alignment of organization to the customer, and product lifecycle management, and the kind of processes, tools, and methods are required to achieve customer centricity. We all know what gets measured is getting improved. So importance of measurements and the holistic approach to achieve quality and customer centricity. You have to go back to basics and empowerment of people to deliver the last mile experience. And important is the behavior of the people from top to bottom. That is where we spoke about the role model, importance of the role model, and authenticity of the role model. And board level involvement is a key enabler to achieve quality and customer centricity. Without board level involvement, it cannot happen. And the importance of total employee involvement to achieve total quality in B2B, B2B, B2C markets, and the importance of zero defect approach what was adopted. And 4-step approach to achieve customer centricity, the CARE model: capture the voices, analyze the voices, react to the voices, and encouraging the voices. And customer centricity is a correlation as a result of interaction between the company and its all stakeholders, rather than as a one-way traffic between the company and the customer. I am proud to say, things made in India have a standing in global market today because of the improving quality levels and focus on customer centricity. And customer centricity powered by quality is going to be a business of model now and future. And the panel, we express our sincere thanks to ASQ and QCI for organizing this conclave and giving us the opportunity to present our thoughts and experience on the topic. Thank you.
So I thank Mr. Manikandan and all the 4 speakers for thought-provoking presentations. I hope you got a lot of values out of this discussion. Only thing I request QC and DSQ to extend this program to 2 days so that we can listen to them, because there are a lot of questions. Because of the time constraints, we are not able to proceed. Now I request Mr. Shashi Bhushan, CTO, Business and Technology Solutions, TCS, to come on to the dais and present momentous to all our speakers. Thank you all once again, and we'll do the quiz together after lunch. Before that, because we have to catch up with the time, I'm quickly starting the technology session right now. The next session is role and focus of innovation in changing business scenario, innovation scenario. And our moderator is Ms. Annie Stadium. Anish Cherian comes with a very special experience. He has wide experience in domains, automotive and ICT domain. He is working in Harman International Connected Car as Head Quality APAC and Global Director Engineering Tools. In his previous role, Anish has been Associate Vice President at Kuwait India R&D Center, responsible for the quality, cybersecurity, and privacy, engineering tools, open source and testing center of excellence, and knowledge management. He has worked in large-scale agile development, deployment in product and platforms, consulted teams across various R&D centers for continuous delivery deployment. Anish is a quality Bangalore LMC and part of Executive Council for BSP, Bangalore Software Process Improvement Network. He is a member of IEEE ASQ BSP. He had been active volunteer for Agile India, Agile Test Alliance, ASQ BSP, and other communities. He drives IT improvements and in our ASQ LMC. Anish has completed doctoral research and submitted thesis on quality model and continuous delivery. And he also patent published. He has published papers in international journals like IEEE and Spring Lab. Anish has contributed extensively for update of standards like PL 9000. He is an active speaker in various industry forums. Welcome, Anish. I request Anshuman to present the bouquet to Anish and welcome him. Introduce your speakers.
Good afternoon. So I know it's lunch and we are hungry. How is the Josh?
Very high, very high.
How is the Josh, guys?
Yes.
Thank you. I think we will be bang on target. Our team, our panelists, we are already aligned and we will bang on target. Yeah. So our topic is on innovation. Yeah. And we all know that this is a very important topic. And without a robust and resilient innovation strategy, no organization can survive. Right? So what I remember is about 3 important organizations which were very, very famous, but at one point of time, but because of certain reasons, they were not able to survive, or rather, they are still surviving, but not as great as what they were. One of the organizations which I remember is Kodak. I think Sir already mentioned about that example. So what they did not capitalize?
Technology.
Digital photography. Yeah. So there was a guy, the Kodak engineer in 1975. His name is Steve Sasson. He came out with this at that point of time, but their management did not. They thought that they will lose the business in film and filmless if you go filmless. Yeah. Another example, Nokia. Of course, Nokia is doing good, but they would have been exceptionally great if they would have capitalized on the data market and also bought the smartphone market which they came on. They over-relied on Symbian and other OS which they thought will give them great argument. Third one which I remember is about Xerox. Xerox did not capitalize on the PC business. I don't know how many of you know that Xerox already before the other guys came into market, Xerox already came with the PC business. So the mantra or the thought which drives us is that it's not the same thing with the same level of quality, with the same level of discipline we do again and again, we may be successful. Yeah, we may be successful in that, but somebody else may move your cheese. So with that, I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists. First, let me welcome Mr. Ravi Arora, Vice President Innovation, Tata Sons. Ravi Arora is the Vice President of Tata Sons and is responsible for the innovation program for the Tata Group. Please welcome Mr. Ravi Arora. May I please welcome Mr. Shashi Bhushan, Chief Technology Officer. Shashi's role is as a CTO for the service organization of TCS and BNTS is to build capabilities and drive outcomes in the form of scale, speedy, and effective impact to business. Please welcome Mr. Shashi Bhushan. Our next panelist is Blessen Philip is the design manager at 3M India, responsible for product innovation, brand experience design, business value creation, and talent development. He joined 3M as designer in the automotive design division in 2004 and has been instrumental in setting up design as a company-wide function for all 3M businesses in India. Please welcome Blessen Philip. So first, let me call upon Mr. Ravi Arora. By the time I think we need to change that. I will introduce a brief profile with a little more better detail. Ravi Arora is the vice president at Tata Sons and is responsible for the innovation program of the Tata Group. As I said, he has conceptualized and implemented a few innovation programs to support Tata companies in building a better ecosystem for innovation. These programs include Tata Innometer, Tata Innovista, Tata Innoverse, Tata Ideas and Challenges. Worth solving. Some of these programs have been shared at Harvard Business School, CEB, and at various conferences in India. Before joining Tata Sons, Ravi started his career at Tata Steel as a maintenance engineer. Immediately after obtaining his gold medal for his scholastic performance in business management at XLRI, he became part of the team and conceptualized and initiated knowledge management program at Tata Steel. He later led this program within 4 years of its inception, went on to win Make Asia Award and has selected one of the best practice organizations by APQC USA. In his role, he implemented new concepts like the Knowledge Management Index, Knowledge Communities, Knowledge Manthan, and the Organization Learning Index. He published few papers in Journal of Knowledge Management, KM Review, and Knowledge Management. Ravi earned his Bachelor of Engineering degree from Roorkee University. He is especially proud of his 2 books, Make Innovation Happen, published by Penguin Random House in 2015, and Igniting Innovation, The Tata Way, published by HarperCollins 2019. I happened to read his book. I think it's an exciting read. So some of the aspects are quite noteworthy, I think, which will give you a great insight about how Tata has been doing these innovations, and it gives a great insight. So please welcome Ravi Arora.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you so very much. Sumera was my first boss at Tata Steel when I joined. Boss is boss, not boss. Multiple levels. So it's really a pleasure to be here talking to a large number of people who are perhaps at the intersection of quality and innovation, not necessarily on quality only. That's how I have graduated. I started when I was at Tata Steel in a small engineering department. I was the runner boy for ISO 9000. I used to run around for work instructions and procedures and make changes. I used to be very proud of making changes, amendments version 1.1 and 1.2. I don't know what I forgot. Then I moved to something called improvement, which again I was part in Tata Steel for a few years. And the last 12, 13 years, I have moved on to facilitating innovation, not actually doing innovation myself personally, but facilitating innovation. So, what I know we are running behind time, so I will be a little fast. The idea is we are not doing a workshop, right? So I think it will be, it's not a teaching session or a session which needs elaboration. So I'm going to run very fast just to give you some glimpse as to what my thoughts are and what Tatas are trying to do at the intersection of quality and innovation. As I said, most of us think, and I was hearing since morning about the other speakers who mentioned about customer and quality and how they are driving the voice of customer and how they are working with customer. At least in the previous session, I missed the first session. I guess I would like this: standardization, improvement, and innovation. I personally. But I think organizations also think like this, even today. At least I'm not talking about startups, but I'm sure they are no different. Once they become once they migrate from being known as startups to an organization, I think they also perhaps fall into this trap. Most of them, if not all. But this is a problem. The problem with this is most managers, leaders, young managers get so busy in working on standardization and improvement, they don't get time for innovation. Typically, most of them. And not only that, there is a sense of pride which exists in the first two boxes itself. Many companies have big programs, elaborate programs, processes, rewards and recognition, certifications for the first two boxes itself. And what more do you think managers want? They want recognition. They want to be recognized for what they do, and leaders are happy with X percentage incremental improvement every year, and that's what perhaps the board demands that. So these are some of my personal views. But what I feel is the way we see these three things as a tripod, I think, and that's not easy, and that's what perhaps we are not discussing since morning. How do we make these three things as a tripod? With even three legs have to be balanced. One leg could be longer. I'm not saying that. That's what the design challenge is all about. But we need three legs. In the absence of any one leg will create a disaster. It's a thought that at least I personally am very passionate about, and do sort of do a lot of thinking and do a lot of writing on this subject of how to make these three as a tripod, not as a serial process. Now look at PDCA. Now Tata Steel has also been endeavoring with that, although I was not there when in Tata Steel at that point in time. But PDCA is something that I hear a lot personally, and again, and the mantra is rotate PDCA as fast as you can. The moment you start saying that rotate PDCA and as fast as you can, in my view, my personal examination and observation, the innovations are not likely to come out because of as fast as you can. Because innovation, the do is not do, the do is do. It's a very long do. Actually, it's a very long do. And it needs leaders and managers to accept failures, which typically I don't think PDCA framework, which organizations design, accepts failures. So do is actually how to make it a longer do. And also, I again recommend that we need to have one more check before the do to ensure that PDCA gives you innovation. Otherwise, it won't give you innovation. The point that I'm making is, before you start your do journey, you need to figure out, will the end be an innovation or will the end be an improvement? If you don't do this check, I can guarantee in most cases, you will end up with improvements. Because we want to rotate very fast. And very fast also means quarter to quarter, if not at annual, it should fulfill your annual KRAs or appraisals. So that's a mental model that works in most of the managers' mind. And therefore they try to rotate PDCA fast. And that's what the organizations ask for. And they're rewarded, they're recognized. So there's nobody is at fault actually. It's a systemic problem, that's my point of view. So that's and the third point that I want to talk about is when we grow up as students, there are a lot of people who contribute to how we come out of the last college and join a company, either as a founder, startup, or as an employee in a company. The multiple people who play on this work, parents, teachers, friends, and so on and so forth. So they build you as a human being, they build you as a manager. But when we become managers, it's no more building, it's chiseling. You start getting chiseled. Building almost stops. Building is not left to you. You do Coursera, or you do your own programs, or do observations, or you learn from failures. There are n number of ways to learn. But there is no formal build-up. I mean, I'm not saying that there's no formal training programs and so forth, but they are only a few percentage of your working hours, of your total hours. So they are mostly chiseled. And look at the chisel that organizations have. They all make you better managers. There's rarely a chisel I have seen which makes you a better innovator. Because the chisels are different. The chisel which make a person a better manager is very different than a chisel which will make a person a better innovator. And I don't, as I said, there's no time, but you can think about it. For example, one chisel which says that are you too disruptive in meeting because you give too many ideas? If you're too disruptive in meeting because you give too many ideas, there will be chisel at the end of the financial year which will say guys, you need to be a little quiet and attend meetings. You're giving too many ideas and disrupting my meetings. So chisel number one, don't give ideas. So if you do an experiment because you have passionate about an idea, and suppose the experiment fails, bang comes another chisel, your rating drops by 2 points because you failed in what you were supposed to do. Failure is not the norm in many organizations, but innovation needs failures. It's the wrong chisel again. So I can go on and on and on, but the point that I'm making is most organizations make people a better managers, not necessarily a better. We need to figure that out. How do we address that? Now, these are my personal thoughts, my individual thoughts, but obviously they have come out in my mind because of my experience, which I have, and observation which I have the opportunity to have while working in Tata as officer. So let me come to very quickly to the work that we have been trying to do. This you know by and large, but this was just to tell you that the number of industries in which we work and the number of people which we have in Tata Group is quite large. And keep this context in mind for the next 10 minutes, and then we can go. In 1991, perhaps this type of sessions, Mr. Mehra would remember, we used to do plenty, perhaps. And at least I joined in 1990 in Tata Steel. I'm a pass out of 1990. In 1991, the quality mantra began in a big manner in Tata's, and I'm sure in many other companies. I'm sure about it. And we wanted to improve very fast. And then mantra that we had in Tata was be in the top 3 in respective industries. So what do you think we did in Tata? We simply adopted something called Tata Business Excellence Model. Again, this session is not about that. But yeah, we had adopted something called Tata Business Excellence Model. And the results you can see at the bottom. The results are fantastic. We went from, in the next 13, 14 years, we jumped from $4.5 billion to $22 billion business. The conglomerate, the group as a whole. And this was, as I said, consciously improving. We wanted to consciously improve. I've skipped the first part. If you're interested, you can read the second book that I've written. It talks about all these things, but I'm not here to sell my book. But I want to summarize a few thoughts here. Now, once we practiced Tata Business Excellence Model for 13 years, we became unconsciously, most managers started thinking about improvement all the time. For 13 years of hammering quality, total quality, some bit of Six Sigma, a bit of quality, work instructions, quality processes, and things like that, we became unconsciously. And this is what Mr. Tata had to say. And my personal experience when I came to Tata Sons around 2004 was that, including me, I'm including myself as well. If you go to a manager and say, why are you doing it like this? Why don't you do it like this? Why are you doing it like this? Why don't you do it like this? He would say, show me one person who is doing like this, and I will do it. He doesn't want to become the first person to do like this. He wants to see at least one person anywhere in the world. Show me one person anywhere in the world who's doing it like this, and I will do it. Which means that there's an improvement mindset. Show me someone who's doing it, and I will do it in a very clear, aggressive improvement mindset. And I will still give credit to the person. He's very aggressive, he's very proactive, not proactive, he wants to do it. He's action-oriented, improvement-oriented guy. But that doesn't take you to innovation. So we went to the next step, which was consciously innovative. And we created in the last 12 years some programs. So we know that for innovation, the raw material is ideas. We need to work on those ideas. We will fail on many ideas, which we convert them into projects, we execute them, and then we come with something called innovations. And obviously, the failure rate is high as compared to improvement rate. Improvement failures are not acceptable, and innovations failure is the only way to come out with innovations. So there's a difference, and we have something called Innometer, which is somewhat similar to thermometer or any ISO 9000 or ISO audit and everything, where we figure out how good or how mature is the innovation ecosystem in the organization. So I will very quickly, maybe in 3 minutes each, talk about a few of these, not all of them. Let me start with the InnoVista, the right side, which is so now let me in another context. So when Mr. Tata talked about in 2004, 5, and 6 around that time, and in every gathering like this and many other gatherings that Tata have for CEOs and CXOs, he used to always say, I want to do something, and he used to say, can we do something about innovation? We want to do something about innovation. There are plenty of quotes of his in that through those 3 years' time. And I'm talking about, and you saw the number 700,000 now, but I'm sure there would be 400,000 people at that point in time as well. So how do we work on the subject of innovation when we have 400,000 people in a group which is very dispersed worldwide? So there are only two ways to do it. Large scale movements, if you read some social movement, literature of social movements and things like that, most of the social movements work on pull and not on push based. And real example is if you want to be if India wants to produce a better batsman so that they can fill their number 4 positions better, just to say an example. What do you think we should do? If India wants to have more cricketers or batsmen, batsmen, what should we do? Simple answer is have more cricket academies, right? I don't think it's a good answer. If you start with creating cricket academies in all districts or towns of India or villages of India, in my view, it's not a good design, personally. What we need to do is we need to create IPLs. That's it, simple. A tournament like an IPL will automatically create cricket academies. Gully cricket academies, not even town. Every gully will have its own academy. And everybody will start playing. People will get passionate about it. Everybody wants to go and join IPL. And for whatever reasons. IPL. So we created something called the Data Innovation program, which is the rightmost, which if I were to quickly take you to the rightmost, Data Innovation. It's an IPL of cricket. Instead of IPL of cricket, it's an IPL of innovation in data. So we have a rewards, not rewards, this is a recognition program. Our chairman hands over some recognitions to the top few teams. And this is a holistic program. It gives you level playing field to every manager who works in data group. So you can see on your screen, there are 6 types of awards, innovation. And some are meant for R&D folks. Number 1 is for R&D people. Number 2 is for all managers working in marketing, sales, new product development, manufacturing, and so on and so forth. There's the subcategories as well to ensure that it's actually a level playing field. The product manager doesn't compete for the award with the HR manager, so there is a separate line, so to speak. I'm not going into those details. Number 3 is for design, people who work on design. It could be watch design, it could be jewelry design, it could be a hotel design or a dining hall design. It could be a design for a crane, or it could be designed for something that it could be designed for a wagon. Tata Steel did wagons used for handling raw materials. So it could be any design. And then on the left hand side and the right hand side, you have where suppliers can come forward and participate in this to show that they have done some innovations. On the right hand side are channel partners who can show how they are delivering the products and services of Tata Group to the end customer. So last time. And the bottom number 4 is dare to try. This is what I mentioned. So we have 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So this means I will go more fast. So dare to try is very interesting, and that is where I would say that this is where it differentiates. It is an award for people who try something audacious but fail. It's an award. These awards are also given by the chairman in the same award function in front of the same gathering. That's called Dare to Try Award. So that's an award, and you can see how the participation has grown. But overall, you can see how the participation has grown in the IPL, innovation IPL of Tata. So it works, and it has worked because now every company tries to get into that IPL, wants to get into the finals, wants to receive the award, and so on and so forth. So there is an innovation training programs, innovation discussions, and so on. The vocabulary of innovation is building, and so on and so forth. Innovator, very quickly, we check the health of the innovation ecosystem on 3 aspects: process, culture, and focus. And how it means to focus, strategic focus. Is the strategy demanding innovation, or will the strategy be happy enough with improvement? In very brief. So that's the role of strategy. What is the role of strategy? How hungry is the strategy? And so on. So these are the 3 aspects on which we figure out, we try to check and give a feedback to the management as to how good is the innovation ecosystem. The open innovation process basically simply says that open your organization for external world. Let people who don't work for you come to you and give you ideas, give you technologies, and so on. While it's very easy to say, it's not very easy to do. It's extremely difficult to do. Allowing outsiders, people who don't work for you, to come and give you ideas and technologies is not easy. We failed miserably around 7 years ago on this, or 6 years ago on this, and we created our own jugaad, so to speak. We created level 1, level 2, level 3, which you won't find in the literature on Google. It's very Tata specific, level 1, level 2, level 3 of open innovation. Again, paucity of time doesn't allow me to talk about that much. But I will quickly talk about level 3 here. Level 3 simply says, and you can take a note of it, there's a website called www.tatainnoverse.com that you can see the logo on the left, tatainnoverse.com, where we put problems of Tata Steel, Tata Motors, Titan, Indian Hotels, technical problems, and we put the guy who is going to solve it will get some 3 lakh rupees or 20 lakh rupees or 15 lakh rupees for the solution if he gives his license to us to make use of the technology that he or she wants to propose. So the tatainnoverse.com, we release problem statements every fortnight, every week. This could belong to any Tata company, and anybody in the world can give us solutions, not ideas, solutions. And again, I thought I'd discuss some of these problem statements, but you can read yourself on tatainnoverse.com. And we have right now around 22,000 followers who are registered who give us those solutions to the problem statements of Tata Innoverse. I'm sure, if not all, at least 1% of the gathering here will try and see. Will try to give us some solutions, hopefully. But most of them are, as I said, we have good mix. We have 10% people who are postgraduates, which is what we always try to have a target. Some of them are startups also. Now, I know there is a session in the evening on startups, and my maybe 20 seconds response to that is we feel, in our experience, if you don't work with our established companies, working with startups is like a 3-legged race. It's not easy. It's not easy. And you have to change partners every time. It's not a 3-legged race with the same partner. So it's not easy. The point I think it's not easy. We need to do a lot of work in established companies, not only crib because that startup doesn't have a mature technology, therefore we can't work with them. No. Right now we are working with at least a dozen startups in different Tata companies. It takes time on both sides, at least in our company side. And I guess that is something that we all need to learn and perhaps need to do. So I think I'll stop here. I guess almost some time. Thank you so much.
So our next speaker is Mr. Shashi Bhushan. By the time it's set up, I will give a brief introduction about Shashi. Shashi's role as the CTO for the service organization for TCS and BNTS is to build capabilities and drive outcomes in the form of scaled, speedy, and effective impact to business and brand from research and innovation investments. Towards this, he is responsible for research and innovation within BNTS, conceive and create new service liners, innovate to deliver enrichment and augmentation to existing services lines, co-innovating with COIN ecosystem partners, contribute to the larger One R&I culture initiative within TCS. Prior to this, Shashi was the Chief Innovation Evangelist for Corporate Research and Innovation. Before that, was the Regional Manager for TCS New York and New Jersey, USA. He is a TCS veteran. Shashi joined the company in 1993 and post-graduation from IIT Madras. He has taken multiple roles like system programming, application, customer research management, business development, and research commercialization. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Shashi Bhushan.
And it's my pleasure being here. I've been picking a lot of threads since morning, and I'll try to see how I can bring them together and try to relate it to the overall theme of this conclave, which is leading change. I like the theme; it's very appropriate. It's not just about talking about change and the need to embrace it and so on, but it's about how an organization needs to think ahead and really look at leading that change. So, what does it take an organization to get to that leadership position? When we were deliberating on this a couple of years ago within the organization, we thought it's very important to understand what characteristics and behaviors the leading organizations depict. What do they bring up? And then we came upon this whole concept of, okay, let's understand what era we live in today. Stepping back in time, if you look at the 4 major industrial revolutions that have defined humanity, steam was one. Then the next big leap came when electricity became a reality. The third one was computing. And the fourth is the age that we live in, which is digital. So if we are in the 4th era, we said we need to understand the business aspects of that, and we define a framework called Business 4.0, and which I thought I will use to illustrate what innovation, what technology, what leading change means to organizations, and illustrate it with a few examples. While I'm talking about technology, there seems to be a problem bringing a very simple thing up called a presentation. So we'll just pause for a moment. Okay, good. Perhaps needed a prompt. So the topic I picked to align with the theme is co-innovating in a business 4.0. It was pretty fast. So what are the characteristics of a business 4.0 model? Why is this important? If you see, there are 4 technology behaviors that organizations depict. And these are fairly commonsensical. All of you know about it in today's world. It's cloud, it's intelligence, which is AI. It is all about automation, automating a lot of systems. And lastly, it is about agility. Agility not just in building stuff, but also in how the organization as a whole is handled. Those are more technology behaviors which are well understood. What are rather more interesting, and I'll probably spend time in illustrating those, are the business behaviors. One is mass customization. So there's a pretty interesting, that term itself is very interesting, mass customization. Either it's mass production or customization. How do we bring that? So in today's world, it's not just about a customer segment of one, which anyway happens through analytics, through data, and a whole lot of those things. It's also about understanding various transactions that an individual goes through and getting that customization down to that level, but at a scale. That's what mass customization does. I'll illustrate all these with examples. So mass customization is bringing the best of mass and personalization, both together. The next is about value. We all talked from a lot of very interesting things we heard about customer centricity, the value delivered to customers, and so on. Now, value can be incremental, which is good enough, but what takes an organization to conceive and create exponential value? What does exponential value mean? That's number 2. 3 is, can organizations do all these alone? In the morning, there was a point made about the utility and the importance and the significance of ecosystems. So today is an age of ecosystems. An organization cannot do anything on its own. It needs to be a part of an ecosystem or build an ecosystem for achieving a lot of its business outcomes. And lastly, risk. The traditional approach to risk is, okay, risk is there. How do we protect ourselves against risk? How do we manage risk? Forward-thinking organizations say, hey, risk is there. Whether we like it or not, risk is here. It's a part of our lives, part of our businesses. How do we embrace risk? Instead of avoiding risk, how do I embrace it? And what are the better ways in which I can manage it? So let me, and at the core of it, a very interesting concept of, instead of optimizing in the midst of scarcity of resources, we're talking of harnessing abundance. So if you see, everything has been flipped around. Harnessing abundance is accepting that my immediate reach may be limited, but the world is rich with resources, with data, with capital, with capabilities, with talent, with pretty much everything. So if I just open up my eyes and say that, okay, I need not worry about optimizing in a scarce environment, I'm looking at harnessing abundance. So I'll illustrate this with an example. A very large customer of ours, a healthcare company in the US. What does a healthcare insurer do? Insurer. Is it a very glamorous business, healthcare insurance? I don't think anybody aspires to that, oh, this healthcare insurer is my customer. Nobody says with pride. So they said, okay, let's take a fundamental look at what the purpose of our existence is. Instead of worrying about just our firm and what we deliver, can we look at value, what we create? Instead of looking at what products and services we deliver, can we look at what is the value we are creating? So we are moving from a firm-centric mindset to a value-centric, gets contributed to the society, to the customers. That becomes the whole driving. What does the insurer do? they said, look, instead of just saying that Mr. or Miss Customer, I will do a settlement for you in just a single day, or I'll make hospitalization very easy, or I'll make something else very, very painless for you, which is good. I mean, that's also important. It's a value by itself. Now, the point of exponential value, what did they say? I said we will fundamentally redefine our existence. Our mission should be that in 5 years' time or in 3 years' time, there should be 20% improvement in the overall health quotient of our customers. So remember, it's a very audacious goal. It's not easy to measure, but it's the right measure. So instead of saying that I will settle your hospitalization claims or anything else in a day or two, I'm saying that I'm going to reduce the overall or improve the overall health quotient by 20%. What does that mean? There are several interesting things that happen. So the focus shifts from one of looking at a customer as a transaction entity with whom you have a dealing only when there is a need for a claim or a hospitalization or any such transaction, to one of worrying about their wellness. So if you take a fundamental look at what all will prevent a company, we are talking of wellness. Okay, so what did they do? They said if we look at wellness, a very important part of the wellness is lifestyle. Okay, so if lifestyle is important, we should encourage people to be fit. So they partnered with gyms and such sports, marathon agencies and so on, and brought them on board this thinking. So they were creating an ecosystem. I told you about the whole ecosystem. So once they defined that wellness is the way to go, they started creating an ecosystem. They looked at lifestyle as a driving mechanism. So they brought the health related, the gyms and the sports agencies on. Okay, when they got on board, what is important if I join a gym? I need to look at my apparels, my shoes. So then they started to negotiate with companies like Nike and Fitbit for all the measurement things. So they widened the ecosystem. Then nutrition became important, so they brought nutritionists and the CPG companies on board. So they expanded that whole thing. Now, what then happens? Their clinics were there collecting data on how many visits, what person is doing, and so on. So that continued to grow. And then all this, what did it do? There was a need for technology because you had so much of data, you had so much of other things that came into the mix. So analyzing various life trends became important. So if you see, all this created a lot of data and participation. Now, when participation happens, what do you see? What do airlines do? Loyalty points. So you want to encourage a little bit of competition amongst your customer base. So they said, okay, we're going to offer loyalty points and make it a gamified. Gamification is something you perhaps understand, right? Which is creating a healthy way in which people start to compete in a very creative manner. So loyalty points started getting. When loyalty points are added, how do you monetize that? So you then partner with retailers and spas and vacations and so on. So they also came on board. So did you see the interesting thing? They started this concept in-house. But by the time now, 3 years hence, they have widened the whole ecosystem. They have a partnership that is spreading across retailers, lifestyle companies of various entertainment, health, and so on and so forth. So this is how they have done. So what is the result? They have seen a 55% reduction in hospitalization and sick leaves in organizations. They have seen market reduction in the claims that they are seeing with respect to actual hospitalization, but there's a lot of upside to that. And most importantly, their NPS has gone up a few notches, and their stock value has gone up a few notches. So they are very much on target to achieving their vision of 20% healthier customers by 2020 or 2021. So does this sort of illustrate how a framework like this and how an organization that really sets very audacious, ambitious goals can look at exploiting this whole business 4.0, this whole digital era that we live in. Right? So that's one example, which is more on, and this is a real example, a customer of ours. The second example is closer to technology. Am I okay? This is very close to several of your hearts. This is a very interesting example of how technology brings value to industrial context. And since several of you come from this background, I thought this would be of great interest. There are two things. One is digital twin, which is very much here. Any raise of hands, people who have heard this term digital twin? Okay, good. Digital thread. So digital twin is here and digital thread is around the corner. Let me illustrate both these with examples. Digital twin. Boiler are very important industrial equipment. And tuning a boiler, which could be for a coal-powered thermal power plant. Tuning it is a very, very knowledge-intensive, very, very complex process. It requires a lot of experience. So there was this customer in Japan who used to take 3-4 days to prime and tune a boiler before installing. So what we did, we brought in physics-based models, we brought in artificial intelligence, captured all that in the form of ontologies, knowledge, and digitalized that whole thing. Simulations added, created what is called as a digital twin of the boiler. The short story, or the result of that whole thing was that now instead of 3 or 4 days, a boiler can be tuned in a few hours. So you can imagine the business value of this whole thing. Now, expanded to several boilers or even the whole thermal power plant, the value of a digital twin is phenomenal. That's what Business 4.0 in this context applied to industry equipment can. Next is a digital thread. Many of you, if you are from the materials world, for the automotives and aerospace industry, creating a new material is as important as creating a new drug. It is important for a drug or life sciences. It takes enormously long time, 10 years, 15 years to create a new material composite or even a variant of a new steel or aluminum. And that's very important for various reasons: fuel efficiency, lightweight, robustness, hardening, a whole lot of those characteristics. So what we have done in our labs, we have created a platform called Premap, which models all these things, uses simulation, uses a whole lot of complex processing and so on, whatever you see there, domain ontologies, knowledge and so on, and helps reduce the time it takes to imagine and create a new variant of a steel or even an existing material composite or a new material from 10-15 years to maybe 2 or 3 years. So a lot of these things are again really going to be of great interest to the metallurgists who really are into this whole game. That's one part of the problem. The second is, once you create a new material, what happens to the manufacturing plant? Because plants are designed and created keeping materials and their properties in mind. So this twin problem of modeling new materials, helping create new materials quickly, and then using that to completely link it up with the entire manufacturing value chain process, again something that can be linked into this. Very big role digital and this whole thing is playing in that. And that's the great, interesting application of technology. Last example, I've taken one business example, one technology example. There was a point made in the morning that crane manufacturer in Nordics in Europe. How does one sell cranes? They either sell it or the common model is to lease cranes based on for a few number of years, so they manage it, they maintain it, and they take it. So what this customer of ours did is they said we want to fundamentally disrupt that whole market. So instead of saying I want to lease you a crane, I'm going to tell you, which is essentially the container operators or the port operators, that I will charge you by the number of containers that I'm going to handle. I'll take care of everything else. Now, what does this do? If I were that crane manufacturer and just leasing it out, it's an easy job. I just lease it to you. It's your botheration to worry about how you use it, for how many, for what purpose, where you deploy it, and so on. But now here, this has disrupted the whole supply chain. So if I have to charge you by container, then I have to have relationships with all of them. And it fundamentally changes the whole mindset in which I'm going to build all these systems and how I interact with you as a customer. So, makes sense? So here are very different examples, and there are several more of process innovations or product innovations or various things. Which, if it's of interest, we can sort of go into the details. But the whole sum and substance of this is ecosystems are an in thing. The whole idea of looking at exponential value is what will really make organizations forward thinking. Innovation plays a big role when you have that sort of a mindset. And the other two major tenets, which is mass customization and the ability to embrace this, sort of bringing this whole thing together. And what it does is it makes the hard task of technology-led business innovation a reality. So we'll probably interact a little more, but I will just pause here and leave you with some of these thoughts and come back a little later. Thank you.
Thank you, Shashi, for your thoughts. Our next speaker is Blesson Philip. Blesson has joined 3M as a designer in the automotive division in 2004 and has been instrumental in setting up design as a company-wide function for all 3M businesses in India. Prior to 3M, he worked as an industrial engineer at Hero Motors, a leading two-wheeler OEM in India, on styling of scooters for Indian market. He has around 15 years of industry experience. He has published 2 US patents and 8 pending applications in India and US. He has set up 4th Global 3M Design Center in India in 2018 and conducted first 3M Design Summit in India. He has led the design team through the generation and commercialization of design-led product portfolios for the Scotch Brite brand, which won the Red Dot Product Design Award in 2016. He has completed a 2-year postgraduate program in enterprise management in IIM Bangalore in 2018. He holds a master's degree in industrial design from IIT Delhi and a BTech degree in mechanical engineering from Cochin University of Science and Technology. So, ladies and gentlemen, Blesson Philip.
Thank you. Great introduction. Thanks a lot for that. So, before I get into my topic, I just want you to imagine maybe 1 or 2 of your favorite brands. Just think of these brands that come to your mind that you absolutely love. There should be 1 or 2, right? And think of that feeling. Now, think of few brands that you just don't like, that you've had a bad experience. And just observe that feeling that you have. Every company wants to be in that first set. They want us to love them. They want us to be their fans. But you know for sure that's not an easy task. It's extremely difficult to get that likeness. And what is that thing? In my opinion, it's trust. It's that feeling of trust that you have that makes you like and want to experiment a new product that a brand puts out there. And it's that feeling of trust or distrust that takes you away from certain products and certain brands that they try to put out there. So what I'll do is I'll try and take you through what we are doing in 3M and how the company is structured to deliver on innovation, and also show you how it kind of works with a couple of examples that we are piloting in India. So to start with, 3M is a 117-year-old scientific powerhouse for the world now. And this is because we have been focused on the material science part, and we've been consistent in the way we have been delivering these materials to the world. But what's unique about us, given that we are in 70 countries, we have like 4 business groups, 51 technology platforms that given us like 65,000 products out there in the market today, with over 93,000 talented minds and 117,000 plus patents. Is this one thing? That's this curious culture that's made us one of the most innovative companies in the world. So I want to take you through how this is happening. And for that, we need to really understand what is core to the 3M. Something that's really valuable to 3M that other companies don't really have. It's 51 technology platforms. We are experts in this. We invest heavily in these. And this is what has resulted in these multitude of products that help serve our customers. But what's interesting is that when we did a survey, we tried to find out what is this one thing that our customers, one reason why our customers choose to partner with 3M. We always thought that it's going to be our 46 technology platform. Surprise. I don't know if you can read that. I'll read that out for you. The number one reason is our understanding of the business problem. Actually, no surprises there. What customers really care about is whether you understand what they're struggling with. They actually don't really care about your core strengths or what you can do with that, unless that can transform their lives. So what I'm going to show you is how we are structured to deliver on this. So for us, with all that 3M has to offer to the world, right? Design, what we really fuss about, what we really care about are these three things. How do we inspire our customers? How do we inspire them to see the potential that 3M has got? How do we imagine future possibilities? How do we show them that these are the possibilities out there that you can use? And then how do we help collaborate? How do we energize collaboration? I'll take you through the value system, how we do it. Most companies, design is the set of guys who come in at the last moment when a product doesn't work. They're called in to fix the color or the style of a product because, yeah, product is not selling. Can we do something about it? But what really should happen is that design should be involved right at the beginning of identification of that value. That's where innovation happens. That's the fuzzy place where you really don't know whom you should work with, what kind of problems you should be solving. How do we even approach that? How do we define that value? That's where design works with your technology partners, your business partners to define that value. And then you need to use the craftsmanship, the art craftsmanship of design to really develop that value. That's where your products and solutions get developed using design and your technology and all that. And then you ensure that design is there in delivering that value, so that you make sure that design enhances every touch point for your customer, so that they have a great experience when they look at your product or any services that you have to offer. So how do we get this total brand experience for our customers? We do it through these three phases. The first and the most important one is customer engagement. And we have a set of capabilities that we have built for that. One of the things is to have an engagement space. How do we bring customers together with us? How do we bring our partners? How do we bring our employees together so that we can start discussing about what future possibilities are? Then, with that insight that we get, you create new products and solutions. For that, you need to have capabilities in terms of customer research, journey mapping, ideations, material exploration, mock-ups, all those things. And then, how do you tie it up through your brand experience? Create brand identity guidelines, packaging, retail experience, digital experience, your innovation center experience. So, one of the things that we did was to set up a design center in India. This is one of the 5 design centers for 3M globally, and we're the 4th. And last month we opened the China Design Center. So this is a space which has become a creative hub for the company. Today, when anyone wants to look at a new product or a new customer engagement, they look at this space and say that, can we start the discussion there? Can we start looking at what these needs are? These are where our stories are being built for India. This is where we talk about what the aspirations for India is, because we're getting people together to discuss about what we will do for the future. Now, I want to share with you a couple of examples, and I'll start with one of the a case study that we did. We did this for an airport project. I'll show you a snippet of how we approach passenger experience. When our customer was basically looking at enhancing the space, but they really didn't have a clear idea on what goes into understanding the space. And we said that it needs to start with people. It needs to start with passengers. And for that, we use this example in terms of behavior. How we travel as an individual is very different from how we travel as a group. And you need to understand that when you design a space. But if you see these happy pictures, that's only if you're on time. Now imagine you're delayed. the entire world changes for you. You're no longer interested in those cafes and all that. You just want to get to the door of your thing. Do we really understand what our customers are going through when they are interacting with our products and solutions? So we showed them that the world for them is completely different, and we need to acknowledge that. And for you to acknowledge that, you need to really understand what their needs are, what their anxieties are, what their aspirations are. And for that, we created a journey map. We looked at what it is to reach till the boarding gate, and then created journey maps that visually show what a passenger is actually going through in each of these things. And then you look at, okay, today we are at this level in terms of our experience. How do we enhance it for each of these touchpoints? Another great example, which has become a global benchmark for us, our Japan team is replicating this, our Korea team is replicating it, and China team is already working on replicating it. Team has been working with Indian Railways for over 20 years, mostly selling some of the materials. But when design got involved, we looked at how do we completely transform the way we can engage with Indian Railways. And we said we need to start with the passenger experience. Let's look at what pre-travel and travel means for passengers. Let's bring those stories to life. Let's bring our experts within the company and outside to look at what it means to give great passenger experience. And then how does maintenance help in that and manufacturing in that? That gave us a rock more solid foundation to build our solutions for Indian Railways. And today, almost every new train that gets launched is wrapped in a 3M, transformed using 3M materials. Because they saw how passenger experience could be enhanced before we even looked at our technology. Another example, our smart cities. We are engaged with our city developers and our partners to show what the future of our smart cities could be. Instead of looking at the standards that we could achieve that are being set, we're looking at what are those possibilities. Can we imagine these futures? And then once you imagine them and you show them, people want it, our customers want it. And then it's about how do we get there as soon as we can. Another example in our mobility space. How do we create brand identity with materials? Always start by understanding what our customer aspirations are. We invite our customers to spend a lot of time with us, material, sharing their dreams and aspirations. We look at trends and we look at where we want to be, and then we explore materials and technology. Always the customer comes first, your understanding of what their needs are, and then we look at your solutions. It's not just with our customers. You also need to build an ecosystem within the company for design and innovation to thrive. And we take good care of that. We make sure that our employees are trained, they are engaged when they talk about design and innovation. We do workshops on customer insights and design thinking. Basically, we want to share our knowledge, and we also want them to get engaged in the process that we follow, which is actually a new way of working. Because you can take this example, just think of any meeting that you are in. It'll always be about your products and your solutions. And that meeting can go on forever. Start discussing about your customer. Around 5 to 10 minutes, your meeting will be over. Because you don't have enough information about what your customer needs are. That's where you need to really look at what is the way to get closer to your customer? What is the way to understand what those needs are? And that's what we are training our employees for. And we do it through stories, hands-on experience. We invite external speakers, like we had leaders from Titan here to talk to us about how they're driving innovation and design within their company. We also do it by inviting design leaders. This is part of the design and business community because we want to learn from them. We also want to share what it takes to lead courageously with design and innovation, to share these stories. So with that, I want to close with this quote from Ray Lee, who is our VP for electrification, and what he thinks about the future. And I think this resonates a lot with what we want to do. And it's about getting people together. Beautiful future if we get people together. And that's the thought I want to leave you with. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasan. So with this, I will into the floor to ask questions to our
esteemed panelists. May I request, please be on both the sides so that we can, I know it's where the days and we need to, yeah. We can take maybe max 3 questions. Ashok Kumar from the millennial generation. Hats off to you guys because you have been driving innovation, you have been disrupting the mindsets in your organization. Full marks for it. Thank you so much for sharing. My question is more for Mr. Ravi Arora. Whenever I attend this kind of conclaves, I go home a little confused and don't sleep. Okay. Ravi rightly told that in today's managerial generation, you standardize, improve all the time, but not sufficiently innovate. Now the question here is, today's organizations, we find people of 3 generations working. The millennial is just fading away. Then you have the Y generation, X generation, whatever they call it. Now, in the last session, we heard words like consistent, sustainable, that the SME is not consistent, sustainable. And you said innovation. In this conclave, it is innovation. And in the next conclave, somebody will come with a word called consistent innovation, standardized innovation. And the new generation wants to do new things every day. They don't want to repeat the same way of doing things what they did yesterday. And the old generation who is running the systems, compliance and all that, they want to be consistent. So I am a little confused on how different generations have to meet the out-of-the-box thinking and consistency, standardization, and all those contra lexicon we have in these conclaves. So, would you like to take that?
Yeah. Try to be as short as possible. So, I will borrow. My personal view on this is 3M. If you read a book, you do Google of 3M, the first thing that you might find is 15% rule that they had. I don't know if they had it or not. I will ask you. So 15% time. Now imagine a pot full of empty pot. Ghada jisko bolte hain, you know it. And we have 3 things to put in it: sand, small pebbles, and big pebbles. If you start with sand, you can somehow pressurize and put small pebbles, but big bricks cannot go in it, or big bricks cannot go in. So what do? If you have to have a good mix of 10%, 20%, 70%, standardization, improvement, and innovation, you put rocks first, big ones first. Then you put the pebbles, then you put the sand. That's what 3M is doing. 15% time is for big pebbles. Please, guys, your IM mark your 15% time. Work on that. That will be across the generation. You have to do it, millennials will have to do it, the next generation. Short answer, but we can debate on it.
Thank you. Yeah, because you mentioned the 15% culture is probably the backbone of innovation for 3M, because it basically gives every employee the freedom to work on a project of his passion. The manager cannot get in the way. And he need not report all that to his manager. So 15% of his time is time that's given to an employee to do whatever he wants. Because the company believes that these disruptions can happen only at an individual level, where he has to go against the system. Because the system is asking him to conform to a certain standard. And people want to come out of it, and it gives you that freedom. So ask for that within your companies and show great examples of how that's working. Today, Google has it, but this was done like 117 years ago, actually 115 years ago.
May I also add to that? I have to. So, if you look at it from an organization standpoint, and it will sort of dovetail into what these 2 gentlemen also said. Professor Clayton Christensen came up with this whole thing of disruptive innovation several years ago. So what we have done in TCS is a similar thumb rule, but if you look at 3 categories of innovation, and that goes into parlance and the confusing nature of the term innovation itself, there's a very important ground level, grassroots, here and now innovation, which is very important, that keeps the organization going. So that's called sustaining or derivative innovation. So we invest 40% to 45% in that space. The next is more the transformative
one, which is mid-term, slight risk, not a whole lot of risk. You build platforms, you build assets, and so on. So that's another 35 to 40%. So what remains is 10 to 12% for the disruptive, which is future, which is just blue sky, which is risk laden, and even if it fails, that's fine. So the dare to try that you spoke about is very much in that category. So this is a way of looking at it from an investments and operations standpoint. The capabilities can go into building all these three types of innovations.
Thank you. Thank you. So in short, I mean, we look for a pragmatism in which we balance between quality, innovation, and other aspects. May I take one more question and then any questions, other questions from the audience? No, I know if somebody asks questions, they are not going to stand up and say, hey. Okay, so with this note, we are going to conclude this. Just a summary, which I took forward is, let's not just do, right? I think that's what something which, let's not just do it. Dare to try, business 4.0, value-driven design. I think these are the mantras we take it from this. Before we end this session, I would, since we talked a lot about networking, I think there's a time for networking, and I think Mr. Ramesh will announce about the time of the thing. But I want to just add that people who want to network over LinkedIn, there is a feature in LinkedIn we would like to expose to you guys, which we learned from Manjunath from the last meetup of ASQ, is that you can switch on your Bluetooth. Who are not aware, you can just connect over LinkedIn by switching on your Bluetooth, and you can connect the nearest person who is there. You don't have to type the name. So who are not aware, switch on your Bluetooth. Both the parties just switch on the Bluetooth, or open LinkedIn, and you can find nearby. You'll be able to connect immediately. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Anish sir. I request Vishwas to present the speakers. Thank you very much, Anish. Speakers. Anish, names are Anish, sir, that's it. Here, that's it. Mr. Shashi. Next, Ms. Blessing. Blessing, please. Yeah, next is Ravi. Thank you very much, sir. So, is it not very interesting session? Yeah. You all enjoyed it, a lot of new thoughts, and let us give a big round of applause to all the speakers. Yeah, the time, whatever we additionally invested is worth it. And I'm getting a lot of messages from all of you that can we skip the lunch? No, we will not skip the lunch, but we will cut down it by 10-15 minutes. We'll all come back by 2:30. You okay? Yes. Okay, we'll come by 2:30 so that 15 minutes we will manage, our moderators and speakers will support. We'll come back. Thank you very much. All the organizers and the team from ASQ QC, please come on the stage for a 7 steps. 7 steps team, QCI team, and all our Minitab team, please, all of you, please come on the stage for a group photograph.
सर वही सेम वाला है हमारे
फोटो खींचेंगे नहीं आप Sir, you are outstanding, sir. Nobody wants to sit on the bench. Yes, we are. Maybe you want to come and lady should come. Yes. One more, wait, sir. Thank you. This is all about getting it right? Quality. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How are you? So glad to see you. So glad to see you. So glad to see you. Nice. True, you remember that well. That's not As he starts,
social media? YouTube, huh? मुझे asking me हम लोग बात कर रहा था you will see that it will be sort of
So we are capture all of this around database which is coming from all that when you use the architecture anyway, I'll make let's have lunch together. What if we are this is a lesson, yeah. Lesson for innovation area. That's okay. Yeah, physical. You have camera, you can scan it. Shashi, I'll introduce to Naraman as well. Sorry, it's from GoPro. Shashi is CTO for CS Mastermind. Naraman, when we go back 10 years.
ASQ 97, 97, they wrote me. 96.
They told me stories also. A lot of books and all those things in the back to get the exam. Those were days. Now it is all online. But those were the days. So that's a thing. Thank you. Yeah, let's grab some lunch. Yes. And that's all. Where? And probably come on. Leave it. Anyway, leave it here. Yeah, no worries. Nobody will take. Maybe leave it. I think it went.
Thanks for being our chairman.
किसी को मेल आ रही है सबको चली अभिषेक सिंह प्रेस रिलीज तो कर दे वो आजकल दिखा दे रहे नहीं अभिषेक सिंह
हेलो अभिषेक का
इस क्लास में किसी है कार्ड दिए हमने एयरपोर्ट जाने से पहले
खर्चा करके बिल दे देना best I got to transfer and make it.
ये काम करिए किसी नहीं
हेलो अभिषेक का मिल गया होगा तुम्हारे पास में है और फोटोग्राफ थोड़ी देर के बाद पहले एक जगह कर लेना हाँ मिल गया होगा और उसमें जहाँ जहाँ टेंशन दिया होंगे आपको भेज देगा मैं अभी तक वही ठीक है अपना अपने तरफ से कोशिश करना है
चला गया
एक काम और करना जब यहाँ से प्रोग्राम चल जाएगा तो सब जगह भेजना है और उसमें हेलो
पेन ड्राइव तूने आशीष से लेके रखा
हेलो जब यहाँ से चला जाएगा ना फोटोग्राफ हेलो तो हाँ तो अपना कभी कर
Don't waste time.
I know, I can understand. These speakers are it is like they introduce you on this topic. So each person will be given you can share your each person will share during the sharing of questions and answers. Sequence you can reset. Yeah. Because it's very interesting that we are doing different industries. One we have 3 years, TCS, from the food
You are also one of us.
Yeah, after lunch sessions,
Yeah.
the difficult ones.
Yeah.
Here's a video that you are
Manoj Jain.
from BEM.
BEM.
Based in Bangalore.
Yeah. Last 20 years at least.
Always been with BEM or?
Yeah. 28 years.
Companies like BL and all. Experience counts.
Yeah.
Lot of
Generally, person either he leaves within the first 3-4 years, else he will retire. Generally, it is like that.
So?
In public sector, typical public sector, like that. If you want to quit, you will quit immediately. Once you adjust, you start learning. Quit elsewhere also. And then you will grow with the organization.
No, correct. I mean, the opportunities are very
too good.
Spending is so budget. They have a good budget.
Yeah. Quality also. R&D, we spend 10%.
of turnover. Of turnover. 1,000 crore last year spent on R&D. If you want to spend more than that only. Not a single R&D project is turned down. Not a single. Very rare public sector to have that type of daring decisions to take. Where I am now, new building, 450 crore invested just for doing R&D in a different way. R&D was continuing. No, let us do it slightly different. We are ahead of others. 450 crore board gave
as competition?
for us. India, no. Nobody directly. Maybe. Private sector is coming up fast. Definitely, they are coming up fast. But we can survive in private sector. In defense. Because we are a bit different than others. We don't see them as a threat.
What I've seen in the private sector is if there is a lot of competition, people start investing in it.
Then only.
Which is a bit too late, and then everything you want immediately. You start throwing money, it is not going to.
R&D culture also takes its own time to understand by top management. It takes 20, 30 years. Then only you can't start R&D today and then they get the results.
And most of it, they call it R&D, but there is no
state polish present. Polish and present.
And also, it is mostly about how do you copy somebody from outside or copy somebody ahead of you.
Applying your own ideas and building from scratch.
Original.
Is
Mr. Anil from the Sandy. Okay, so I take care of manufacturing for all the new formats. Okay. Anything else? I used to be with British Oil and then I left the company. So I went many other places outside India as well. Mondelez, Singapore, Vietnam. I rejoined Dani after 15 weeks. I found it very boring to do the same job. Change.
So either change the organization or
But now it's good.
change within the organization also you can change. So change within or change outside. Change. Change is very sure.
Used to change, can live in a constant. I would 2-3 years do the same thing.
No interest, nothing, no thrill.
No thrill. Nothing to learn.
No kick. There's no kick is there. It's like
But bigger organizations, you have that thing. As you grow up, so many responsibilities that goes up.
But even then, rotation. We also have a rotation policy. So rotate. Go up, but rotate also. Totally different thing. Different way of running. From quality to production, production to R&D, also you can. Generally, R&D they don't touch. Within R&D only we rotate. Production to quality. We do. And within production also. R&D to testing. Testing to R&D also we have tried. Reasonably successful.
Especially part of coming to this kind of places is even during lunch I met some people. I'm looking for somebody to get the game with some stuff, and I find that somebody, the first person I talk to is doing that exactly that.
So you are on the product side or on the
I'm on the manufacturing side, but it's largely projects. At this point of time, many of the innovations that we are doing is in the project stage. Either we are setting up a factory, we just started.
And we are into complete line setup and automation.
That's right. Their strength will be useful. You have given your time. You
Well, definitely.
want to in touch with you.
One of the reasons that I hired you was the last 3 years I've been only setting up lines.
Very good. Absolutely.
Keep on stage. I look at it. I give you more.
We have not given yet.
So you will look at Wipro will work with other partners or to be.
We are also we are into in building. So all the
especially in FMCG segment, we are more in the end of line packing, palletizing, and robotics. That's where because the core line is anyways. We are also into the digitization of the line. So that is an area where we can these machineries. So whether it is
Just made a strategies, but we're just waiting and watching. I want to take it a little more aggressive.
Sure. We'll connect with you and then we'll see.
I want to see the plants that as part of the project itself,
absolutely, it is
the cost of all
Never. Absolutely. Initial plan itself, we are done. Otherwise, when anyway, why you want to do only hundreds of justifications? We put some super components, facility there. High-end RF related, PR modules and other. How much of investment? Total anyway, the RF, we can trace machines of specialized variety, test instruments, specialized variety, we can probe and test, deliberate in between only and test. Too much. Still, we have not got different. But anyway, it was a long-term investment. Once we invested, actually, we ourselves were not sure how much can we come. But let us, as a technology, high technology area, push this. So their automation is because of the quality. Otherwise, you can't bare chips. You can't do the conventional way of testing, conventional way of handling. Because required. But still 5 more years it will take to come to real returns. We are waiting for real mass manufacturing in that facility. Until then, small R&D, small orders. Not wrong, 50 crore plus 200 crore. Test instruments also for that variety are 2 crore, like that. High-end. Return not at all. Still, we might have done business itself around 300, 400 crore. That's how much profit. We are on schedule. Roughly. Is it on to start? Could have started. Many have taken. I'm only talking on it. But anyway, there are now only 3 speakers. Sorry, what the speaker is done. 15 minutes. 15 minutes only we are late, so 15 minutes it becomes 0 into second. Evening 5:30, the traffic is too much. Going back to London, there is peak time.
Where do you stay?
I
have to go to Whitefield.
My son comes from there. Evening 5 o'clock, 4:30 is at 4:40. Then it becomes 1.5 hours. If it starts by 5, 7:30. It will be 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours it will take. Around 5 o'clock, you may take around 2.5 hours. Mentally prepare for that. Now we are. It will take 2
I've seen that. Right, more mental preparation.
Nothing else.
Just what I do is
ignore it and let it.
What I do is I use that 1.5 hours time. What I do is during the day, I don't answer any phone calls.
At that time, only all these phone calls.
All these phone calls. It's like carrying one set of headphones.
But otherwise, music is a good master. Son also does that. Has to take it because you can't miss this. So that's why it keeps you reading. Just sleep with music. It's the best way of passing.
After the point, you start looking forward to it.
A long time to participation.
given the instruction to come at a particular time.
Before we are 2:30 they told, 2:20 we are here.
My bag.
No need. Everybody knows you, sir, so no problem. Only a few latecomers may not see.
Like after so many years, they still remember me. But the good thing is, I went off with. I made it a point to contact every IIT. And every IIT, 5 years, 6 years, to select our graduate. One of the guys in the 90s, 80s, the regional managing director of Cisco, told me, "So you selected me to also we are." XLR is also doing.
Mainly good for MBAs.
That is one. All the IIMs, all the IIMs of my school.
But now many IIMs have some technical courses.
What is it technical course? A good metallurgist doesn't know much electrical engineering or mechanical. Electrical engineering knows a lot about mechanical because he knows where the switches have to go. I think mechanical engineers are no, but many of them have that. Also have to develop like all of you have done. The basic skills. You have the basic skills, and then how you work.
Both.
And attitude.
Yeah.
The attitude brings about the aspiration, which makes a Mercedes become a Mercedes, BMW become BMW, Audi. But for a long time, we got things are different. Okay, my last day. You don't know what it is. Mind power is driving you towards the target. But you feel that the target is coming towards you. Once you get started, you don't want to step on the difficult road.
Positive frame of mind, sir. Whole thing that you feel that everybody is supporting you. One very negative frame of mind, you think everybody is like pulling you. It happens. The perception of your own. That only makes a lot of difference.
A lot of the IAS guys very well. My father was ICS. When he left ICS, he joined Interior Police. He came as India's first IG police in Delhi, doing the partition days and all that stuff. But you two guys said that you want to do it. You're saying, oh, there's a big halla going on in Koregaon, or the Nagar, police guys said, I can't go there. Yes, I got it. If you say, I don't want to pass on, RQC has not money. Any bureaucracy, any government, especially in government, your own companies have a good look. But invariably, bureaucracy community and people to retard progress. They can't help you to progress. The British exercise their hukumat. They are right. You know.
Progress, elevation, forward development.
Power. Take the highlights. He really brought in the phone lines and all that. So he had a great problem.
His problem was he hated the care of this kind of rally that he had. 50 लोगों के सामने relevance is different. Go and talk to them. That's it.
To save.
Sorry. Sugar लगा रहे हैं.
No, sir. I'm just finishing cost. But they are sitting here. Ready for
Yes, I
Yes. I mean, I have
Good, I like this sort of fun. I came last night, yesterday afternoon. I came back 5:30 to see the ticket and all ready. For making the with speakers and all. Are they coming definitely? Tomorrow, cancel my ticket.
Good motivation for us. So maybe you
Somebody.
that is the problem.
Hey, take announcement.
Let's begin money.
पर बहुत झंझट होता है गोल्ड Otherwise, they have all. It's an inspiration actually. Ladies get empowered. I'd be glad to keep in touch with you. Any contact us.
Hello. Good afternoon. We are ready for our third session. Request all of you to take your seat, please. We have very interesting announcement to make.
Already people have done lunchtime. I am stuck thinking where I'm the guilty party over here. Really? So don't curse me for being here.
Good afternoon, team. So now we are about to start our quiz program. So all are ready?
Those of us in the room are ready.
So ready with your smartphones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go to Google and just type this URL.
Go to Google.
Whoever wants to participate in the quiz, go to Google and just type this URL.
What to tell what is the price?
Surprise.
That's right.
Surprise the government.
Done?
So done.
Registered
Any, like it is YX 9M 7X GE.
What is that?
All are done. So please type in your email ID and then the registration number, which will be shown, like at your
ID
the
card.
badge ID card.
Your ID card, you have D1.
So you can just type it as D1, D14, whatever.
RQC not required.
RQC is not required. Whatever you are typing now should be the same for all the sessions. Questions will not be displayed, sir. It will be displayed here now. Okay. So how many of you are done? Raise your hands, please. Okay. Your email address and then your registration ID number, if it is done, and then type in your name as well. And then we'll start the quiz now. 1 more minute.
Okay. Okay, so here we go. The first, okay, this is about the session 1, role of quality in building focus on customer centricity. It is related to quality questions. So, which of the following is not a characteristic of Industry 4.0? So now you just look into your mobile and then see there are 4 answers: big data, IoT, artificial intelligence, as well as mass production. So click the one. Okay, I'll give only 10 seconds. Okay, then move on to the second question. Quality means doing it right when no one is looking. It is a famous quote by. Is it W. Edwards Deming, Mr. Joseph Juran, Mr. Henry Ford, or Ishikawa? Okay. The third question. He is regarded as father of scientific management. Is it F.D. Tyler? Is it R. Fisher? Is it Deming or Abraham Maslow?
Out of syllabus.
Fine. Okay, go on to the next question. So in the Z program initiated by Government of India, Z stands for zero defects, zero effects, zero effects means. Zero effects means.
Okay, next.
Okay, I'll move on to the last question. Which is the highlight of ISO 9001:2015? So is it risk-based thinking? Is it customer delight? Is it preventive action? Or is it a management responsibility?
Okay, what is the price?
As I told you, it's a surprise. Okay, here we go. All the 5 questions. I'll give another 20 seconds. So for those who want to rethink and submit the answer.
But you were saying after I submitted.
So for you, it's not applicable. You are not eligible.
Now you're telling me.
Okay.
Okay, the time starts now. So click on submit button and then wait for the session 2 quiz later. You have to do the same process. I'll give a tiny URL, but you should be careful about writing your ID number. There will be accumulation of the points, okay, and then at the last we're going to announce the winner. Is that fine? Okay.
Remember, whatever number you have given ID number, same you repeat for each session. If you do a different number, yeah. No, your ID number. D1, D2.
So I've got only 95 responses. It will be closed in about 26 seconds. Sorry, 16 seconds.
Thank you, Naresh, for administrating this quiz. and 3 more pieces are going to come in the later sessions. And now it is time for session 3. Session 3 is being future ready, adopting technology for better tomorrow. And our session moderator is Mr. Manjunath, Air Quality, Michael Bearings. Mr. Manjunath ME is DGM QHSE at Michelle Bearings India, Bangalore. Unit is a UK multinational manufacturing cast and general bearings to various industrial, marine, oil industries, and nuclear power applications. Michelle being world leaders in white metal bearings manufacturing, as they are inventors of these bearings. Manjunath is a mechanical engineer from Army College of Engineering, Bangalore. He had opportunity to work in diverse areas and have 30 plus years of experience. His various experience includes product development, manufacturing, and QHSE functions, quality, health, safety, and environment. He has driven the team to 9001, 14001, 18001, and various other certifications. Company-wide risk officer, trainer on Rolls-Royce quality management systems, is a certified yellow belt trainer from Rolls-Royce, lead auditor for certifications, lead the improvement teams in addressing customer-related problems, and extensive project management skills at customer sites. He is also former chair for ASQ Bangalore LMC. I welcome Mr. Manjunath to take this session.
Good afternoon. So we have come to the third session. We have listened as of now to quality and innovation sessions, which went on very well. So we are in technology section. So before we start this section, how important is this? From my perspective and my examples of my company. So imagine we make bearings. These bearings for low speed and high thrust loads. Imagine a ship is going and it is shooting out a missile towards a what is that, submarine. It is supposed to give a thrust and miss that. So the amount of thrust load what it comes at that speeds, so it's very heavy. If it is not missing, if it is not missing, so the whole gamut of this innovation itself is gone. Technology is gone there. So it's all right first time. So we are in that bearing sector where the criticality of technology is out. So in that connection, I would like to I'd like to put on my thought like shelf life of the present technology initiatives continues to shorten in all the fields. If adopted, can see a better tomorrow. So we will try to learn from our expert panelists. Now, so I would like to call upon Mr. Anil Kumar Verma from Britannia Industries. Yes. Mr. G. Sundaraman, VP, Head Wind Industries. Manoj Jain, GM Product Development and Innovation from BEL, Bharat Electronics.
Thank you.
I'd like to introduce Mr. Anil. Anil joined Britannia in May 2019. He heads the manufacturing adjacencies vertical and is responsible for manufacturing of cakes, rusks, snacks, etc., and other adjacencies, while leading the implementation of all innovation projects in the country.
This is his second stint with Britannia. In his first stint, he joined as management trainee in 1994. Anil has an overall experience of 25 years across the role of manufacturing, quality, and innovation in organizations like Coca-Cola, Marino, Mondelez International. In his last role, he was heading the business development projects with Mondelez in Vietnam. Anil has done his engineering in chemical engineering with Wix Pilan. I welcome you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Now I'm taking the first session after lunch, so I know how difficult it is. So I'll try my best to keep you all from sleeping. When I walked in, I realized, most of the people I'm talking to are from a very high technology sector. Being in Bangalore, you always end up with either people from the electronics, software, or you end up with automobile. And here I am from a food manufacturing and an FMCG sector. I said it's going to be a little bit of a dampener for you guys. But still, I think it's something that I see that FMCG food manufacturing is playing a catch up, and there's a long journey to go. But I think the initial steps are very interesting, and I'd like to share some examples and some, kind of thoughts in terms of what's been happening in the industry. So just a little bit of context, how things are moving. If you look at FMCG, it's been growing over the last decade. You can see it's been on the rise. So all companies, whether it's Britannia or our own competitors, or whether it's people like Unilever, Colgate-Palmolive, Nestle, everybody there's a continuous growth in FMCG. And what are the underlying factors for the growth? Of course, consumers are evolving. People are buying more and more premium products. Today, Britannia as a company is not just biscuits. We have a large portfolio of very good products, and that shows that consumers have moved up the chain. And all this is being enabled by investments in innovation, which has been happening across the industry. And the other trends, as you may be aware, is rural consumption is on the rise. I'm not talking about the immediate last 1 or 2 quarters. I'm talking about a decade or so. So that you can see rural consumption is continuously going up. And there have been a lot of interventions by the government as well to support the industry. And you can see now there is also a good amount of e-commerce and modern trade is picked up. So all of this is, I would call them as the underlying factors for the growth. And what it helps us do as an industry is actually every time the market grows, it enables, you're creating more capacity. Every time you create capacity, you actually end up going for the latest available technology. You also look at automation, which is built in. You're not doing something as a plugin later on. And by doing this, we also take the advantage of scale. When you go across the, when you're setting up new factories, for example, Britannia, we had close to something like 75 to 80 factories, if I count all our contract manufacturers, own manufacturing locations. And when you see an opportunity, actually you try to consolidate and get the benefit of scale. And we also started moving more towards our own manufacturing, where it enables us to invest in modern technologies. And by doing all of this, actually it helps in terms of optimizing the benefits, increasing the margin, and that goes back into reinvesting in people, reinvesting in technology, which again gives you a growth. So it becomes a virtuous cycle. And I've seen this happen over the last 7 or 8 years. I think this is what helps from a So this is what helps from continuously investing in the back end. the back end is in the supply chain, in the manufacturing, till the time we reach our consumers. It helps us in doing these investments. I'm just I want to repeat some of this. I want to dive straight into the examples of what we have been doing as a company and what the industry is kind of doing. So one of the things that has made a significant difference is reducing variability. In all the products that we manufacture, we are using a lot of agricultural products, which are our inputs. And on top of it, we have a very diverse set of manufacturing, which were pretty primitive and very batch processes. I don't know if many of you have seen a biscuit plant, but a few years ago, it was all batch made. And you actually, there were a lot of people involved in making these decisions of how do you mix all the ingredients, how do you make the products. I'm sure many of you still have the impression that there are people sitting in kitchens making cookies and biscuits on the line, but that is not so. If you today walk in any of the factories, it is quite modern. We have continuous mixers, and these mixers are completely there's no human intervention. So all the ingredients are dosed into these continuous mixers. They are all set in terms of the amount of energy that is to be provided, the amount of recipes that need to be controlled at both at the macro level and at the micro level, and you get a very consistent, mixed ingredient. This completely eliminates the batch-to-batch variability, people intervention, and you get a very consistent quality of the mix. And same is the case on the baking ovens. Earlier, 20 years back when I joined the company, we had people the role called bakers. These are the guys who are going to set the temperature, who are going to manage the baking profile, making sure the product is uniformly baked and the moisture is under control, the color is under control. But now we've taken the human element out of it completely. We have these continuous lines which are using thermic fluid to do the heat transfer, and they're all connected to one panel where there's somebody who sets the profile, and it does not change for days on end. So it's only when you stop the line you have to reset it, but for days or maybe 10 days or 15 days, once a profile is set, it just continuously churns out product one after the other. So this is also delivering a very consistent product quality, and it has removed the element of human intervention, so to say the expertise is being taken out from the job. Now, at the end of the line, this is an area where typically many of the FMCG lines, if you look at biscuit lines or any of the whether it's a soap, shampoo, whatever it is, end of the line was completely manual. You had people packing the products into the boxes, and these boxes getting arranged on a pallet and getting transported. This is where the biggest chunk of people are getting employed. And what we've done now is many of these places also there have been investments done in pick and place systems, robotics. These are not very high-end robotics, but these are what do you call it, like earlier it used to be just pick and place systems, but now we have a little bit of intelligence built in. And because of this intelligence, they can even form their own pallets. They can, these are called collaborative robots or cobots, which can actually arrange your pallets, reprogram for different roles. You could use them to pick up one type of a product. You could pick up another type of product. You don't have to reprogram the whole, whatever. You don't even need to call your suppliers to do some of these reprogramming. People in-house are able to change the programs to make sure that the products can be arranged, packed into these boxes. This is an indirect benefit is once a product is baked, earlier there were a lot of people touching the product. Now many of the places we have a no touch. There's very little people touching the product. So the chances of contamination and food safety is much improved because of this. Some of these are in the areas of new products. The new products is where we have aggressively invested. I can give you a number of examples, but just a couple of the ones which are already there in the market you can see is you have a product called Deuce, which is actually a product which has a chocolate on top of a biscuit. Now these are very delicate products. Biscuits come out of biscuit lines, and you need to mold the chocolate. And all of these are done through automatic systems which pick up the biscuit, put them on the mold, and then you make the chocolate, and they are picked up and put inside the trays before they get packed. Now, what this also does is when it is picking up these biscuits, it can also check for defects. It can check for color variations. It can check for any shape variations and reject products which are not meeting the quality expectation. So as you can see, we are doing them primarily for efficiency and productivity, but you start getting indirect benefits on quality and food safety. Yeah. Some of the cakes that we have are all through these new technologies. We have these lines which can, even those paper cups which go inside the pockets are denested by machines. So there's nobody putting those paper cups. These are machines which put these paper cups, and after depositing, these cakes come out and get up to the packing machine. There's nobody touching these products. And these lines have a lot of advanced features which we are still in the process of kind of developing these products. So you could play around with the kind of fillings, decorations, multiple types of fillings, and you start seeing very innovative products coming to the shelf. And of course, in the area of inspection, detection is another big area where we have gone into technology. Many of you are aware that we used to have metal detectors on our lines. So if there's any metal contamination by chance, they would get detected at the end of the line and would get discarded. But now we have these X-ray systems which can take care of not just metal, but any foreign object can be detected. And cameras are used extensively to, like I mentioned, to look at the shape of the product, to look at the color of the product, and they work at such amazing speeds. You cannot, human eye cannot detect these defects, but these cameras can detect anything and reject them off the line before they go to the packing systems. And on the back end, we've gone for investment in bulk handling systems, and on the warehousing, we've gone in for, some of these are, we've not invested yet, we've not done these yet, but these are, I see that the industry is going towards it. So some of these, I can see it happen, at least in my previous experiences outside of India, these are very common. In India, I see the trend is just now kind of emerging. What this does is it reduces people, but it also helps you track and trace much more effectively. You're able to pick and trace shippers which are of the specific batch code. You can make sure that your inventory is typically, if you have a good system, you don't need to do an inventory count every week or every month, like what we do in a manual system. These are again very early thoughts. We're experimenting in pilot phases in some of our factories. In one of our factories, we've gone in for a smart factory concept where we pick up from the machine all the information, whether it is related to product moisture, related to weight of the product, or downtimes analysis. All of these gets picked up, and these are directly alerts are sent to the mobile phones or to SMS or emails. And we've seen that the reaction times are significantly reduced. People are able to take action much faster, and this has helped us in terms of reducing the defect levels on the lines. Of course, the uptimes have also gone up off the lines. And many of our products which need a cold chain, where we have to transport a product from our factory all the way to the distributors and to the shelf, we have invested in monitoring systems where these vehicles have data loggers, where the temperature is monitored, the GPS trackers tell us where the truck is on the route. And we have built some of these into the contracts with our transporters. So, for example, if the temperature is not controlled in a particular part of the route, he gets penalized for it. So, that's some of the examples that we have, and I see some of the other trends which are happening is, yes, of course, food products with a lot of nutrition and health benefits are happening, and we are expanding into adjacent categories. We've just kind of launched products in the extruded format, but this is not in the traditional extruded format. It's a big product, not a fried product. We also see there's a lot of disruption happening by startups. I think there is one session later today. I'm waiting to hear what these are doing in the food sector. So it'll be interesting to see any new trends coming up. But we're also exploring the use of big data, artificial intelligence for decision support. We have a lot of data, sales-related data, supply chain-related data that we have traditionally been using to manual decision making. But there is an opportunity here in terms of using artificial intelligence. So but some of the challenges, of course, are still there. We still have a lot of input variability because we're dealing with agricultural products. That's something that we have to deal with. And we still have a lot of materials that we cannot import, equipment that we cannot import because of very high duties in India. But I think over a period of time, this is getting better and better. And I think this will help us make the journey of automation or technology faster, accelerate faster in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anil. Now I give an introduction of Mr. Manoj. Mr. Manoj joined BEL Bangalore in August 1991 after completing his engineering electronics from REC Jaipur. He was involved in development of digital multiplexers and cross connection CDOT exchanges and military switches during his initial 8 years in D&E of Bangalore, Kodwa. In 1999, he moved to Central Research Laboratory, Bangalore, and was involved in technologies for defense networks and network bulk security solutions in radar area. He was involved in VEXT scan converters and display using FPGA. As principal scientist since July 2012, he was overseeing various technology developments related to wireless and wired networks, radio communications, embedded computing, missile electronics, network security, and encryption. He took over as chief scientist, CRL BT, since December 2017 till May 2019, overseeing technological developments in all professional areas. He is presently working as General Manager in Product Development and Innovation Center, overseeing all new product subsystem development requirements of Bell, thus ensuring continuous innovation and value addition leading to self-reliance. Mr. Manoj got various R&D awards, Key Contributor Award, Raksha Mantri and Swordjet Award from time to time. She has published various technical papers, applied many patents, and delivered talks to defense users and DRDO.
Good afternoon, everybody. I will briefly talk about wealth perspective for this particular theme, the being future ready, adapting technology for better tomorrow. So what is our perspective on that? I will briefly touch upon. Anyway, brief about Bell. Bell is a Navratna PSU. We were established in 1954. We have 9 units across India. And from day one, we were a R&D focused company. So 1954 itself, we realized that without R&D, we can't sustain in the business of professional defense electronics. One of the important points which I wanted to say, and it is supposed to be our IPR, where our tagline, our symbol itself tells quality, technology, and innovation. And that was made 30 years back. When I joined, I lived with this statement of Bell. So we are a quality, technology, innovation oriented company from at least last 30 years. We realized this technology and innovation 30 years back itself. And that's why we were a bit ahead of other public sectors and so many other private sectors. In 89 itself, we found that for technology and innovation, we have to do some organizational structural change. And that's why we planned a central research laboratory who can only think about technology and innovation, who is not worried about production related problems, even D&D. They need not worry about failures. Let them think independently. Something innovative work, let them do. We recruited MTechs and PhDs directly and given them a free environment, different type of a pay scales, different type of a totally environment, free environment, flat organizational structure, and so that they can develop and understand technology. Because technology development is not so easy. It requires totally different mindset, totally different culture, and that was realized by Bell 30 years before itself. Anyway, quality, we Since when I joined, at the time itself, this TQM and torque were already there in Bell. So Bell started investing on the basic quality principles much before it was known to other public sectors or private sectors. Right now, all our units are 9100 or 9135. We have got the CIA Exim Award and the Role Model Award for the organization. It is not the individuals who are role model here. The whole organization has been given an award of a role model organization last year, this year only basically. We got that award. We will be proud of that. We spent a lot of time in quality in design and manufacturing both. We have 250 plus CREs, CQEs, CSQEs, etc. And I think the largest number of PMPs also in India. So quality and reliability in design and testing. Because in R&D, you can't think that the first thing you have made, it will work. It cannot work straight away. It requires iteration. So for that, you require a lot of simulation. You require a lot of testing. You require a lot of prediction, reliability prediction. All these things are required. Then only we can make a quality product, a new product. So for that, anyway, we spent a lot of time, a lot of investment has been done in designing and prototyping related facilities. I'll just briefly tell you. These all are required not only for production. In production, definitely quality has to be ensured once, and by design itself, then production can run smoothly. But during design process, of iterative process of quality evaluation, then changing the design, those things require these facilities available for R&D engineers also. So these all are various things which are there. Adapting technology at Bell. So technology is available. How to use it for my products and for my processes. A few examples of that. So we are the first PSU to implement company-wide ERP. We found the IT, how IT can help each and every process for running the organization. We were the first one to implement total ERP and extensive use of IT to go paperless. We are again the first one, I think, for e-procurement, transparent and fast procurement, or 99% procurement, and in some of the SBs, 100% procurement is done only through portal, SRM portal. Nothing is purchased through paper. Payments 100% only digital. There is no payment, no checks are signed now. Checks also signing is stopped. No cash transaction at all in whole of the company, including our guest house. Also we go, we have to either pay credit card, debit card, or direct transactions will be there. But the smallest thing to biggest thing, not even 1 rupee person put in his pocket. It is like that, totally digital. We are proud to have that, and it makes definitely system more transparent, more accountable. Then file lifecycle management for management approval. All files approval till our CMD goes only through PC. Nothing goes paper. It's totally paperless, and each decision is taken in the system. Even our CMD also will write his remarks in the system, and anybody and everybody can see where the file is. Many times we have got approval in 2 hours. I can tell you, for a foreign travel, starting from the need to company secretary issuing a memo, office memo, for somebody to be authorized to go abroad. 2 hours it took for at least 15 change till CMD and then company secretary. In 2 hours, we got the approval done. So that is the power of IT. If you use it for your day-to-day life, it will improve your productivity, it will improve your timing. Manufacturing, definitely it is required technology, like for mass production, not only for EVMs or others, even for like highly technology intensive things like PR modules. That type of investment also is too much, because very high intensive professional grade test instrument and total clean rooms and other facilities are required. So well, always whenever some new technology is there, well, invest not only for R&D, even for manufacturing. Whether return will come today or not, when we invested for our super components facility, till date, I think 6 or 7 years over, till date we have not got full return. We may get the return, but we are confident. Once you are a leader in that particular area, definitely return will come, because you are the first one. You have learned a bit earlier to others. Mill to COTS, where we were working in mill, now COTS technology has come. How to quickly adapt to the COTS technology? It definitely gives us a lot of fruits, lot of time we save, lot of other initiatives we have. Now, where I am presently, I am in this product development and innovation center. That also was a calculated thought of plan of well, where we take a lot of time in R&D. Why we are not taking too much of risk? Are we doing innovation only for technology perspective, or innovation is required for product design, process innovation? So those type of things, how to do? Can we do it differently? So for that, the idea came, why not put all this product development related activity at one centralized place? This is the new building which has just recently, last month only, inaugurated by RM. We have done for communication, radar, EW, civilian, anyway, I will tell you briefly about that. Total investment of 220 crore already done. Not a single rupee direct output. Return on investment is going to come. That way, we have to do plan. And 170 crore is already planned for next 2 years. For all type of facilities, what I have shown you, during R&D, we require this type of a qualification testing, the 3D prototyping machines, EMI, EMC lab. Generally, once we go to manufacturing will have different priority. R&D fellow wants dedicated. Well realized, yes. Why not do a separate investment for you? So 170 crore is given to me only and only for these type of facilities within my control, within my this building. So this whole building is self-sufficient in all respects till you can do QT and make a qualified product out. That type of freedom, if you give to R&D, then only new products can come out in an R&D facility. So current capacity is around 750 engineers, and this is just a glimpse of what we have. These are the different areas under one single roof. All these are innovation cells of the COE, we call it. So in all areas we have teams, and one of the important areas is automation solution. We found a lot of things are required for defense, but definitely for our own learnings also it is required. So we created a new groups in different areas so that we can align ourselves to whatever technological changes which are happening. Until we understand the technology, we can't adapt it. The first phase is understand the technology, then do experimentation on the technology, adapt it for your needs, whether for your manufacturing needs or for your product needs. But for both of them, you have to understand the technology, then only we can adapt. Each and every industry that way unique, and inside in each and every organization, culture is different. The structure is different. So these technologies has to be adapted to the organization. Then only we can get the real fruits out of that technology. So now we are eagerly waiting for this industry 4.0. So definitely till 3.0 we have done, no problem. We all are having CNC machines, computers are there day in, day out in all manufacturing segments. Forget R&D. Even anyway, it is having different benefits. We realize that yes, industry 4.0, we have to adapt at the earliest. These are the various technology pillars. These all technology pillars are not only required for digital manufacturing, they are required for R&D, for my defense. Because defense also is going through all these technologies are benefiting defense as a product. So it is not only required for a manufacturing improvement and quality by adapting this technology, but this technology only are making my next 20 years, 10 years future business also secure. A quality business made by this technology in manufacturing, I will have quality benefits also, but definitely I am getting into new business areas ahead of others. So we have right now all groups are working in all these areas, how to adapt them for defense needs. And that's what this all are in general about Government of India's. I think the last slide. Right now we are in the phase of understanding underlying technologies. So these all technologies are required for 4.0. We have created small groups. They have done some experimentation, whether it is an IoT, whether it is an RFID, all these things, whether it is a big data, cloud computing. We have created our own supercomputing infrastructure because the big data analysis you can't do without a supercomputer. So we thought, we went to management, look, give me supercomputer infrastructure firstly. We'll see when the return will come, but that is a necessity for me. And we are, our management also is generous enough to sanction, and we have now a supercomputer operational under R&D control. No direct returns. Indirect returns will come. All these things will give intangible benefits or making us ahead of others in time. Making technology-driven products. We are right now, we have concept-driven products we have made out of these technology for different needs. We are giving series of demos. Adding values to existing products. Definitely they have the potential of adding too much of value to existing products. And learning from small initiatives in digital manufacturing. We have introduced now RFID based asset management. All our assets, all our capital equipments, etc., where they are, how they can be used, how they can be collected. We are done that particular activity is going on. The secure manufacturing process, the total manufacturing, how to make it secure, starting from PCB assembly till the final dispatch, EVMs and other things require that. We have created that type of a setup. We are already partially geared for Industry 4.0. The 3D printing, anyway, we have right now it is mainly used for our prototyping. Once we use it for production, then definitely it will become fully 4.0. So we are now planning for 4.0 compliant manufacturing setup. We have created a task force, and the task force is now started sitting and planning what we have to do for converting our total factory setup to 4.0. And then finally we have to implement it in 2 to 3 years. We are planning to implement this 4.0 compliant total setup. This is brief what I wanted to share with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manan. We have our next speaker, Mr. G. Sundaraman. He is Senior Vice President and Head Wind Automation Solutions. He is responsible for positioning the company as a key player in industrial automation solutions. A mechanical engineer from RQC, Sundar has over 28 years experience in leadership roles across multi-functions. Prior to joining Wipro Infrastructure, he has worked in Precall, Tecumesh products with Whirlpool India and others. Sundar is known for his ability to turn out organizations. He has leveraged and integrated solutions for industrial automation through robotics, IoT, sensors, and telematics to drive productivity and business growth. Now, welcome.
Okay, good afternoon. So I'll run a minute's video before my presentation. Okay, I don't have a presentation. I'll be taking through a brief discussion with all of you. Good afternoon once again, and it's homecoming for me for both ASQ and QCA. Thank you, Anindya, for inviting me. It's something which happy to see a lot of youngsters in the crowd now. And I was part of ASQ LMC chair way back, about a decade back. I was heading the chair in Delhi, and of course involved with QCA activities in Delhi as well earlier. And in fact, if I recollect, I wrote my CQE way back in 1996. Very few CQEs we had in the country those days. And then wrote subsequently, immediately, every year I used to appear for some exam or other of ASQ, followed by CQM, CRE, then the black belt. So it used to be a very intense engagement with ASQ those days, and I'm happy to come back again to address this regional conclave which ASQ and QCA is conducting. To give a quick introduction, my name is Sundar Raman. You can call me Sundar, and I head the automation business for Wipro Infrastructure. Wipro is heavily into manufacturing. Many of you would look at Wipro as a IT technology and services company, but Wipro has a very strong manufacturing legacy and manufacturing factories. We have actually 31 factories across multiple countries. We have factories in Romania, Sweden, Finland, Brazil, US, in Southeast Asian countries, many other countries we have factories in China. So basically we are a very strong manufacturing background into FMCG products. The brands are very much known to you, whether it is Chandrika or Santur and the soap brands, and the Wipro lighting division that we have the factories to produce the LED lights and lamps, and Wipro Furniture. We have furniture division, office furniture division, where we produce furnitures. Hydraulics business is one of the oldest business. Pina, just close to this venue, is where we have a factory which started production about 40 years back in hydraulic cylinders. We have an aerospace facility in Devanahalli. Also, Wipro Aerospace, a large facility in Israel, as well as in Seattle in US. Wipro 3D metal printing division. Some of you, since we are talking about future ready and new technology driving growth as a topic here, I would request all of you to, whenever you get time, please visit our Wipro 3D facility, which is one of the state-of-the-art facility. Many of the ISRO's satellite launches carry Wipro 3D metal printed parts, and this is again in Pina. The latest venture of Wipro is into automation business, and that's what I head the automation vertical. I have my colleague Avisha here. She heads the digital marketing for Win Automation business. I'm going to cover in my session briefly about three topics. Simple, which is one is smart, second is digitization, third is automation. Now, just before this session, we had a interesting quiz session. No, decade back, about 10 years back or 15 years back, in a conclave or in a conference like this, the quiz would have been in a paper and pen method. No, so papers will be circulated, people will mark, and then somebody will collect it and then score it and all that stuff. Now, the announcer in the quiz program, he said, "Okay, all of you take your smartphones." So that's how the announcement started. Now I'm going to ask a very stupid question. How many of you in this conference don't have a smartphone? Or how many of you have a smartphone? Obviously, all the hands go up. How many of you don't have a smartphone? None. Okay. Now,
in our office, we're not allowed to have a smartphone.
okay. Now, I just want to understand from you, anyone, if you can mention or define, why do we call it as a smartphone? Any thought process? Why do we call it as a smartphone? Pardon? Make us dumb? No. Make us smart?
It's smarter than us.
Smarter than us. Okay. No.
Intra-intelligence systems.
Absolutely. It is built in with a lot of intelligence systems. The applications in the phone actually make it smarter. And when we say smart, the phone is not smarter. We become smarter when we use that phone. The apps that are around the phone is something which because normally the smartphone era, when we talk about it, Nokia to Samsung and the era changeover, Many people used to say that, okay, we have a touch facility and then that has become smart. That is why it's smart. But that's one incidental benefit. In fact, BlackBerry, many of us would have used BlackBerry earlier. BlackBerry started as a smartphone, I would say, with a lot of apps coming into that phone and then push email systems coming into the phone and all that. It was actually the journey of the smartphone which we had. Today, it is not about just making calls in the phone. And I'm sure all of us will have multiple apps. There are people who have 30, 40, 50 apps in the phone and which run and which typically Google Maps, we don't miss it out. We don't miss Skype, we don't miss LinkedIn, Facebook, or any other Twitter, Instagram, the drive that we use on the phone or the photos, YouTube, Dropbox. We can name hundreds of apps that we use instantaneously. We use whether it is flight tracking, whether it is Ola booking or Uber booking. So the smartness, which is intelligence, which is brought into the phone, which is so handy for us, is something which is the technology driver. And how this adaptation which has happened in the personal lives of every one of us, how is it going to be reflecting in our professional lives? And that's where the Industry 4.0 and the entire IoT, telematics and the sensors and the Industry 4.0 principles coming. So real-time information, transactions, communication, coordination, all this are the underlying pillars for this revolution which we are going through, what we call as Industry 4.0 revolution. Smart factory is a key requirement for that. And when we say smart factory, typically the three components to the smart factory, we talk about smart machine, smart material, and smart man, or the person who's running the smart man or woman who's running the production. So when we say machines, smart machines, what does it connote to us? Why do we say, we have the speaker before me on the BEL, he was mentioning, we've already reached the Industry 3.0 stage. And why did he say that? Because the machines have built-in intelligence now. No, we are no longer running the manual lathes or whatever we do. The CNC or the computer intelligence, the CAD/CAM interfacing. So many of them have been brought into the machine infrastructure. Smart machines are there. And how do we enable it to become smarter with reference to Industry 4.0 is when we are going to connect them. So they are digitally connected. They are part of an ecosystem or the platform where the machines are going to interact with each other. Self-healing systems where they are going to correct anomalies or abnormalities, escalations, messaging, communication. So it's going to not just going to be connected ecosystem, but also transmit information, receive information, the control architecture which is going to be brought into the machine. That makes it smart. Smart material. Again, the speaker before me was mentioning about RFID asset tracking system. So if you really look at it, we started our journey of asset tracking with reference to the basic system of, I would say maybe 20 years back. I remember we started with the tagging, parts tagging, 25, 30 years back. Part tagging and ISO 9000 was regimental. So the auditor, when he goes around the shop floor, he will look for whether the tag is there on the part or not. The tag is not there, he will say unidentified material. No? So material identification missing. So material identification was with the physical paper tag which was attached to that. And the tag was saying, what do you write on the tag? You will write product code or the material code will be written or product description will be written. So it says who I am. That is defined in the tag. Then it says where I am. Where is the tag? Where is the part located? Is it in the machine shop? Is it in the CNC area? Is it in the press shop? So the location of the part will be identified or tagged there. And then it will say what I am. What is the process which is already undergone? So some people many years back have integrated the tag with the job part. So it also will say, okay, this drilling operation is completed, waiting for tapping operation. So there will be a definition which will be given to say what I am. And also it's also important how long I am there. So it also will say Okay, the tag will say this operation completed on so and so date. If it is a shelf life product, of course, it's mandatory that the date is mentioned and then expiry date is mentioned and then the control has to be brought in. So how long was also an important element. Now, all of this today in a real-time ecosystem, the technology drives. So the smart material, when we say material across the shop floor on a real-time traceability, whether it is from an inventory accounting perspective or quality tracking perspective or with reference to operational flow management point of it, it is absolutely essential that the materials become smart. So from a manual handwritten tag, then we moved on to barcoded system. Barcoded system definitely is essential, and that's the cheapest technology that we have on the shop floor to be deployed. So every station or the next station, people will scan it. The next scan will define the change of state of the material. Then we have the RFID. With the RFID, still it is a passive system because next scan should happen even in an RFID. But the scanning can be through an RFID gate. It'll automatically scan and it will automatically recognize that the material has moved to the next station. Then now Bluetooth is revolutionizing. So you create a Bluetooth mesh in the factory. All the high value inventories are all tagged, or high critical inventories are all tagged through Bluetooth. Then automatically the material is smart now. Wherever it goes, its physical position is known, what operation has been carried out on the material is known, and what is the status of it, whether it is reject, accept, everything can be digitally tracked. So that way the technology is evolving. Now we have the ultra wideband UWB technologies, which we have deployed in a couple of factories for real-time inventory tracking. And 5G is going to revolutionize again the factory automation in terms of smart material. The tracking, traceability, genealogy, the whole aspect, especially it's so critical in the FMCG segment, as our co-panelist from Britannia was talking. FMCG, or pharma, food and beverage segment, it's so critical. The 21 CFR, what we talk in terms of FDA requirements and the documentation, digital documentation. So the material has to be smart. The third segment is smart man. This is where a lot of debate will come. The moment we say smart man, what do we mean by that? Because we are all afraid. Automation or digitization, the key question which will come up is it going to lead to job loss? What's going to happen? Because even my previous presenter from Britannia, when he was mentioning the palletizing, packaging, many of those areas, he was emphasizing that we were deploying so many people now, and then with this automation, it's automated. So they are not there. So this is a very key element in a country like us in terms of automation and digitalization. What is it going to do with reference to jobs of employees? Now, this is where the critical aspect of automation or the digitalization is. What are we using these human, all of us, this men and women, what are they doing in the shop floor? Fatigue oriented, repetitive, hazardous, heavy weight to be lifted. Building applications in many of the factories are completely manual even today. India has, in fact, the lowest robot population in the world. We retail around 4,000 robots every year, whereas China does about 200,000 robots are retailed in the manufacturing space. In fact, just before getting into the automation as a discussion, there are two recent news I thought I should touch upon. All of you would have read about a couple of days back this news came about how Chinese factories, firework factories, have revolutionized their production system with robots. So when we talk about crackers here, we still talk about Sivagasi, and then we say that child labor in Sivagasi has to be abolished and they should not be deployed in the fireworks factory and all that. The robot has no age. The Chinese factories are all deployed completely with robotized. And the entire firework factories in China have gone through a massive revolution in terms of robotization. And I don't know how many of you are aware, 25 times, not 25%. Whenever we mention about productivity improvement and all that, we'll say we have improved the productivity by 10%, 20%, 30%. But in this firework factories in China, the data shows that it is 25 times productivity improvement. And that's the kind of a revolution which we are seeing on one side. Second news, all of us would have read about it, is the Volkswagen, the Audi Skoda recall. It was a dangerous flaw that makes the vehicles suddenly to lose power, and it gets onto a limp mode. And over 80,000 vehicles are getting recalled. It is sad. It is sad to see that massive product recalls in automotive is still happening in this era of automation and digitization. So we talk about inspection automation, traceability. So the win number to production lot traceability is still not fully established. So we have miles to go in this journey of quality improvement, automation in many of the industries. So this case, when we are talking about smart man again, as long as we are continue to use the person, his 2 hands and 2 legs in the shop floor, he is not a smart man. The day we start using many of the quality improvement programs from Japan, whatever ASQ and Quality Council of India have been propagating, is always in this journey of making them smart. Kaizen programs or 5S culture to be brought in, lean or Six Sigma initiatives. All these programs were moving away the person from his legs and hands to be used in the shop floor to start using the brain. And that's where the Industry 4.0 comes in, where many of these unskilled laborers or casuals who are deployed in the shop floor, how are they going to be reskilled? They should become robot programmers, they should become PLC engineers, they should qualify to get into the skilled workforce bracket. Today, if you look at it, retail segment, the revolution is still already happening. If you see all the boys and girls who are working in Big Bazaar or retail shops, the technology is already percolated. Whether it is related to RFID, digital traceability of that, or billing cycle, how is it operating? The pick-to-light systems in terms of picking the inventory for any of the online orders. So shop floor revolution has to happen, and we need not have the fear of job loss, because one example is when we looked at nationalizing the banks, there was a big protest in the country. Every bank went on a strike, and today, without the computerization in the banks, where we will be today? Can we imagine a situation where the bank can operate without a computer? The passbook can be entries or made manually. Those systems, the revolution has to happen in the shop floor, and that's a mandatory requirement when we are talking about the smart man. Last and important point is, in this automation journey, what is most critical is affordable automation, affordable digitalization. That is an area from Win Automation. We are working on multiple projects and programs. It was heartening to see my previous speaker said that BL is investing ahead, and then even after 6 years, there's no break even. But unfortunately, most of the SME segment, the challenge will be unless the ROI is justifiable. They would like to look at any automation investment, whether it is happening within 1 year ROI or at best 2 year ROI. So that's going to be one of the critical elements for us in terms of bringing an affordable automation and affordable digitization. We have very interesting projects running, especially for SME segment. When we say SME segment, for somebody in Pina industrial area who's having just 3 CNC machines or 2 injection molding machines, we will be able to provide him a 500 rupees per machine per month digitization journey. So he will be able to track OEE in the mobile phone on a real-time basis, and that's the essential message of affordable automation. With this, I conclude my. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Now the question is open for the Q&A. Any questions?
I have 2 questions. One is for Mr. Vinay and one for Mr. One is while coming yesterday in Outlook magazine, I came across an article. It was a big article on the fakes that are coming. Usually we identified fakes, with shoes, with bags, with this thing. But it was, really surprising to see the level of fake and the quality level in the fake that even the real cannot be. I don't think even what the article said, I don't think the quality is so good that even the company would be able to identify till really they get into it. So I wanted to know, how are you innovating and leveraging technology to counter these threats through automations like what Mr. Sundar was saying? For example, as a common user, if I go into my grocery store, I should be able to just scan it and know if it's a threat, it's a fake biscuit or not, this thing, or whether my MK retail is the one that houses the maximum of fakes. So that is the first thing. And second, okay, I can say after that.
Hello. It's a very interesting question because it just reminded me of an article I read a couple of days ago about how high quality currency notes are in circulation. So, if somebody can fake currency notes, then anything can be faked. Yeah? So, but I've never really thought about how technology can be used to drive out this entire fix. But I know of when I used to work with Coca-Cola, we did this journey where all the coding earlier used to be on inkjet printers, and you could go into these laser coding, and that helps people to make sure that there's no tampering of. So there's a lot of tamper-evident technologies are available. Tamper-evident is quite common. I've seen a lot of printers today where you can print, those kind of QR codes, or you can print unique codes on each of the packs. But I think we've not leveraged it enough, and it should be, something which should be explored in the future.
Yeah, because what you were talking about, sometimes it's difficult for you to import the machines. I think these fakers will be able to smuggle it in much easier. So anyway, the next question is to Mr. Jain. You said ERP, e-procurement, and file lifecycle management. You have automated completely. I want to know, are these in silos or is it an integrated solution? Because in my own experience in an organization like ours, DRDO, we have two networks. One is the internet, the other is our local this thing, and there's no way we are allowed to physically connect them. So as I look at it, e-procurement is an external over the internet, whereas ERP and your file lifecycle management would be an internal system. So I would like to know from Bell, how do they approach this?
That is a classical problem for us. Air gap has to be maintained for internet and intranet. Outside reach is only through internet, and my all internal process have to be done only on internet. I can't connect both of them. But still we have to get that logical connection. So what we have, otherwise my voice is high enough. What we have done, one is you have to get SRM data has to be put to your internal system. There may be some offline method, but what we have done now is a data diode technique, and we have installed the data diode so that the flow is only from internet to intranet. Nothing goes from intranet to internet, and that data diode is designed by us. That's why we have 100% confidence on that. We don't want to import a data diode and a fake data diode come, or a Chinese component is there. We don't want to believe on that. We have developed our own, installed, given confidence to our own management, it works, and that way we have made it now totally automatic. So data diode is a technological solution to still make it the gap.
I have a question, Mr. Jain.
Yeah, please.
Is it as per cybersecurity policy or MOD?
Yes, why not?
Is it in line with cybersecurity policy MOD? That gap, air gap.
Air gap has to be maintained. Agreed. But
this one flow data, is it permissible as per cybersecurity MOD?
Yes. One way, if you can prove that it is only one way data is coming from A to B, no way it is going B to A. Not technologically, it is not possible. We have to do VAPT, we have to open up our design. That's why we thought of designing our own product for that. We have already offered it, that solution for so many companies.
Cybersecurity policy doesn't permit so. MOD
Unless-
policy doesn't permit so.
Sir, technology is making
No,
it.
I'm not saying that. I am saying the policy.
They have brought air
doesn't
gap has to be maintained. Air gap has to be maintained means two-way air
I'm not
gap.
saying that. What you said, that is not permitted as per the policy of the MOD.
You have to educate the person who comes
That is
for
a sheer
inspection.
problem.
You have to change the policy.
That is a sheer problem.
We have changed so many policies.
Even I am from the DGQ.
Yes, sir.
The problem is common to us.
True. But we have installed and it is working and we have given demonstration.
Because it's getting so specific.
Yeah, it should be
So we can.
We can discuss about it.
So,
One more. Last question.
Okay, comments rather than, yes, first, we wanted to know the level of automation you guys have got. We got for steel plants and at every stage we are looking at automation and doing it. But I never even read that what you are doing in Britannia, of course, also Mr. Gadia, we were on the board of Tata Steel together for 18, 19 years, and never mentioned about it. But it's really creditable and I think quite fantastic, all being done without human touch. Who was the first guy who thought of it? Any history behind it is one person. And secondly, is again BL. You probably know a lot about this. Three of you form a formidable Prasadhan for technology. Even BL, I mean, I think all I can say, thanks and just carry on doing what you're doing. Because you're also working, they're really fantastic in the number of new areas that have come which I happen to know about. That's actually quite many. But this is what is going to bring about for this conference. And a lot of other things.
Thank you so much, sir. I mean, I just want to react. It's not one individual, but I think in Britannia, if you look at it, we used to have a function called design and manufacturing. In fact, in old days, this department was tasked with, in those days, we could not import a lot of machinery because there was a lot of sectors. So this was making all those machines. That department has really transformed. It's part of the Department of Technology Excellence. And there are a team of 30-40 people who are really taking the lead in terms of using it. They're completely application oriented. I think that is the real heart of the thing. Whether it is working with external suppliers or working with internal factories, they have made this transformation. Thank you so much for your kindness.
Just one line I wanted to add. Our mission of our company itself, many of you may be knowing, what is that? It tells we have to be a customer-focused company, globally competitive company in the defense and professional electronics through quality technology and innovation. So with these three tags, I can assure you, you can become a world-class company.
So just to summarize, we have touched upon using technology. Using technology, we can bring down variability in the product manufacturing, recipe controls, manpower reduction, food safety controls, as touched upon by Anil. The Manoj has touched upon having 250 plus reliability engineers. Okay, technology needs reliability engineers. So test facilities, you need focus on digital industry 4.0. The next is Sundar touched upon smart materials, traceability, tracking and traceability, the improvements, again the technology used for all this. What is that? Smart machines, built-in intelligence. Okay, so we have learned in this technology session quite a bit of the information. Thank you very much again for all the speakers. Thank you.
Thanks all the speakers and Manjunath for such a wonderful session. Now I request Ms. Anshu Bhatia to come over stage and hand over the mementos to Anshu Bhatia. Name Manjunath. Mr. Anil Kumar. Mr. G. Sundaram. And Mr. Maharaja. Thank you very much for your wonderful session. Yeah, before we break for a tea, Naresh wants to ask you one more session of questions. Be ready? Afterwards, no, we'll break for tea. While you're having tea, you can answer the questions also.
So then CMD said yes, we will do it.
Okay, so now it's about the session 2. Session 2 on the role and focus of innovation in the changing business scenario, right? Yes, I'm coming to that. So before the EOR, what happened to the session 1? So this is scores, okay? So almost 9 of them have got 50 out of 50. So good, okay? And of course, we have outliers, zeros as well, okay? Okay, so let's move on. So ready with the smartphones, Google. Okay, so here is the URL. Course.
I got something on the first piece. Thank you.
So ready?
Last time it allowed D25, but this time it number.
It should be here. You just type the number. Last time there was so much of confusion. All of you know like RQC, then only D, and all those things. Just type your numbers around. Mistake. So ready? Okay, great. So the first question, I think we had a session from 3M. The 3M company, which is known for, of course, the innovation. So what does the 3M stand for? Man, mission, so done. Going to the second question. So what does COIN stand for? Okay, the next one. What does IIoT stand for?
I have a question. I'm surprised. I thought everyone would get 50 out of 50 because Google would answer everything.
Sense of urgency.
Who answers first? Actually?
Who answers first? He will get marks.
In seconds, we monitor. Yeah. Good question. Okay, the fourth question. What is digital twin mean? I think you have an answer in one of the session. In the same session, in fact. Okay, the next question. So who said innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower? So done. So you have another 20 seconds to decide on your answers. Okay, thank you. So for the next section, so it's right after tea.
Okay, so we have 10 minutes tea break. Please finish your tea and come back so that we can finish on time. 4:50 minutes. Thank you very much. Yeah. Quiz starts at 4:50.
Right. My name is
Maximum.
I work as a consultant in field. Doing 3D printing company.
We are interacting with our Bengaluru. So interacted it could be. PDAC.
No. I'll note down. Based in the BA headquarters in
PDAC is a new building.
Oh,
Next
is it
to
on the other
CRI.
side of
Next to CRI. 1 kilometer from back. We are in Bengaluru complex.
Okay.
Back side of Plus.
So
Actually 90. 86, 90, but not IIT. Okay. 90. Okay. Consultant, theory of constraints. Every goal back. So you made us like because everybody are the impression of here. Government so then it's told to the world, yeah, you can do here, London. Yeah, chairman. Thank you. Yes, I and then we'll see.
a little bit I could know, but now
Hello. Because of the other. Hello. Yeah. What you do? Hello.
Yes, you have, because it is a shame. You know, it pays one for one back. Whatever you want, control print screen. Whatever you want, give a window. Whatever you want. Right?
I have never been there, so I don't believe.
He is there. He is there.
So any plans to make that this online?
I'll give you the format. What you can do.
Then you can refresh database.
What will be
On the virus and just have only the latest version. They have two versions. So for green belt I have only I think one version and black belt is those are all gone.
It's finished. On track. No, yeah. Value adding is too much.
Hello.
ಅವರಕ್ಕೆ ಯುಕೆ
embedding skill and struggling. You said there is some way to switch back and this question was doing a PPT. What I'm doing is creating an image. Image photo hyperlink to connect. When I click that image, it is working, but I have to do for every slide. So there are 20-30 slides. Each one is a question slide. Otherwise, it will run as a sequence.
நான் உங்களுக்கு வந்து கேட்டுட்டேன் அங்கேயும் கன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிட்டு வரேன் சும்மா இங்கே கேட்டு சொல்லிட்டேன் அங்கேயும் செக் பண்ணிட்டு வந்தேன் எத்தனை மணிக்கு நான் உங்களுக்கு கால் பண்றேன் நாமக்கல் சேதாமா நான் சேந்தமங்கலம் சொல்றேன் நாராயணன்
also only book
This program that we discussed but anyway, I think but we come back to maybe here only yeah, it keeps happening. There's this likewise, anyway, if you have students, local members typically run generally students, I think, government there's nothing in that see, there are two options. We have our own it will be a green belt. Green belt. Plus, there are certain criteria. Fresh out of college, then go double then take the exam and pass the exam. Then you get certificate. Otherwise, you will
Welcome back.
Service office. And you have two projects. You have to have one project. And then you have to take the Plus, we have one challenge of around 100.
So all ready for the next session?
You know what? Customers Sure. Yeah. Okay. Just.
So shall we start? Yeah, another quiz session now, followed by the session 4. Yeah. Let's come. Just think for another 2 minutes. So the time now is exactly 4:50. So we start. Okay, let us start. So let us see about the previous session results. The number of responses were exactly 100, and again, like the number of out is increased by 2%.
Price without price.
Can't have everybody waiting.
Okay?
Name is not asked this time. Don't worry.
Sorry?
There is no mail ID being asked now.
Okay. So you just add your, number.
I hope your evaluation is not.
VLOOKUP is there, no? VLOOKUP is there for me to get your email IDs.
Oh, we look up.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. So let's start. Yeah, the third session. Okay. So the first question, what is the example of additive manufacturing?
Out of syllabus.
No lifeline.
Okay, the second question. So that percentage of all data in March 2019 was created in the last 2 years. It's overall data about like of us,
Overall data.
percentage of data, like whatever we're talking about big data, right? Big data. Yeah. Okay, the next question is, what is big data and analytics market worth in the year 2019? So is it 250 million or 4.9 billion or 49 billion or $100 billion? The next question, if you heard about VUCA, so in the term VUCA, so what does the letter C stands for? So the next question is, fifth one, the organization's capability to respond quickly to customer needs and market changes is called. Is it agile manufacturing, additive, innovative, or machine learning? Okay, so you have another 20 seconds now. So thank you. So please submit your answers immediately.
In this syllabus shows that the market syllabus would have been useful.
Thank you, Naresh. And you have one more quiz is going to come after this session, the last session, that is session 4, startups creating agility in manufacturing. That's our fourth and last session for today. And session moderator is Ms. Jamshid KK. I'll introduce Mr. Jamshid. Jamshid is CEO of Bytematic Technologies Private Limited, a startup entrepreneur himself. In this startup is attempting to implement Toyota production system practices with industrial Internet of Things. Prior to this, he was co-founder and CTO of Castalia Labs Private Limited, one of India's first machine vision companies. His areas of interest are applied mathematics, machine learning, computer vision, startups, and lean approaches. He is an electronics and communication engineer by education. So, Mr. Jamshid, please come and take over the session. I request Mr. Prakash to come and hand over a bouquet to Jamshid.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the session on startups creating agility in manufacturing. Let me invite speakers to the dais. Mr. Madhu Madhavan, founder and CEO of Kusuka. Sir, welcome to you. Mr. Christopher Raj, Director, NTTF. Welcome, sir. Mr. Achyuta Joyce, MD, Applied Technologies Private Limited. Welcome, sir. Mr. Gaurav, founder and CEO of Talent Technologies. Let me introduce the first speaker, Madhu Madhavan. Madhu is an entrepreneur, business strategist, and leadership consultant. In the profile, something interesting. You have his detailed profile with you. I will speak a few words which I found interesting, and I think which you people also will find interesting. Amongst the many business ventures he has started, he has through the test of times. That speaks about the entrepreneurial spirit in him. And they are based on one is on analytics and automation, another one is on digital transformation and infrastructure, and another one is on advisory consultancy and learning services. Let me invite Madhu to start the session.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Awesome. Now we heard. Yes. Thanks for that, sir. Can you hear a buzz sound?
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Only this side is there. There's a lot of buzz happening. Besides the AC, something else?
Yes.
Okay. Never mind. I hope they have it covered.
Because there was a quiz. There's a buzz.
Possibly. Right. Yeah. So that's a hangover of the quiz. And some amazing thoughts throughout the day and a lot of takeaways. And it's really to see the room still full with the last session. So really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Appreciate ASQ and QCI for organizing this event in Bangalore. And appreciate all of you for participating and being here in such large numbers. And I'm sure there are going to be some valuable takeaways for each one of us, for personally as well as on the organizational level. Nevertheless, I move forward. Had this, by the way, this is the answer of one of the questions which was in the quiz, just in case somebody missed it. So what thoughts come into our mind when we see this word, when we hear this word? Agility. What comes to mind? Response. Flexible. Response. Response. Or something you want to add? Quick response. Swiftness. What else? Adaptable. Adaptable to what? Adaptable to change in what way? Because even if you want or don't want, change will happen. It will do something. So if you are adaptable, it means it's something activity. Be positive, right? What else? Hey, can you hear the sound? No. Yeah. I continue to hear this. It's irritating, but it's there. Okay. So, so what about agility? What else? What else? In the context of organization, in the context of the roles that we play for the organization that we are either heading or managing or leading. Timely response. Timely response. So time is a pretty interesting component. Sorry? Re-engineering. Re-engineering. So renewing. Yeah. So and all of them are right. And I will try to summarize a few. It is about renewing yourself. Does that make a distinction? Yeah. Self-initiated, not driven from because something happened in the environment outside. Yes, that is adaptability. However, it is also when you can do it yourself, not dependent on some external factor. Vision. So some reasons.
Vision different.
You're making everyone conscious.
Okay. So why should manufacturers care? Oh, by the way, should manufacturers care? Okay. We don't have to agree with this. We had an answer. Should manufacturers care?
Yeah, that's not necessarily.
If yes, why?
Scare. To survive.
Okay. If not, why?
Not to have competitive.
Sorry?
It's out of the organisms. Or he's so sure that the things are in place.
Yeah. So again, this is. Can you hear this?
I can't hear.
I can hear a rumble. I can hear a rumble. I can hear the ground shivering. I can smell it. It's large. It's huge. It's humongous. You can't hear it even with the silence.
We are down there.
No, you are.
We don't know actually.
It's not just disruption. Friends, it's a tsunami of disruptions. Whether we like it or not. It's not just something small that's happening at the times that we are living in. It's a tsunami of disruptions. It's gonna hit us. So what about disruptions? What are we talking about? What are disruptions? What else? And we heard a lot of them throughout the day. Yes. So in the interest of time, we will look at disruptions in two groups. And all that we spoke so far is about technology disruptions. But are they the only disruptions happening around us? No. Hello? No. So what is? Millennials. Yeah. Service. What else? So disruptions. So many, you see, suddenly you start looking at it's beyond just the technology disruptions. There are many other things happening.
Variation in whatever things are normally happening.
Okay. So technical disruptions and non-technical. People related. Are tastes and preferences of our customers changing? Yes. Are our customers changing their choices?
Yes.
Are some of our customers getting disrupted?
Yes.
Will we get disrupted?
Yes. Yes.
So should we care about disruption?
Yes.
Absolutely. Everybody is Can you hear that sound? Can you? No? So how do we deal with it? Yoga. One option. What else? Similar line. What or see? A lot of answers are here by the way. Yeah. See, there is a linkage, right? Of being. You can't hear me? Can you not hear me? Yeah, can you still hear the words? So how do we deal with these disruptions? Can I have it again?
Like we are dealing with you, we have to deal with this.
Oh God. So I propose to work with startups. Amongst other things, amongst all other suggestions that we have heard, I humbly suggest consider startups in the scheme of things. What's so special about startups?
They have to start organizing themselves, right? In every part of the department.
They know how to deal with it. Am I volume less enough? But can you still hear that? So, what's so special about startups?
They know how to deal with this.
All of that. By the way, all of that is right. And to start with, one thing is very common, just in the interest of time. They have a dis-ease, they have a disease. Because they are continuously at dis-ease with a problem that they have identified a solution for, and they are concerned with the impact that it can make. And that's what differentiates a startup from a normal business, where the profitability is probably at concern at the shorter term, but for a startup it is at a long distance. At the immediate distance, what it is of concern? Solution. The impact that it can make. So that's special about startup. And amongst many other things that we. So how do we benefit with startups? And this is what kind of one feels if we are already not dealing with them. A little free, a little nervous when we go into the ecosystem of dealing with startups. So for those who probably are feeling something like this, one way, in the interest of time, I'm gonna one is incubate startups, and then we have seen already some examples from industries shared here of how those organizations initiated those startups and what kind of value they have created for themselves and probably for their customers. Right? So I'm just gonna drive two ways that you can incubate. You can parent them. You can initiate within the organization an entrepreneurial activity. You encourage a team. You dedicate a resource, time, material, man, whatever, and then they work on some projects. Or the other is we become a foster parent, you become an incubation center for startups from outside, come and use your facility, your infrastructure, your situation, your problems, and then function from there. That is also can be done. So from an incubation perspective, these are two ways. And the other is engage with startup. By the way, this is the shortcut. Hello. This is the shortcut. Why? These are startups who already have a solution ready to problems that they've identified, worked upon, modified, and it's all ready. So this is the shortest route to make the organization agile and handle that noise still there on disruption. In this silence, it is hurdling more. So, in the assumption that some of us would consider working with startups, and in such a scenario when the startup is in your team, even if that noise of that tsunami, you wouldn't drown in the waves with the startups in your team. You would ride the waves. Thank you so much for your patient listening.
When there is a problem which needs a solution, we are often told, think out of the box. And yeah, someone was talking out of the stage, and we have seen the impact it can make. Thank you, Madhu. Next, we have Mr. Christopher Raj. He's a graduate in Business Management Program, SFA TPM, Product Design, Process Engineering, and People Development Practitioner, who is well known amongst business associates and colleagues as a strong business leader. He believes in empowerment through inspiration. Welcome, Chris.
hear me? Loud enough? Not that loud? So that Madhu, I was worried, how we are going to keep you all going still strong, steady after the long session today. So my slides are slightly different. I think entire day you probably heard a lot about innovation and the disruption. I put together something very, very basic, keeping in mind the students and the young engineers, and then the main points that I've gone through as a manufacturing guy. So fundamentally, where is that? So what's motivation? Technology. Yeah. Okay. So what motivates people? Just to bring some light. If you don't love your job, take a home loan and you start loving it. And take another loan, you'll start loving your home. And get married, you'll start loving your office too. Yeah, just to add some humor. But then the motivation is mostly external to us. If you look at it, appreciation and reward and promotion, these are the things that motivates us. But I found that always through my experience, the quality guys are unique, right? I always worked with the quality guys. I used to head the operations. So they were completely unique. So I found this slide very relevant to quality guys. So they are very fundamental, they focus on the needs, and what motivates them is internal to them. So if you look at need, basic needs like food, shelter, clothing. A farmer doesn't need a supervisor, general manager, vice president to monitor him. If he doesn't wake up, he doesn't have food on his table. Finished. So that's the basic. And second is the values. I think the quality guys carry that great values that they keep adding without anybody telling you. So the manufacturing guys have toughest challenge, not their boss, it's the quality guys. Right? This is what I've seen. And then the third is the dream. The dream to continuously improve, but they don't know how to do that. So this is where the problem is, correct? So just to bring back the agility in manufacturing as a concept, just to remind you all, the traditional manufacturing is the principles focused on producing certain set of parts and over a period, and then to cover yourself, you produce extra and keep, right? That's the traditional manufacturing. But agile manufacturing is you want low cost, quality, and you want to deliver fast, and at the same time deliver simultaneously, and the focus is nothing but value to customers. You look at all the drama that's happening, you want customer to see you as a value guy, right? That is the change, agility manufacturing. So now I want to connect this. Now agility will not come if all these 5 things don't work, the 5 M's in manufacturing, right? Man, machine, methods, material, money, all of them harmoniously performing together. If they don't, you will not get agility, right? And with a sound business bottom line, bottom line understanding of the business. So now what is that bottom line? So if you look at it, sorry. Okay, I'm not going to navigate this. So if you look at it, a typical income statement of an organization will look like this. Then your revenue, then you'll have all this material, direct people cost, operational cost, all this. And then you will have a gross margin. And then you'll have all this overheads, all this stuff. Everybody is under 3 arrows pressure. That is, take this up, profit, bottom line, gross margin up, sales, right? And what is down? Only these things people focus should come down. Metal cost should come down, people cost should come down. And then you have fixed overheads, sales, marketing, everything should be down, but your profits and sales should go up. This is a typical. And that's why you have lean, agility, manufacturing, all this coming into picture, right? Now, just want to tell you, the top and bottom line, if you don't have the OEE, overall equipment efficiency in typical manufacturing that is measured, which is good parts into designed output rate, divided by parts that is plant time. If you don't have this ratio as high as possible, you are not profitable. This is the manufacturing mantra. But then in my experience, I found that, and then the typical OE is this. The sales guy actually goes shivering to the marketplace because he cannot make a commitment. Thus begins the failure of an organization, right? So coming to this, is OE the key link to bottom line and the top line? The answer is, if you want a good top and bottom line, you need to have OE. But the real OE comes because of, oops, I don't know why this keeps jumping so fast. Sorry. Yeah, really the process quality. Only if your process quality is good, you will get the good OE. Only if your good OE is there, and then you will have the bottom line. And I want to tell you this, for an agile manufacturing setup, your process quality is bad, it cannot be done. Because you will always be reading yesterday's newspaper, not making news for tomorrow. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah? Exactly. Yes. So now coming back to the entrepreneurs, I was attending a NatCon conference that happened recently. I found a very beautiful presentation by an entrepreneur. Just want to highlight some points. So steps for successful startup, type of entrepreneurs and strong points needed for an entrepreneur. So I'm not going to go through the full list. I just want to tell you, for a startup, if you don't identify a problem or a need, and if you don't verify that there is a problem and the need exists, then you can't start upon something, right? That's fundamental. And the second is, yeah. The next is the core need. The type of entrepreneurs, they go after the core need, or the market looked at somebody as a guy is an expert, so I have to go to him. So these are the two types of entrepreneurs that emerge. As you see it, you can see. So you know what Illinois is going about two types. Okay, now I'm going to come straight away to the next point. Startups can fill in for what is missing. Fundamentally, you need to add value. Otherwise, you're not going to look at it. Now, I have seen in a typical manufacturing setup, the problem, if you look at the DMAT, because most of you understand DMAT, so I have used this as an example. When you measure something, either data, you look at the data, or you look at a product itself versus reject. Correct? But do we measure it with a purpose? That is the first point. The next is, in analyze stage, many organizations I've seen, in a previous organization, I used to visit other organizations. So I used to see there are humongous amount of data, but they will not know what to do with that. And even if they knew what to do with that, I didn't do anything. Even if they had that, they will focus on just one piece of process, and they will just keep circling around it. So I just want to give you my example, what I went through. Okay, this was a project which was going to be dumped because it would cost $1 million to bring it back. But then what I found is the measurements of these products were done because the same product had to be done in 3 different raw materials which have different shrinkage, plastic shrinkage. So this I had to make with this, So what happened? The pitch would change. In one metal it would go very close, the other metal will be just there, the other metal will be too wide. So it will not make, correct? So they said they will scrap the project, otherwise we need $1 million. So what I did, I went and measured with the purpose. The purpose is maintainability, not accept or reject. Then when I measured, then what is the purpose of making is to have certain forces, locking and unlocking forces. Then I found, even if you relax those tolerances, because I generated that, because I measured the CPs and the CPK, I found that even if you shift it, it won't be a problem. Then I asked the product engineer, why have you kept the tolerance so tight?
He said, well, we usually do that. I said, man, increase it. What will happen? Then he increased it. And increased just because he increased it, we saved this product line and we spent only $200,000. So it was that simple stuff. But what I want to tell you is this effort had to be the operations should be done by the quality guys. Should apply the mind like that. That's the point. So the startups have a great opportunity to fill in that gap if you have really good quality stuff in it. And then this was one more. You have your SIM card connector. Your SIM card, you put 6 dots are there. This is what it is. This product we have to make 6 million pieces a month, and the delivery requirement was 25 DPM, not PPM, DPM. So one product at 25 defects in it, you will reject the initial batch. Okay. And the requirement was these 6 dots need to be in a coplanarity of 0.01 millimeter. So what used to happen? There used to be line rejections. Then everybody will be looking at the girls who are assembling and the automation, and they will circle around there. But the point was, this is a plastic wafer which has a thickness of just 0.2 millimeter there, and the metal also is just about 0.1. It has to be stamped, it has to be plated, and plastic has to be molded. So plastic has MR5 changes, melt flow index. This metal has got elongation property changes. Nobody connects to that. Everybody is circling around only the assembly process. This is a gap I think entrepreneurs can. So fundamentally, what I'm saying is, this. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, look at it. If you want to have a startup, 2 possibilities. One is develop the expertise, product dimension versus process that influence the dimension. Fill in that gap. Automated data collections, right? Data captured in books versus automated data collection. Output from book to Excel dashboard versus IoT enabled dashboards. That's the gap you can really fill. And next is what to do with all the data versus capability to systematically analyze. Add that. Reinventing the wheels versus using data, AI to predict the problems. So what I'm trying to say is simply, as an entrepreneur, if there's a manufacturing factory, bring visibility to the invisible. Empower the people to be creative. That's the missing piece in many manufacturing organizations. Likewise, if you go to improve and control, reinventing wheels versus data and AI has suggested solution to known problems. Because many a time you will have the same process repeating, but you will not do a parallel deployment. Excel-based reporting, the operating management and the team and the senior management versus IoT-based dashboard. See, there is a hunger for data and how to look at data, and that's what management wants. You guys should fill that gap. Emerging technology, use IoT, AI, big data, cloud, whatever you call it, make the invisible visible. Empower people to be creative rather than collecting data, writing data, and others. So, I hope I could connect business with what startups can do. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Achyuta Joyce. Yes, a list of accomplishments and achievements. It's a long list. I'm not attempting to list them down. But since the talk is on startups, I just reading a line for just one fact about it. He holds few patents in various technology areas, in upcoming areas such as IoT. Welcome, Achyuta.
floor.
So, thanks to Madhu and thanks to Christopher, I think they've covered a lot. So I'm not going to take much, probably 10 minutes. Right. So I think these two have pushed you saying innovate, disrupt, go startup way. Right. So I just want to bring a model to you before. I don't know. I think I should have had a little bigger picture. The guys at the back may not be able to see, but if you look at as a manufacturing or any industry, India as a market which is delivering to the globe, right? They always had an arbitrage. So why did India grow? Why did India become a $2.5 or a $2.7 trillion economy? Of course, we are lagging far behind China, but still we are here because we had a cost arbitrage. Right? So each industry, the timelines may change, but if you look at, we always had an arbitrage like over Western countries or some other competing nations. So the business came to us because we had an arbitrage. So more or less, I think even in the manufacturing industry, of course, this study was done for various other industries, may not be specifically for manufacturing, as I said, but it will be applicable to almost all the industries. If you look at somewhere in some of the industries, 99-2000 cost arbitrage more or less was eroding. Right? So it's still there. It's not that it's not there, but there are many other competing nations which has come in and saying, you know, we are much cost effective than India, like Philippines, Vietnam, and many other. We always had a talent arbitrage. Somewhere in 98, 99, we had abundance of English-speaking engineers who are available or like an army to invade other countries. Right? So we had a talent arbitrage. So is it still there? Yes, it is there, but there are other, even China is getting up. I think China started educating in English sometime in 95, 2000. And more or less all these millions are coming in. They are like, China has a bigger army than us in terms of English-speaking engineers. So it means that they would have overcome the language barrier. So talent and language was an arbitrage. It's more or less eroding. Right? Then what did we do as an India, as a nation? Not just one or two industries, but multiple industries. Right? Manufacturing was part of it. We had quality and process. We added that as an arbitrage. So we redefined quality. Of course, we did emulate the Western principles. We did borrow most from West. When I say West, it's UK, US, you know, certain particular geography, right? So we still have quality and process arbitrage, but soon it will be start adhering. What next? Then we added value arbitrage. So I've seen after 2005, most talked about value, add value to the customer, value to the customer. So I think those words will go away very soon. Right? So because everybody is adding value to the customer, right? So you can't talk everybody adding value to the customer. What next? Right? What it means is we need to reinvent. Right? What next? What after this? We have added all, right? We are partner, we are an extended arm to the customer. So many words, right? So many jargon used when we are as an Indian going outside to pitch. Whether it could be inside sales, where you are a MNC Indian center, you are going outside and pitching for projects, right? Or it could be you're a company which is going out and getting projects. Right? You always use some of these arbitrages to pitch and get this order. So, but I think more or less everybody is eroding. It means that the ground is moving under your feet. So why I have another slide just to put in a little more perspective. I think both of the speakers, and I think from morning would have heard disruption. Right? And we also would have heard, I'm sure, in the sessions differentiate. How different are you, right? As an organization, you could be 80-year-old startup, you could be a 100-year-old startup, you could be 5 or 18-month-old startup. I would say more or less everybody has to be startup. So you always had some differentiator. You always were disruptive. Thus, you probably survived. For example, IBM invented computers. They sold their core business to a Chinese company, right? They exited the entire computer business. The guys who survived, which is HP and Compaq, couldn't survive. I mean, it's just still trying to survive, but they're barely managing to survive. But IBM managed to quit their core business, move on to solutioning and things. For example, Nokia did not do it. For example, from morning, they're all, I think many of them are talking about disruption and things like that. I was part of Nokia's one of these strategy group and things like that, where we were talking about what should Nokia become in the next 10 years, 50 years. No more phone. So not many people know Nokia was a paper and pen company. So toilet handler was Nokia. Even if you go to Finland, certain places you will see Nokia toilet paper handlers. Right? Very old toiletries, put up on the toilet. Right? So they moved on to become a phone company, but they did not reinvent themselves and move on to something else. They should have become an entertainment company. They should have moved on from phone. Right? They stuck to their core business, which was phone. Right? So, and of course, they are right. They are split into some multiple parts and then sold to multiple buyers. Right? So Nokia is not owned by the primary owners at all. And Nokia is no more the Nokia of S1. Right? So what it means is you had differentiators, you had disruptive ideas, you were disrupting in the market, right? You had a lot of value propositions to the market. You had the intent, you had the focus. What you lost sight was the complacency. You were complacent by competing. I am too big, nobody can defeat me. Samsung, what did happen? Samsung was owning 35% market share after Nokia fell down. They quickly ramped up, they gained 35 to 40% market share, or probably even I think they crossed 50% market share. And suddenly certain scandals in certain ways, strategic mistakes, and complacency. Right? So that is why I brought in this model, strategic intent and focus. If you see differentiator and disruption can lead to complacency. And if you disrupt and if you create differentiators, still you may, for the next cycle, you may be complacent because I am too big. For example, Google, if they don't reinvent, they're one of the most innovative company, Google, and to an extent, Microsoft. Right? But if they become complacent, that may lead to loss of intent, directly proportional, right? So intent may be less or more, depending upon the complacency. Right? So similarly, value proposition also can lead to loss of focus or gain more focus. All of these will lead to market opportunity. So you may have bigger market opportunity, or your market itself may erode. You yourself may not be a market player if you are complacent. Right? So the core idea is complacency, differentiation, value proposition, and disruption. If you don't disrupt, you may not be there in the market. If you don't differentiate, you may not be there. If you are complacent, you may get into a dog's market where you are fighting for a small pie. So this one model, I think it's a well-researched model which we have worked on. We have written a paper on this, right? Where how each industry can be applied. So it is tested on a couple of industries, IT and few other industries. But if you take it to manufacturing, one of you can do that. You will see more or less the same result coming out of the research. So what's happening? So consumers and market is fast changing, right? So if you see consumers' exposure is changing, right? Because of millennials, right? My kid is 2.5 years. Some of the features she knows, which I have not used in my phone for for ages. Right? I was a program director for Nokia 3310. So we were the version of 51 innovators, and we worked on smartphones, touch screens, and things like that. And my kid is just 2.5 years. She knows much better feature than me. So it means that the exposure has changed. Consumer is today having a bigger exposure than what I am having, right? Which is like the as well, right? We are like dinosaurs, right? I'm at 40 plus. I'm a dinosaur already, right? So this exposure is leading to unconscious, influence on purchasing and purchasing intention and perception, and this is bringing in either directly proportional conceptual influence, right? So guys who have kids today know what they want to do in their life very clear. What's happening because of this? Their memory and recall is much different than pre-millennials, than what. Right? All of these leading to their preference. Right? The moment the preference of their purchasing patterns changes, a lot of the current companies may not exist at all. Right? Product is reinvented. Right? People lost their appetite for film-based photography and things like that. Of course, there are a few very niche areas people are still doing, but Kodak reinvented becoming a digital-based film company. Right? So Kodak survived, the majority other vanished. So if you don't reinvent based on the consumer market, consumer and market both, if you may not be there, right? So I'm just going back to what startup I think a lot of people would be asking, right? So a lot of people do come to me and say, sir, I want to start up. Done it. You're a dinosaur in this, so help me start. I say, okay, where do you work? When people come, this is my first question. Where do you work? This is what I ask. Sir, I'm working in TCS. Evening, I'm going to innovate and create one startup. So after this company picks up, and then I'm going to resign in TCS. It's not going to happen, right? I say, you show me your resignation letter and leaving letter, then we'll talk about it. So, anyway, so the startup cycle, right? Not a lot of you would have heard a lot of startup succeeding, failing, right? Or surviving, right? It has a cycle of forming, storming, means you form. So you will have this problem. Okay, so I'm going to tell you certain inside news of these startups, what happens really. So it's so keen that they fight on the name of the company. So most of them. I think Apple, all of you would be knowing, right? How Apple came in. I don't know whether it's a real story or right. So they were all fighting, and then this guy was biting an apple. I said, if you're all biting, if you're all fighting, so let me, bite an apple and then name the company as an apple. I don't know how far is it true, but that's how it became an apple, right? So most entrepreneurs or startup guys fight over a name of the company, right? So I've seen people doing, okay, well, let's pick one name from my name, your one alphabet from your name. So let's say K&S Associates, K&S Engineers, right? So these are all you want to see, right? You would see Satya Sai Engineers, right? Okay, my name is Satya, and then my wife's name is Sai. So I'm going to combine both Satya Sai Engineers. So you see all these concepts, right? So forming is quite easy, right? Go to company, company secretary office, patent office, you form one company, and then what happens? So I just recently went to my company secretary office and I said, what's happening? How is the market? Achyuta, last year I filed 100 new companies. Because of various changes in the last 1 year, especially typing and things like that. Not even a single, he is a very busy company secretary. Not even a single company has been formed in the last 1 year. He says the economy is so bad, and not even one single company registration I have done. He manages some hundreds of companies. He manages some listed companies. But not even a single company registration. Can you believe this guy used to do 200, 300 registrations? But not the small guys and then the mid size and then serious guys can bring in tens of millions of dollars. He used to do this registration of companies in hundreds, and today it's not even one. He says it's a very good indication of where we are heading to, right? What's happening to our economy, right? So forming is quite easy, and then you start fighting over many other things, right? Strategy, business plan, people, right? So there are a couple of movies, right? I think I don't remember the Bollywood movie, right? They'll form and then fight over whom should be higher, right? So stop forming up. Once you form, and then you start forming, and then you settle. That's a norming, right? Typically about 12 to 18 months of period where you norm. Right? Beyond 18 months is where your survival really comes into any startup for that matter. Whether you can perform or not. If you don't don't perform, more or less you would have closed down. If you are there for 18 to 24 months, beyond 24 months, probably you are a good survivor. You have survived as a in the market. You perform probably, you may not be up to an extent, or sometimes beyond your expectation, right? So this is a cycle, but okay, good. I performed for a very long period, 5 to 6 years, 8 years. I have survived. Some of them have survived for 80 years, right? Especially in the manufacturing industry, people have survived for 80 years, 60 years, 50 years, 20 years. What happens? I think those days are all gone, where you will be there as a dinosaur running always. Which, if you don't reinvent, probably someone will come and they will disrupt your market such a way that you yourself will be running out of your jobs, running out of your shop floors. Right? So, what can many people ask, sir? What in shop floor you can innovate? What in shop floor you can disrupt? I think Mr. Christopher Raj had a clear idea of what it was. He covered a very minute detail, saying you can innovate, you can disrupt, you can create differentiators for them, right? You can save your manufacturing life, right? But here, what I'm talking about, you can save your company itself if you reinvent and restart as a startup. Right? So you see a cycle, right? It used to be 10 or 20-year-old cycle to reinvent yourself. Especially IBM has done it multiple. You go through IBM case studies of Harvard case studies, few other, right? Also research papers. You will see that every 20 years, every 30 years they used to reinvent. It shrank to every 20 years. After 2010 till 2019, every 10 years they are reinventing. But you will see it will be reducing to every 3 years they have to reinvent. Otherwise, you will not hear the name of IBM. Probably it would have been next 5 years. It will be sold, split into 10 different parts and be sold to somebody else. Right. So with this, I would like to end. So please innovate. Disrupt. So bots are coming, AIs are coming, machine learns are coming, and then many young companies which can disrupt your ground and that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, then we invite Mr. Gaurav Shukla, founder and CEO, Talent Technologies. Yes, our 2 decade plus experience in sales management, channel management, product management in various companies across the globe, and his expertise is in product lifecycle management, and he has a product for manufacturing industries. And there are a few more, like in detail, like you can do it in the pamphlet. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. It's a good news for all of you. And the good news is I'm the last speaker. And there's a bad news for me, and that is that I'm the last speaker. So I have to perform so that I don't end up becoming last, but remain last, not but the least. I was here since afternoon. I came a little late, and I could see that till the startup section started, the stage was orderly engaged. People stood here, spoke from here, things were presented here. The moment startup came, the speakers took collar mic, started walking in the audience, disrupted the entire order of the day. And that is what startup is all about. Thank you, all 3 panelists. They pretty much covered what I have not covered, or I would say I will hide what they have covered. And let me start with what I have to say. So,
time and money on it.
Say again?
We are investing our time and money on.
I appreciate that. So we are one of the startups which has survived for last 10 years, which means we've crossed 18 months yardstick, which Achita said. And second thing is, we're not burning money, we're making money. So somebody in the audience mentioned. When this topic for the talk came to me, 2 questions actually crossed my mind. First is, what is the correlation between each of these terms with respect to agility? I mean, how are they related? And the second was, who do we associate with when we think of these attributes? So what I did was I conducted a small, I wouldn't say formal survey within my company, talking to people. These are all young guys because a tech startup. Probably I'm the only guy probably married and 2-3 others. Rest all are bachelors. But generally talking to them, trying to figure out. I did a small survey to find out as to what are the things they think about when they try to correlate agility with quality. It is a very complex subject. I want you to think, but according to what I found out is, agility is inversely proportional to quality, because quality is all about perfection, standardization, etc. It's like the session till the start of session. That was quality. Session is agility, disrupting everything. Okay? But if you look at I don't know. Nobody could answer. So we can say agility is inversely proportional to quality, but quality is directly or inversely, we don't know. It depends on the situation, circumstances, your product evolution, etc. This was pretty simple, easy to decipher, but reverse is again difficult. Okay. So what we found is that it's good to have those 3-4 words, but essentially, as these gentlemen also mentioned, you need to identify one small gap. If you can scale up at a price of 1 rupee at a cost less than 1 rupee, you have done everything. You have to bring technology, quality, innovation, and agility. And if you can take it across the globe. And that is what the startup thing is all. The second question which I asked those people, and I said, who do you think of when you think of quality? Or who do you think of when you think of technology or innovation? And the majority came Toyota as quality. I don't know. I don't want you to agree to it. A lot of times these words stand alone don't make a sense. But when you associate it with a brand, it starts differentiating and categorizing in your mind. Oh, this is quality. So that's why I did it. And when it came to innovation, it was 3M. Samsung was probably 2 years back, if you had asked, people would have said Samsung. And when it comes to technology, sorry. When it comes to technology, it was Google. Maybe 4 years back, if you had asked, till Steve Jobs were alive, people would have said Apple. But look at how things are changing so far. But if you think of combining all these three and also saying that I'm combining quality, innovation, technology, agility, what do I think of? Any guesses? Any guesses? Good. Good attempt. Anything else? Research, not giving jam. It is WhatsApp. Brilliant innovation, technology, quality product, agile, 8 years to 80 years. A Tamil speaker, Hindi speaker, Chinese, Japanese, everybody can use it the same way. Right? We all need to excel in that, no matter which industry we are. How did they do it? The definition of innovation is, if you see it, you say, oh shit, I could have done it. Right? That's the definition of innovation. It is so simple, yet it did not occur to me. And that is why it is innovation. Okay. So this was only to ensure that we all are awake. Now I'm coming to the main topic. So as a startup, while they've given different perspectives, what I'm going to share is how I see as an entrepreneur, how I see manufacturing, and where and all I can do innovation, or anybody can do innovation. So I have classified manufacturing as an industry, no matter what manufacturing, into 4 blocks. Product. So there could be quality, innovation, technology in product, agility in product design, how quickly you can change design based on customer, etc., etc. There could be same 4 dimensions added in manufacturing process. Similarly, in collaboration, talking to people, internal stakeholders, external stakeholders, which is collaboration, and skilling of labor. Good product is good raw material, good process plus good people. Huh? Now, the problem in India is labor is a labor when he leaves agriculture. Every parent wants their kids to join IIT. Nobody wants their kid to become a welder. So we have a social cultural issue out here. You become a laborer when your land holding reduces because of family members or partition in the family. Now, keeping these four dimensions, I want to show that we as a company, we operate only in two segments and not the top two. So we're focusing on skilling of labor through a product that we have built as Calibrate, and we're focusing on collaboration within internal stakeholders and external stakeholders using the product called Odigo. Coming to Calibrate, and why I said labor is a serious problem here in India, is that people who are qualified in India are not employable. People who are employed are not skilled. I'm not talking about everybody. Right? Today, I mean, you see the graduate status. People who are qualified are educated are not qualified. People who are qualified are not employed. And people who are employed are not skilled. This is a serious problem. Aspirations are increasing because of exposure. Because 20 years back or 10 years back, if I go to my village and I open the laptop, everybody will be scared as if a monster will come out. But today the last mile device is smartphone. Today when I go to the same village, they see my phone and they see why Redmi Note 5, Redmi 6 has come, right? So the fear of technology is going. What brilliant thing with mobile devices have done is taken away the fear of technology or ignorance or illiteracy from a common man. And that is where lies the opportunity. And that is what we have done. We built a very complicated platform called Calibrate, but we realized manufacturing setups are in remote areas because of land prices, because government initiatives of excise holidays, tax holidays in remote locations. We couldn't take everything out there. So what we did was create an app, build an algorithm, made it fully secure, and just to tell you, sitting in Bangalore, two people, we conduct 50,000 exams across India every month. At a cost, we have delivered exams in Mizoram at a cost of 6 rupees. That is quality, innovation, technology, agility. Right? And in order to do that, we first created this platform, piloted it, made it so easy. We actually conduct exams for farmers in remote villages who are illiterate. The app throws the question as audio bite and answers as audio bite. The farmers are illiterate, but they can hear in their language. That is innovation. It reduces time, money, effort, needless to say, and that's why I said we survive because we're making money less than what we're burning. And we made geography history. So my platform, we can conduct exams anywhere, any place, any language, any device, anytime. Once we created, we partner with Government of India, National Skill Development Corporation. We are authorized assessment partners for 17 industries within NSDC. And half of our exams are in manufacturing. There's a program called Recognition of Prior Learning, which means even if you were a farmer, you have learned job on the job, you got trained on the job, no formal education, I will come assess you based on the national occupational standards, and if you're clear, I'll give you a certificate, it will be recognized like a university certificate. And that is where we are making an impact. All that anybody needs to conduct this exam anywhere is a smartphone. That's all. So 100 rupees I put because tomorrow you should not call and say you said 6 rupees in the talk. So that's the cost, this is the price. Yeah? So we make 94% margin. We don't need a test center. We don't need invigilator. Nothing. Only a mobile app. And we have conducted exams even in places where there is no Wi-Fi, where there is no network, telecom network. Zero network, we can conduct it. That is innovation. This is one part of the part which I said skilling of people. We have another product that talks about collaboration. Thinking of collaboration, I'm reminded of those black and white Bollywood movies or any Indian movies, wherein the heroine will send a pigeon, with a letter. So collaboration was required then also. From pigeon, it became horses, or invaders, messenger coming in horses. Then it came postman, then telegram, and today it is WhatsApp. Right? The need is the same, collaboration. But innovation has happened, and WhatsApp is there pretty much everywhere. Everybody is using it. They made postman so redundant that Indian government decided to open a post bank rather than post office retaining it. So we have a product called Odigo, which is predominantly a messaging platform. Looks like one of those familiar ones. Works like that, but it is designed for enterprises. What it does is, any chat file sharing happens in hierarchical manner. It could be horizontal hierarchy, vertical hierarchy. It works in hierarchy. It is pretty flexible. And second thing is, anything shared cannot be copied, downloaded, or forwarded by anybody outside the company. Now what happens, because of the free to download messaging apps, confidential data of companies get leaked to competitors, whether it is product, pricing, tech spec, anything. Now here it is so confidential, it cannot be leaked. And that is where we're working with people. And it can manage your distributed field force productivity. The calls, the activities, the check-in, check-out, live tracking. You want to see where this guy is and want to chat and make a call, you can do everything on that. You can train the guys. You have entire dashboard to get reports, to figure out, to arrive at productivity, anything that you want. So these are the two products. We work with a lot of people. So on assessments, we've done about close to 1 million. I think I threw the number. Close to 1 million assessments. We have over 1 lakh downloads. For Odigo, we work with about 15, 16 enterprise clients, even overseas. That's about us. But coming back to the story of innovation, quality, technology, believe me, an entrepreneur never thinks of these things. The entrepreneur thinks, what should I do so that I make money at a cost less than that and I can scale it up. Right? So an entrepreneur thinks any arbitration of time, money, and value, time, money, and effort is value. If I can monetize that value all the time, it is monetizable value. If I can monetize it with everybody and sustain myself, it is a good business. And if I can scale it everywhere, it is entrepreneurship. Thank you so much. I do it good.
Audience, it's question time.
There's a question anyone of you can answer, and don't look at me asking this question from the defense. This is just from a curious mind individual who wants to know. You talked about engaging a startup in case it is any one of you can answer this. How do you this thing? Because sometimes you have an idea and someone has already developed that app and it's working fine, but the application is completely different for which you want to think about. So how do you go about it without your idea being hijacked? Do you have you can, I think you got it. So
one thing very good about startups and people who are into the app development spaces, even if they have developed some application, like in our organization, we developed some solutions for certain industries. However, we are able to adapt, and that's what the agility is all about.
No, so that's exactly what I'm saying. My question is exactly that. The agility is there for you to immediately adapt it, but that idea hasn't struck you to make another application towards that. So I want to use your ability of the app which you have already developed, but my idea for a different application. So for you to hijack it in a second and you can make it. But
Yes.
how does that idea help me to leverage your
Ma'am, after Mark Zuckerberg created Facebook, the guys whose idea originally it was, they went to Stanford University and they said, this was my idea, this is our idea, we gave it to a developer and that developer has created Facebook. So we should be compensated. So the arbitrator said, gentlemen, the only way you can be compensated is think of another idea. So that is the only thing. Having said that, ma'am, to answer you on a serious note, it is not so easy to copy and replicate. So what comes as an app is very simple. If they copy, nothing can be done. The background algorithm is what it differentiates. So if you copy the app, create that, it doesn't matter. And the biggest thing is, idea is not something, everybody has idea. We all have thought of idea. Key is, can you be perseverant enough to make it work? Because when you go about executing, that is where all the hurdles will come, which you have not seen. So that is a big advantage when you have a head start. But in technology domain, you are vulnerable to somebody putting more money and replicating it there. Anybody can do that. The only way you can survive is run faster, get some more enterprise customers so that people start valuing you. And last thing which is more important is, in the tech space, there is no number two. So there's just Facebook and nobody. Right? So in tech space, there can't be number two. So you create your positioning in a manner that people start assuming that you are the main point of reference. Once you've created that point of reference, you have created the differentiator where even if people answer it.
No, I don't think my question is understood, but maybe over tea I can show. Or afterwards. Okay. Yeah. Maybe after.
Anybody? Any more questions? Any more questions?
Yeah, okay, last one. Just to get the thing going.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Coming from a very large scale industry, since the time I was 19 years old, so now I've been working for long. I think all this about startups, and we along with TCS and all looked at all these things. Would it be right to say that all of us want brick and mortar industries, producing things like steel, trucks, and larger, shall we say, into larger scale, that crores and crores are required. You can't do without those things also. So would there be any differentiation that all the startups, and I have about 30 cents who are all into startups and they all want some money from me. So I said, you can have my problem, not I don't have anything else, but I'm quite happy. But I know I'm not going to lose that problem. So all of you have had some fantastic experiences, which are wonderful together. And I wish we could have some 150 more million people doing it, because this country needs both. You need the large scale industry, and you need millions of entrepreneurs like you gentlemen sitting on the stage to be able to all in this time apart from you all happening. As a result, banks today are not going to give you one penny. If you're doing very well and you want a crore of rupees and you're making 10 crores, they're happy to give you their shirt off their back. But if you're not doing well, it's very difficult to get the money for the startup. So is there any rule of thumb, any kind of differentiation we can look at without discouraging the people who are already doing it, but keeping in mind that you will require the larger industries, otherwise you keep on going to your foreign friends and pay them whatever they are asking for, much more, and then you're getting all the arms and ammunition and whatever.
So the traditional businesses would continue to exist. There is no removing them. It's like morning there was a session where a gentleman spoke about a pot where you put big rocks, you put smaller and the sand, pebbles and sands. So many a times, most of the startups, what I have come across is they are kind of filling the gaps between the larger stuff that is there. It's very well known that every one job created in the manufacturing creates 3 to 4 jobs in the other sector. So though that thing is gonna exist and that's not gonna go away ever. I don't think so that's happening.
We should still concentrate
Absolutely.
on getting the startups to move.
Absolutely, both will
require
coexist.
that.
Yes, both, and together the value creation is going to happen much more. That's the beauty about it.
One other point I've been researching, we have been researching and things like that, where what will happen to really Tata Steels, right? In Tata's, of course, Tatas have been doing it, trying to incubate new startups. So I have done it with TACO, Tata Automotive, components, and Tata Motors. We have done a startup. So the reason why we did a startup was Tata Motors, Tata Sons were saying, okay, innovate, and then further it trickled down. People will get it. So it was actually in 2005, 6, 7. So we did work. So large companies are trying to incubate, but I have not seen too many big moves from large companies where they can have resident in entrepreneurs, in-house entrepreneurs. So they identify some key people, they will go innovate, incubate new business, make it big for large companies. If they don't, I mean, I'm just saying, sorry to say, the strategies itself will not be there. May run out of business, right? Because the cost of manufacturing may be much higher than the actual cost of sales. So what happens? So then they may not exist in the market. So for that reason, they have to innovate. If they don't innovate in some other countries, some other street product, manufacturing organization may innovate. So it could be vertical integration, it could be horizontal integration. God knows, people have to innovate. Otherwise, they will not survive.
We did that in the ancillary industry because we had thousands of plants which we shut down and went to the small scale sector, who we helped to develop. That's what saving. That I accept. I'm looking at the overall impact of productivity.
Yeah, one more question, Achita, for you. Yeah. So you gave a case of a TCS guy coming to you in the evening and doing innovation, report design and come. Just a statistics for that, because it's always a security or maybe confidence to start a startup. So you just give a statistics from you saying that, let's say out of 100 startups, what is the success rate currently running? And I also like your last slide of storm, that is basically forming, storming, norming, performing. The last word is very important, right? Reinventing. Even the startup which may look good initially, it can fail. What Sir also is telling. So can you just touch upon these 2 points? Success rate of a startup, and also how important is the reinventing for a startup?
For example, statistics come from P's and B's. Typically, a venture capitalist invests in 7 companies, and he knows 6 companies are going bust. He knows for 100% sure that 6 companies are going bust. He wants just 1 company to succeed out of 7 companies, a VC. If there are 3 successful companies of a VC company, 3 for the country, he's the most successful VC in the market. I have not seen any 6 or 7. For example, IDG invested in Netscape. Right? I think they had done some 20 investments before Netscape became big, and it became too big that their IDG Ventures itself became so big. There's further incubated probably 1,000 startups later. They had so much money because they sold Netscape for the right side. So every 1 in 7 is a typical ratio you could look at. So only 1 in 7 will survive. The remaining 6 may survive, or either 1 in 7 will do extremely well. Rather, I would say another 2, 3 may survive, and then probably another 2, 3 may go bust. They'll wind up probably in less than 24. Right. So innovation, how reinventing is how important. I mean, I've seen many startups. If Facebook, for that matter, if they don't reinvent, what next for Facebook? People go, they're crazy about Facebook today, and people lose interest in Facebook very soon. Probably another 5 to 8 years. People would not be interested in Facebook because they would have some alternative technology or some alternative connection mechanism would have come. So then Facebook, if they don't innovate, they'll go bust. Their valuation is probably $1 trillion today, right? Or maybe hundreds of billions of dollars. Right? They may not survive itself. Probably it is worth 0 rupees in the market. Right? So people have to reinvent, whether it is Facebook or anybody. Apple, for that matter, they are trying to come up with a driverless car. Right? So got nothing to do with phone. It started as a computer company, a phone company. Today they are trying to become an automotive company.
If they succeed, you never know, Apple may be a car company rather than anything else. So it means they're trying to reinvent. For example, Microsoft, no more technology company, what next? Really already bothering them because Microsoft itself may not survive in the next century or a decade or 20 years. Microsoft, if they have to succeed, they should become something else. Right? For example, I think in a couple of Hollywood movies have given them a direction. Microsoft is able to merge countries, not just companies and things like that. So they do liaising between countries, liaising between governments and things like that. So they're able to integrate probably 100 small countries and form a new nation. So such initiative is what I think they are. What I've heard is already they are thinking of, where you are able to help small, very small countries integrate, become a bloc like European Union. So that's what is really going to go.
Thanks. Thank you. I just have a point to make here. And if just in case the question about what's the success ratio is, and if that is the intent, somebody who's aspiring otherwise, to do a startup, let that not be the reason for starting up or not, in terms of how many are successful or not. If you're consumed with your idea, if you're very sure about your solution, please go ahead with that. Let statistics not really bother you. I would strongly recommend that. I have seen some fantastic, much smarter, much amazing ability to execute ideas and all perishing just because they got into the tangle of the statistics and Excel and all that stuff. It's not about that. It's about your conviction. How strong are you about the solution that you have to offer? So that's just a message for startups.
Adding a little concluding thought. Agility is the need for survival and sustainability. We had a glimpse of how startups can bring agility in manufacturing, leveraging from technology, innovation, and non-tech aspects like culture, behavior, and attitude. Let these ideas create further thoughts and influence the audience who are producers and manufacturers, and let that contribute to an excellent world. Thank you, Gaurav, Achida, Chris, and Madhu. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all speakers. I think that was the most disruptive session for the day. And I request Mr. Aravindan to come forward and give the momentous to our speakers. Mr. Jamshid. Christopher. Jamshid. Christopher. Achyuta James, Christopher. Next. Achyuta. Mr. Gaurav Shukla. Yes, Mr. Gaurav. Mr. Madhu Madhavan. Gaurav Shukla. Thank you. Madhavan. Bas. Okay. Thank you.
Last one. Ready? Your smartphones? Okay, the last one. So the session is creating agility in manufacturing. Let's see the verse. So the last time, again, the results, I don't know, either increasing or decreasing, again, the 10 numbers are got out. Okay? So this is the URL. Do it faster.
Also, the lacking time. Okay, we'll start. Start up. Okay, the first question. So, what are the basic internal motivators? We just heard about it. Okay, so let's go on to the next one. What is the key focus in agile manufacturing principle? Okay, another interesting question. What is a unicorn startup in terms of the value? The fourth question, which is the world's most valuable startup? The last question, first step for a successful startup. Okay, so you have another 20 seconds to decide your answers. Okay, thank you. Now, it's all done. So please submit. Otherwise, you may not be able to submit after another 10 seconds. Okay, another URL. Okay, so this time I request all the participants to participate in this. Okay, so this is an interesting one. So I request all of them to get into this. A much needed URL. Any guess? Feedback. Okay. Expecting feedback to be at least 200 responses. Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate all your patience and energy at this point of time. And today's last but very interesting presentation is a case study on a Z-rated company. I request Mr. Harian Ranka, CEO of Bentley and Remington Private Limited, to come on stage, please.
Is this done? Shall I take this out?
Mr. Harian Ranka, a young entrepreneur, 29 years of age, of Bentley and Remington Private Limited, is a full-time director at Bentley and Remington Private Limited. He has a bachelor's degree in engineering in the field of biotechnology. He graduated from RV College of Engineering, Bangalore in the year 2011. He worked for IBM Healthcare Division for 2 years before joining his family-owned company at Bentley. The jobs and responsibility of Arihant at Bentley are new business development, manage exports, participate and represent the company in trade shows, regulatory compliances, review quality environment, health, safety auditing at the manufacturing facility. And notable achievements of Bentley under guidance of Ms. Arihant are Bentley achieved Z Gold rating, making it the first contract manufacturing company to achieve such a rating. Let us give a big round of applause for that. And he shared the experience of that rating, and Bentley received Sir M. Vishweshwaraya Manufacturing Excellence Award from Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka. And Glucorate brand of Bentley was empaneled in IRCTC Pan India under category A. The manufacturing facilities one amongst the handful of industries to receive Ayush Premium certification. Bentley has 190 plus products registered under FSSAI central license for exports. So definitely it's a very interesting company and case study. I request Mr. Arihant to come and present.
Thank you so much for this wonderful introduction. And thank you, QCI. Thank you, Z team, for allowing me to present our company in front of such a wonderful audience. And all the big ones have spoken. Now it is the time for the small one to make an impact. So Bentley and Remington Private Limited is a small-scale industry. Mr. Ashok had raised several questions as to what is the government doing for small-scale MSMEs with respect to quality. So I will just present to you what the government is actually doing to promote quality in small-scale sectors or micro sectors or a medium-scale industry. So unlike other industries, I think Bentley will require an introduction because it is not another Bosch or another Britannia. It is a new upcoming company. Yeah. So who is Bentley? Bentley and Remington Private Limited was incorporated in the year 1984. We started off as a small pharma repacking unit earlier in those days by my father, Sri Vasant Ranga. So today we have 5 manufacturing facilities across Karnataka. So we have grown a lot in these many years. What do we manufacture? We manufacture tablets, capsules, and powders for a lot of pharmaceutical industries and food industries. So we have one of the largest tablet punching and coating facility in the entire South India with a full-fledged quality control lab and quality assurance department. So we have tied up with many multinationals for manufacturing their products. This is a very, very good example of quality. Will always seek quality. Some of the world's leading brands you will have definitely heard of or you might be using it. Such as Liv 52, Sistone, Diabicon, it has passed through our facility before reaching you. Like we are the manufacturers for it. We have also partnered with leading MNCs to develop and commercialize their products in herbal supplements, nutraceuticals, food products, etc. So the Bentley logo, as you can see, we have the words #1 in quality. It was incorporated. This logo was adopted in the year 1990 by my father. His only rule was you have to be 2 steps ahead of whatever the norms, what is prescribed by the law. We'll be always the best in quality. And we have been doing that from the very beginning of the company. And that is why we have been growing at a very good pace. The founder is Mr. Vasant Ranga. He started Bentley with a vision of a promise of good health. He's having 35 years of experience, and under his guidance, we have emerged as a leader in contract manufacturing for nutraceuticals, health supplements, and herbal products. So some of the awards that we have received over the years is the Canara Bank Quality Excellence Award, which we have received in the year 1999-2000, being the first company to receive ISO 9000 certification at that point. So this award was presented by R.V. Deshpande, the MLA at that point of time. Later, in 2007, we had received IBPF Quality Excellence Award by Muli Manohar Joshi, Honorable MP. And the most recent award was M. Vishweswaraya Award, which was presented just last month by our Honorable Chief Minister for excellence in quality. So some of the accreditations what we have in our company is Z Gold certification, GMP, Halal, HACCP, ISO 22000, Ayush Premium, IRCTC, and FSSAI. All these accreditations we have. But now, before we start with our Z accreditation story, let me just ask you, how many of you are aware of the Z? Yeah, what is Z? Yes, sir.
Zero defect, zero effect.
Zero defect, zero effect, exactly. So zero defect, zero effect is what our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has started. He has a vision to make quality products, make in India products, which should be superior in quality and it should be known worldwide. So that is only possible if we go through Z. And our Z story we had all the required accreditations to do business. There was absolutely no need for us to do Z certification. None of our clients had insisted that we have to undergo Z. No government body had come up to us and said, no, you have to do Z certification in order to do business. This is not a case. Then what was the actual need for us? What was the driving force for us to do Z certification? So, as you all know, pharmaceuticals is a very, very, very competitive field. No matter how much you do is not enough. You know, there are competitors who will try to outdo you. ISO certification these days, in our field especially, it has become more of a paper value rather than it being used in the systems. Many people, they take in fake certificates or they just buy in certificates and then they produce it to their clients. You know, it is not having a real impact. And it is becoming very difficult for us to compete. We had to really stand out. We have to show our clients that we are better than the competition. And the other thing is that is highly subsidized by the government of India. And it is more or less like an all-rounder certificate. We don't have to go through various ISO certifications. We can just go through one Z certification. Apart from that, what small-scale industries face is labor shortage. Like, we will not have a dedicated manpower just for doing these certifications. And as you all know, doing such a certification is very labor-intensive. We require a lot of time and effort to get all the certifications done. So let us share our Z experience. So as you all know, Z has three basic parts. The online self-assessment, desktop assessment, and the site assessment. Our first desktop assessment was like, let's try. There is no harm in trying. You know, I myself opened the system, I registered my company, and I saw the various parameters, whatever is listed in Z. After taking the first first online self-assessment, I realized that we were lacking in several parameters which I had not even known about. I never even checked about it. Such as health, safety, and environment. We didn't even do such a certification. So there was so much that had to be changed to reach the global quality benchmark level. So at this very moment, Z had become like a challenge for me. I had to excel at Z. It was one of the driving force for me. So one beautiful thing about Z is they have the e-learning course available for free on their website. So whatever you require to learn about quality, everything is there on their website. So I took up Z e-learning on the Z website, which is available for free, and started incorporating changes in my manufacturing premises. So after 6 whole months, I was ready to take up the desktop assessments where we have to submit proofs to QCI. They will be checking as to where we actually stand. A week after our desktop assessment, we received our score. It was more or less like an indicative score as to where we stood in the Z model, and highlighted the areas that required our attention. After that, we did how much of a change was possible from our end, and then we called in for a site assessment. When we called in for the site assessment, the auditors were very, very knowledgeable, and they were all sector specific. The Z process was very transparent. All the proofs were collected through the app. The app was, GPS enabled, where whatever proofs is being taken is instantly being uploaded to their website. The role of the auditors was just to simply come there, collect the data, and the final rating will be given by a team which is sitting in Delhi. So absolutely no corruption. It is a very fair and transparent process. We finally received our Z certificate, Z Gold. Initially, when I started off taking Z, I was like, yeah, platinum to mil hi jayega, or GMP plant hai, But when I actually went through Z, the desktop model, I got a bronze. And by the time we did the self-assessment, by the time we did the site assessment, we just barely scraped through gold. So the actual advantage with Z, what I believe at a personal level, Z is a complete package. You don't have to do several ISO audits. Z is a maturity assessment model. So it will give you a rating as to bronze mein ho, silver ho, gold, platinum, diamond, where you actually stand in the quality level. As an owner, I know where the company stands with respect to the global standards. I know how much I have to improve further. I have a goal in life. It's just not another pass ho gaya to certificate mil gaya. No, it is not. There is always a driving force for me. After Z, taking up Z, what I have personally made changes is we have implemented 5 years successfully. Before Z, in with respect to quality, I was nothing. 5 years was new to me. Gemba was new to me. So many other terms were like, oh, what is that? I really didn't know what is that. But after taking the training, it was really helpful. It really made an impact in my company. I made 5 years training compulsory for all my staff. We had our very first energy audit done, which we had never done it before. And after the audit, we made several changes, and it is saving almost 3 lakhs per annum. So preventive maintenance was not carried out to full scale. Now visible increase in overall efficiency is there. The self audits are done, and they are documented on a regular basis. The other things is risk analysis is carried out for each product. The number of defects in a pharmaceutical field, the number of defects should be as low as possible, because all these is consumed by people who are already sick. You cannot make them more sick. So the number of defects is reduced to less than 2 in a million. Yield per batch has increased from 96.5% to 98%. So monetarily, again, it is given as an increase. Maximum automation has been done right now with cameras and sensors, which is used to identify any defects and to reject them immediately. Employee welfare programs, which we were not doing it earlier. We were not encouraging the employees. We were not keeping their morale high. But now we have changed our attitude. We are keeping their morale high, and they're in turn giving us better output. So this is a few of our glimpses of our factory after Z. So to conclude, I would recommend all MSMEs to go for Z. Z is highly subsidized by the government. It is, if not, at least do it for yourself. It is a learning step for yourself. It is the all self-assessment is free for all. Many states actually provide subsidies and incentives for Z-rated MSMEs, and make the zero defect, zero effect dream a reality, and make all the products in India to be considered quality products. Thank you, and this is my contact details if anybody requires. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arun Karanta. The way you explained shows your real passion for quality, and definitely your organization now, not to all people, Bentley Remington. No, and also it becomes a role model for other MSMEs. I really appreciate your interest. And now I request Manikantan to come and hand over a moment. So now we have two agenda points. One is vote of thanks, and also your quiz results also will be announced, and also your certificates will hand over to you. And out of thanks is delivered by Mr. Anshuman. Anshuman's name is well known in quality field. So Anshuman is a process transformation professional with his experience across multiple industries, including banking, professional services, information technology, manufacturing, and consulting. He specializes in setting up and scaling world-class operations excellence programs. Anshuman is driven by impact and loves to lead people to deliver amazing results, usually 10x or more, not less than that. In the last few years, he has also managed large RPA and digital initiatives. He is a fellow of ASQ and currently is holding the position of Head Delivery Excellence at DXC Technology. So I request Mr. Anshuman to come and deliver vote of thanks.
Thanks, Ramesh. After a long time, somebody so usually for vote of thanks, there should not be any introduction, but I'm attending a ASP event after some time, so thank you very much. Very quickly, I know this is I'm standing between you and the surprise prize that Naresh has promised, but just wanted to share a few words about the event and how we got here. So you will, of course, I'm sure most of you have noticed that such an event is not possible or not possible to put together without weeks or if not months of effort. So I first compliment the QCI team and the ASQ team, of course, ASQ from Delhi and our local team led by Ramesh and Manjunath to actually put this together. So big round of applause for the entire team to put something like this together. I am not able to name a lot of other people for paucity of time, but I'm sure they know that I'm heartily appreciating their work. I've been associated with the ASQ for a long time, and we've always wanted to see such a gathering. And with this conference, I think we can maybe double it next time. Right? So the other part I wanted to quickly mention is that if you want to take back one message from today, it is that if you are in the field of quality and you are still not opened your eyes to technology and innovation, right? There cannot be any better eye. Technology and innovation is already in your field. If it has not woken you up till now, you are probably sitting under a Mars, sitting under a rock under a long Mars or something. Right? So all the processes that you know in quality, operations excellence, manufacturing, everything is already impregnated with a lot of technology and innovation. You just have to look around. And if you haven't woken up to it, it is already late, but it's not. The core message for the day example, this was the core theme that technology and innovation is already embedded into quality. Maybe in a few years' time, quality word itself may not be around. You may have new words. The whole profession is being redefined, and you and I are witnessing this redefinition. I would love for you and I to be part of that redefinition and not just witnessing it. Let's be a part of that. So that was the other message I thought, and of course, from a vote of thanks point of view, it would not be my vote of thanks will not be complete without thanking Mr. K.C. Mehraji, who just left for his flight late, but without his blessings and active participation, I think such an event is not possible. He's a giant in this field. Many of us may not have been around when he built his career and became the face of one of the few faces of quality in India in 70s and 80s.
So it is actually a blessing that he was there throughout the day and also kept the speakers on their toes in many cases with his questions. So many thanks to him. And of course to our partners, QCI, which was represented mainly by Mr. Biswas. Anindya was here during the day, so thanks very much to him. And not least, but Ramesh and team, who is the local chair. So yes, his local team is led now led by Ramesh. Ramesh also leads a consulting firm, 7 Steps, and you'll find many of his staff members. So my special thanks to the staff members who may not be any office bearers in the ASQ team, but still gave it their all, right? Ramesh is an office bearer in the ASQ team, so no thanks to him. But his staff is not an office bearer, right? So my special thanks to all of them, and even more special thanks to all the audience who lasted the day, right? So I have been on the other side. It is sometimes difficult, but it is also a testimony that most of the talks must have been interesting for us to be able to hold you till the end, right? There is no tea, coffee, dinner, lunch at the end. So if you are around, you're around for knowledge. So thank you very much, and with that, safe travels home. See you again very soon in another conference. Thank you.
My pleasure to present you this. Yeah, because me also. So, you are ready to ask.
Any guess? First prize? So, how was it actually? Quiz? Enjoyed it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. The first prize. I request Mr. Anshuman to give first prize.
I thought I was getting the first prize.
Okay, the number is between 100 to 125. Anybody here? No? So it's Vasudev Vibhude, number 123. Oh, great. Would you like to give the second prize? So the range is between, for the second prize it is, I'll reduce the range between 79 and 81. Very simple, yeah, 80. So Mr. Tarun Prabhu. Oh, sorry, I think I had yours. So Vinod, sorry. I announced the third prize, sorry. So I have third place, of course, it's Tarun Prabhu. And with, like the first prize, what I just know the points as well later. Yeah, Tarun Prabhu. The next one is, we have consolation kind of prizes, 2-1. So in the last minute, so it's not third and fourth, it's considered as fourth and fifth. So it is Suresh and Sumaya. About 55 and 45. There? They know the result. Okay, anyway, thank you so much. And the first prize was with 260 points. Second prize was with 250. Third was 200. And fourth and fifth was 180 points. So thank you so much. Okay.
Yeah, your certificates were given according to the serial numbers, so that you made the counters from 1 to 20 like that. So you please look at your serial numbers and you can go and collect the certificates. We look forward to see you in our next event. Thank you very much.
अच्छा ये तो अभी बता रहा है